Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the Majola Cricket Week. Today we have Free State playing against the Titans. To my left we have the two captains, Henry de Wet and Zander Venter, and the two match officials, Singile and Yamin. Henry's got the coin and he will toss the coin.
Okay. Tails.
Tails is a call. And
Bat first.
it is a head. So Free State have won the toss, and what you're going to be doing today?
We'll bat first.
And reasons for that?
I just think it's a good wicket. Don't think it's going to be anything on offer really. So, yeah, bat and maybe keep slow in the afternoon a bit.
Okay, great. And any changes to your team?
Yeah, Nudia and Cullen Kakora's out, and Lutando and Bokang is in.
Thank you very much. All the best for the day.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And if you won the toss, what would you have done?
We would have wanted to bowl actually, maybe get something early morning out of the pitch. Obviously we played it yesterday, it got quite flat later on in the day. It was a flat, nice wicket to bat on, but yeah, hopefully getting something in the early morning. Yeah.
Okay, great. And any changes to your team today?
Yes, Riku van der Walt and Sepang Lakker comes in, and then Mohamed Borabat and Timothy Gordon, they're sitting out this game.
Fantastic. Thank you for your time and good luck today.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks. Thank you.
So the news from the toss is that Free State have won the toss and have elected to bat.
check shop. We have nothing here in the mics, huh?
It is working.
Yours.
Yeah. Just listen.
This one's dead.
Can hear it.
Then my earphones are
Can
dead.
hear it, okay. Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the Khaya Majola Cricket Week. Today is moving day and we have this fixture between Free State and the Titans. The Titans today have lost the toss and they will be fielding first. And just before we get going, all matches at the Cricket South Africa Youth Weeks are streamed with Pitch Vision Pro, a professional 4K streaming system designed for schools and club cricket. It delivers crystal clear coverage with a simple one cable setup, built-in commentary support, and seamless sponsor integration. Pitch Vision Pro is trusted across school and club cricket in South Africa and fully integrates with the Cricket South Africa scoring app, allowing scores and live action to work seamlessly together, keeping players, coaches, and supporters connected wherever they are. For any inquiries or orders, please contact Pitch Vision directly. You can get a hold of them. Orders at pitchvision.com. Pitch Vision Pro. Ready to stream like a pro. And joining me this morning in the commentary box is Mr. Aubrey Swanepoel. Good morning, Aubrey, and thank you for joining me.
Good morning, Dom. Hope you had a good night's rest. We're looking forward to seeing some good cricket at the Grey Oval today.
And what are your thoughts today? What are your expectations for the game today?
I'm hoping that Free State bats really well. They haven't batted really well in the first 2 games. So first game only getting 198 and second game a low scoring at the Mangaung Oval. So hoping they can put on a competitive score. We'd love to see some of the Free State boys dominate in the middle today.
Yeah, and a few local boys, a few of their players actually from Grey High School. So I'm sure they know what the conditions are like. Just having a look at the pitch this morning, it looks much like yesterday, an absolute belter. And having a word with the curator, Mr. Aubrey Swanepoel, he expects good things from this wicket today.
Yeah, he said there's a bit of grass cover on. He doesn't expect the ball to move anything on this wicket. Just a couple of weeks they had a game on here and there was some good runs on the wicket. The bounce was true and the guys could hit through the wicket.
So the opening bowler from the Unisi end of the ground is the captain, Zander Venter. And he will be attacking around the wicket. Umpire at the Unisi end is Mr. Yamin Godile.
Just looking at the field, very attacking field here. 2 slips, looking to nick the left-hander off.
And the first ball is a gentle loosener outside off stump. A little bit of swing, but not too much on offer. As we've seen over the last couple of days, wickets actually played really, really nicely. A bit of bounce, but with the new ball, not too much on offer.
Yeah, I must say the ball as well makes a massive difference, Tom. We were seeing day 1 and day 2 that guys in the back end could still score freely with the Kookaburra rig, where previous years the guys were complaining about the rig, about the Kuka match they were playing that got soft. So it's actually a good plus that they changed balls and guys are playing with the rig.
Yeah, and for those of you joining us, just a quick update on the standings in this pool. Western Province are currently sitting top of the table on 10 points. The Titans are, my apologies, Boland are sitting in second place on 5 points. The Titans in third place on 4 points, and Free State yet to get off the mark on 0 points. It's short, it's wide, and it's cut. A bit of work to do in the deep for the cover sweeper. Does some good work, and they scamper through for 2 runs. And that gets Free State off the mark.
Lovely to see sweepers out early, Dom. Bowling outside off there and have a cover sweeper there. But surprisingly, there's no finding.
Yeah, very, very interesting field from the captain here. He's got 2 slips, and as Aubrey mentioned, just the third man in a cover sweeper, so wanting to bowl outside off stump. Full again and driven, but well fielded at extra cover. Yeah, and the striker, the batter on strike at the moment is Christian Kind, the left-hander. Again, full outside off stump and left alone. Yeah, no, but it's good to see that the Titans have sort of learned their lessons. They're not afraid to pitch the ball up today and try to get something out of the surface. But as we've seen over the last few days, it's actually been quite a placid surface once you get yourself in and if you get out of the power play.
Yeah, we've seen day one when Lions boys bowled 2 lengths and the extra counts were really high. We've seen on day one when the Lions guys bowled 2 sides of the wicket and the extra count was really high. Lovely to see that the Titans boys are bowling a bit fuller this morning and looking to get some swing. I think just listening to the captain at the toss, he spoke about getting swing and nip off the wicket with, and I think that's the ideal start you want from the captain there.
And that brings to a close the first over. Free State are 2 without loss. And the other opener, Darius Maritz, he will be taking the new ball from the rugby end of the ground.
Quite a tall boy there, Dom. Might get some extra bounce from the main rugby field end. I've seen on the first 3 days we've seen loads of tall guys, but there wasn't that inconsistent bounce. I think on the wicket, it just shows you how true the wicket was, and that's why the scores we seen yesterday, 200s, which was great for cricket.
Yeah, and for those of you that did not see the game yesterday, Free State, my apologies, Titans had to chase 300 on this field. Slightly back of a length and just guided down to third man for a single. Yeah, so Province, they scored 300, a couple of great scores yesterday, 200s on this field. You'll see him bat later, Mr. Ruben van Zyl. He smashed the great 100, 110, but unfortunately couldn't get his team over the line yesterday off 90 balls. He was attacking from the offset.
As Kind goes on the back foot, it's straight to cover, no run. I must say that the Free State boys just needs to bat 50 overs, I think. We haven't seen them bat 50 overs in 2 games now. So the good thing here for them is some of them, as you mentioned, have played on this wicket before. They're familiar to this field. I'm sure that the other guys, the Saints guys, have played on this wicket as well. So the most important thing, I think, Dom, is that they should bat 50 overs today.
And there's a bit of a shout there, but unfortunately that one, not much going for it. Clearly pitching outside leg and not hitting the stumps. Yeah, good point you mentioned there. The boys from Free State, I'm sure at some point in the high school career have actually played at Grey, even if they have not attended the school themselves. Obviously, some big local rivalries, St Andrews and Grey. And a bit more of a conventional field for Darius Maritz. Looks like there's a bit of extra bounce on offer from this end. Yeah, as I was saying about that field, a conventional field, 1 slip, a ring field, 4 men in the covers. got a third man in a fine leg and just 2 men on the leg side, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. So looking to obviously go across the left hand and bring that slip into play.
Yeah, I must say there's a bit of breeze behind his back there, so he can exploit it and use it to his advantage. It's not the same wind that we experienced on day one, but there is a bit of breeze and a bit of cloud cover. The good thing is no rain forecast for today, so hopefully the rain gods stay away and we have lovely cricket first and second innings.
Yeah, as Aubrey mentioned, a bit of rain yesterday, so a slight reduction in overs in the game that was on this field and slightly more on at the other venues. But like you said, no rain expected today. Expecting to have about 30 degrees today, so excited to see a full game of cricket.
Marit's definitely getting a bit more bounce than what the batsman expected there as it climbs on the young kind there, just looking to run it down to point, but that's the bounce did him there. But at least we haven't seen the ball move too much, so that's a good thing for the batters. We're expecting a good firm wicket, as we mentioned earlier, Dom.
And this last one just left alone, and that brings to a close the second over. Free State are 4 without loss after 2 overs. Yeah, other fixtures on today. We have Western Province who take on Boland in the Platinum Pool A, and we have the Dolphins taking on the Lions. Both Western Province and the Lions currently unbeaten. And in the final fixture of the Platinum Pool, we have Eastern Province taking on the Tuskers. Then in the Gold Pool, we have Easterns taking on Mpumalanga. The Garden Route Badgers taking on Northern Cape. Northwest and Limpopo Impalas taking on each other. And CSA Invitational taking on the Eastern Cape Inyati. As I mentioned earlier, all those games are being streamed via Pitch Vision and will be available on Cricket South Africa's YouTube page.
As Fenter come in, but a swing in the Dom.
Yeah, nicely driven, just wide of cover, and they scamper through for a single, so takes the score to 5.
Good running between the batters. Nice early loud call. We've seen a couple of runouts day 1 and day 2 already, so it's important that the batters have good communication out there, nice and loud calls. We've seen our run-out turns games upside down, and just nice clear calling from the batters, and you need good communication there.
Yeah, and just off screen at the moment, there's a slight change in the field. We have... Oh no, my apologies. It's just a change in personnel. So same field, cover sweeper out, third man and 2 slips in play. Let's punch into the offside and they scamper through for a quick single.
The one thing about day 1 and day 2, Dom, is the amount of direct hits we've seen. I think the fielding wasn't, the catching wasn't as high as we expected, but the ground fielding and direct hits was very impressive. We've seen day 1 hitting middle stump, and yesterday there was a couple of good direct hits.
Yeah, some great fielding from these young men so far. Oh, and we see that one nip back. So definitely a bit more on offer as opposed to the last 2 days. We are playing 2 wickets to the right of the wicket we played on a couple of days ago. A bit more placid with the new ball, so a bit more on offer for the seamers, and just seems that these 2 openers are just being very, very watchful.
Yeah, he's also young Fenter, not the ideal bowling action there. Look, just jumping off the wrong leg there, and could catch a batsman off guard there, because might set the trigger late or something. Because if you watch him nicely, his jump's not a conventional fast bowling jump.
Yeah, and for those viewers out there, could you just explain to us sort of a bit more about his action? You've obviously experienced a couple of bowlers with similar sort of action.
Yeah, if you just go around the domestic system now, it reminds me a bit of Junior Dala there. If he comes in, normally you'd see the fast bowler would take off their back leg, and he like jumps off the front leg, if I have it correct there, Dom. It's just could set the guys with the trigger off a bit. I'm not the fast bowling experience. We wait until our fellow commentator joins us in studio, and he's the expert with fast bowling.
Yeah, just a bit of a chuckle from our fellow commentator to my right here, Mr. Eugene Bolian. He'll be on air with us in a couple of minutes. Yeah, we just have a look at his action. Yeah, as you see, they're just taking off, and yeah, sort of just gets quickly through the crease. So maybe onto the batters a touch quicker if you're sort of not used to that. Oh, this is full and slashed outside off stump, but no damage done. First sign of intent from Christian Kind, and that brings to a close the third over. Free State are 6 without loss.
Sorry there, Dom. Yeah, I think Free State will probably look to be very conservative in the first 10 overs, because they've had those collapses in day 1 and day 2. So probably clear instructions from the coach is probably to take the game deep, I think, to use that 50 overs, which is important that they look to bat those 50 overs. And it will be quite entertainment to see them bat all their overs, because I'm sure in the back end they have explosive power, and if they can bat 50 overs, it will only be to their advantage.
Yeah, and for those of you that missed yesterday, Free State played Boland. They were bowled out for 89. Oh, and we have a play and a miss, but unfortunately, Darius Maritz has overstepped, and that is a no ball. And that is a free hit. So
there might have been an edge there. We'll just wait and see on the highlights there if we can see if there was a bit of deflection off the bat there.
yeah, it's been a bit of a plague at this field so far. Plenty of no balls this week, unfortunately. Full and slapped over extra cover. Bit of work to do, and he hits his first boundary.
Yeah, what a great cricket shot. Even though it was a free hit, but to make contact over extra cover is always a special shot, I think, Dom, to hit the ball over extra cover. As we see in the first boundary for Free State there, off the no ball.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, Free State taking on Boland yesterday, they got bowled out for 89 within 27 overs, and Boland chasing the score down, but losing 7 wickets in the process. So it sounded like it, by all accounts, was a bit of a green wicket at Mangwan over where they played their fixture. So as Aubrey mentioned earlier, maybe why the batters are being a bit more conservative, looking to bat their full 50 overs today.
Yeah, I think it's important that they bat 50 overs, Dom. It should give them a better opportunity of winning this game than if they bat 50 overs. But first 2 games, they didn't give them that opportunity. We're batting 50 overs. They had good starts against Province, got to 190 there, and just had like if you looked at the scorecard, it was like 20s and 30s, and you've seen the teams that's dominating this week thus far. Guys are scoring big hundreds. Province have 200s in their team already, so that's a good thing to have in your team.
Yeah, and Province played here yesterday against the Titans. They put on 311 for 6 in their 47. Paul James being the the main stand with the bat, scoring 102 off 107 balls. Full and driven through the leg side. They scamper through for a quick single. Yeah, and some other key performance from yesterday's fixture at this venue. We had Daniel Bosman making 93 of 76. He batted with some real great impetus yesterday. And as I mentioned earlier, from the Titans, we had Ruben van Sale, who scored 110 off 90 balls. He was ultra aggressive from the offset. I think his first ball he hit for 4. First ball of their innings, he hit for 4 through the offside. So it's going to be good to see him coming to bat later.
Yeah, as he watches the wicket all day, he's a good wicket keeper, moves well there. So as we have a play and miss by Andrew outside off, but away movement from Marit. Yeah, as you see in there, just leaving the right-hander, good area, good 4-day length. I feel there, Dom. Not easy to drive and not easy to back foot punch there. I think that's a great length. Young Maritz hitting here in his first 2 overs.
Full and defended to cover for no run. Yeah, and I think the big thing that I've picked up so far from this end that Darius Maritz is bowling from is that there's quite a bit of extra bounce on that back of a length. I'd say also quite consistently. I think over the past couple of days on the wicket that we played on, that they've played on, the bounce has sort of been a bit inconsistent, not really carrying much to the keeper. So good to see that there is a bit of bounce for the seamers today. And that brings to a close the 4th over. Free State 12 without loss. So far, after 2 days of cricket at the Khaya Majola Cricket Week, the Under-19 week, we've actually had 11 centuries so far. So really good to see that batters are actually giving themselves a chance and actually converting to those 3 figures. I think a couple of days ago, we saw the Titans play on the first day, and they had a lot of their middle order. I think it was number 3 to 7 who got to 30, but no one really kicking on and getting past 50 and even trying to sort of get 100. So sorry, my apologies, that's 800 so far.
Yeah, and the last time they had this week in Bloemfontein, there was 1500s. I wonder if that record can be broken this year, because the wickets have been really good. So I think for the Free State Union, I think, and their groundsmen, we should give them a young accolade if it's only 2 days and the amount of hundreds that's been scored already. And we've seen there was some high scores, but been low scores as well. But there have been a bit of rain around. But I think the Free State staff and groundsmen have really done a great job to have cricket in the first 3 days.
Yeah, scores noticeably lower yesterday, and that as a result of, number one, reduced games, and obviously the inclement weather that we had the night before.
As Venter comes in to kind on the fuller length, and it just drives it straight to cover, no run.
And I want to actually go back on the point that you sort of mentioned earlier. So Free State obviously haven't batted their full 50 overs yet this week, and I think the most noticeable thing yesterday from the guys that did score runs is they came in and were very dominant. They sort of imposed themselves. They looked very confident. Slightly different from the Free State batters here. And as I say that, he picks this one up over long on. And has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. And that's our first 6 for the innings. Great shot from Christian Kine. First one that was really over pitch from Zander Venter.
The great thing here, Dom, is he's given himself chance there. 19 balls before he's really looked to dominate besides the free hit he had. That's the first shot out of anger we've seen from Kine there. So actually, it's showing that the guys are looking to take a bit more leadership role and give themselves a chance to score some. As we've seen there, great cricket shot lofted over between extra cover and mid on there. Great cricket shot. 10 of that over so far, Dom. First over that's going for double figures.
Yeah, and a great sign of intent from Christian Kind. Both balls have been slightly overpitched, as we see it here on the replay again. Bit of width on offer, and he's flat batted that through the extra cover region. So good to see some intent from him. They've been a bit conservative, but 2 scoring opportunities presented and 2 boundaries scored. So great batting from him.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to put the captain Venter under pressure there, as back-to-back boundaries there. Both Venter and Maritz are actually taller boys, and we haven't seen them look to use their bumper in their first 2 overs. Do you think it's just because they spoke about at the toss using the swing that they haven't used their bouncer to the Free State boys yet?
Well, I want to make mention of sort of 2 points real quick as we just observe this delivery. Full and down the leg side, and it's been signaled wide. So the first point I have is actually that the field does not allow him to bowl a bouncer. So with him having his 2 men out on the offside, that being third man and the cover sweeper, and no one out on the leg side, so no fine leg or deep square leg, just 2 men on the leg side, mid wicket and mid on, doesn't give him the opportunity to really bowl a bouncer. And I think, as he mentioned at the toss, they're looking to sort of make use of whatever movement is on offer. So with the 2 slips in place, he's probably going to look to pitch the ball up. So yeah, my 2 points are more on the side of the field that he's got set.
No, good observation there, Dom. I just think with this field, it's just I think all batter there, you already know what's coming, and I think that's why he's probably batting on off stump. You're not expecting them to come too straight with the offside field, nothing on the leg side, and Tupra, if I may say, like, you can already like look to boss him already. Go into off stump and just put hands through the ball. Have you seen the boundaries that came from that over?
And Free State at the end of that one going for 11, taking the tally to 23 after 5 overs.
Yeah, first time we see the run rate jump to 5 there after 5 overs, scoring at 5s. But it's good to see that the Free State boys are looking to leave the ball as well. But as we mentioned, the most important thing we need from Free State here today is for them to bat their 50 overs, and someone in the top 4 to get 100 for them would be ideal as a coach.
Yeah, and that's a good point you make. I think a big thing for most teams when setting a score is someone someone in the top 4 to be batting in the last 10 overs. It gives your team the best opportunity to set up a very competitive total.
Yeah, as we see Maritz come running here from the rugby field end. Hopefully we'll see this over a couple of bumpers, I feel.
And this one slightly on the shorter side and guided down to third man for a single. I think what I've enjoyed about Marit so far today is that he's hit the deck nice and hard, and any movement out of the surface so far he's managed to sort of extract. He's a tall lad, so bowling the ball nicely into the surface and getting a bit of bounce and a little bit of lateral movement of the seam.
I feel like Andrew's just not have enough strike. Like every time it's just he gets that one early, and then most of the strike is down to Christian Kind there. And as he lets that one go, and we have another extra here. I must say what's really concerning, Dom, is the amount of extras we've seen like over the first 3 days. Wide columns, no balls, not just on the games that we commentated, but in general at the week. The extra column has been really hurting teams. If you I watched the scorecard. I've seen the scorecard between SWD and Northern Cape yesterday as well. Extras were like well in the 30s for both teams. So it's just not acceptable from the young boys with the amount of extras we've seen.
Yeah, back of a length on this occasion. Again, a bit of extra bounce and left alone. Just move your mic with you because you're going loud, soft, and a well constructed over so far from Marit, so hopefully we might see the first short ball in this over as he runs into kind of short as wide, and it's cut straight to the man fielding at cover.
Yeah, I must say he's hit a good length here. I must say he's hit a good length in his first 3 overs there, Dom. We haven't seen him. Maybe there's a bit of width, but he hasn't been overpitched down the ground. He's hit a good length. I feel like I told you about a 4-day length. So I'm still waiting. I still think that he should use his bouncer. He's nice and tall, and look to just put the bat under pressure there with the ball moving past the nostrils.
Yeah, again we see Kind attempting to play a drive, and he's beaten on the inside. It's really nice to see is actually the amount of bounce on offer today. I think any seamer would love to see, as we see the keeper take that sort of around waist high. I mean, a few balls in the past couple of days, the keeper's been taking around shin height, so great to see something in it for the seamers today.
Yeah, but like you mentioned, that the weather is expected to reach about mid-30s. So I think once the wicket or so gets the amount of sun on, it will play better second innings. Do you feel that could be why the Northerns decided that they also wanted to bowl first?
Yeah, definitely. I think they are a side that it seems that they love to chase, and I think most importantly in terms of how the Sky Majola week is set up, they know exactly what is happening around the other grounds and what they need to do if they possibly need to win with a bonus point to qualify for the semi-final. It's full on this occasion, and he's hit it over long on for 6. Great show of authority from Christian Kind, and putting Darius Maritz under pressure over there.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Dom, we haven't seen him overpitched in the first 3 overs, and that one was the first one he's really overpitched, and it went the mile. I think nice clean hit there by Christian Kind as it sails way over the ropes there.
Yeah, and again, great sign of intent. He's sort of tried to implement the drive, and for the most part of the over, he's been on the slightly shorter side Maritz, and for the first time he overpitches and given the full treatment. So great sign of intent. That obviously taking the score to 31 without loss after 6 overs. So Free State of the first couple of overs finally getting into some sort of rhythm here, going at 5 and over.
Yeah, definitely a change in tempo in the last 2 overs. Last over went for 11, and the previous one also going. As we see a massive square drive there by Andrew as it beat cover point, and that's his first boundary in his innings.
Yeah, unfortunately, on this occasion from Fenter, overpitched and loads of width on offer. Any top order batter worth their salt is going to put that one away.
Just Fenter's last over, Dom. We've seen him get it over his head there, and Free State boys looking to put him under pressure. They've changed their tempo. Looking, as we've seen the score rate jump to 6 plus, as he has nicked running down to third man and it's 1 run. But I must say, Free State has definitely changed their tempo in the last 3 overs, where they were, as you mentioned, playing like 3 runs and over, and it's just jumped to 6 there. But it's just applying themselves at the wicket. That's the most important thing. They didn't just come out here and look to boss the game. They've applied themselves and gave themselves opportunity to score runs.
Yeah, and it's a great point you make, actually. They were a little bit more conservative, but again, I'm going to say it, this wicket's had a bit more on offer for the seamers this morning, so just sussing it out, and both of them have identified now that as soon as the ball's over pitch, they can sort of hit through the line. Short, wide, and cut past extra cover. Some work to do in the deep for long off. And it just goes for a single. And we actually failed to mention to our viewers that there was a change in field for Christian Kind. He's obviously lofted a couple over mid-off and extra cover, so they brought up the third man and pushed mid-off back onto the boundary. So the two men out in the deep were long off and the cover sweeper.
Yeah, and the good thing to see from the two of them, they nice clear loud calls and looking to put the fielders under pressure, and that's always a good sign that there's good communication between the two batters.
Full again and missed out on this occasion.
Yeah, that's probably same ball that he faced, his first ball that he put away for 4. I think trying to overheat there and not keeping his shape there, and that's why he missed out on that one outside off there.
Shorter on this occasion, a bit of width. And Mr. Molian just laughing to my right here. As you heard, maybe in the stump mic there, a few comments from the fielders showing their frustration.
Oh, and we have our first wicket there. And that's the end of Andrew as he plays all around it, off stump, out the ground, as Venter picks up his first wicket. As we see Volstead losing their first wicket, 37 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, as we have a look at this one again. And full on-off stump, and he sort of played all around that one. Very, very full, so quite surprised that he didn't make contact on that one, on that occasion. And with the fall of that wicket, it takes Volstead 37 for the loss of their first wicket. And for the first time today in comms, we have Mr. Eugene Molian.
Very good morning to you, Dom. Good morning, Aubrey. Yeah, I think he just played all around that one. Ball was down Piccadilly. He played Waterloo. It's fairly gun barrel straight this, and just looked like it was inside out, and then just missed it all together. Nah, can't do that. It's a full delivery. Look at where it hit the stumps, quarter of the way up. But yeah, I had a few chuckles there. There's only 2 men now that I know that says the word bumper. One is obviously Aubrey Swanepoel. The other one, Roger Telemarcus. Other men will say short ball or bouncer. Nah, the aggression of Aubrey and Roger will say bumper. It's got more of an effect. But yeah, good start here by Volstead. Christian Khan, he's a good player. Left-hander, 25, he'll play a few shots, and I think they just want to express themselves here. It hasn't been their week, but they feel, yeah, they can really do well. Aiden Dodd, man from Grey College now, also in. And again, this extras column is playing its part, Tom.
Yeah, discipline has not been at its greatest this week. I think the disappointing thing to see has actually been the noble count. The games that we've been streaming on this field, the Johan Volstead Oval, there have been at least 2 or 3 nobles in every single inning. So I think that's, for me, is the most disappointing thing. It's definitely controllable. Getting your front foot behind that line, and at a young age, you wanna make sure that you're keeping your foot behind the line.
Yeah, can't agree with you more. As fine leg is putting in the long yards to go from fine leg to third man. So there's no fine leg. There's only a man that is at long off. Nicely played on the up. Interesting field. Very interesting. I understand that Christian kind of hit the ball over the top a little bit, Dom. But there are ways and means to deal with that a little bit better than the field that you have. So you know it's going to be outside that off stump. And I spoke over the last 2 days about you left-handed just tucking one around the corner of the hip.
Yeah, and the problem with this field, so there's only 2 men on the leg side there. It's sort of a squarish mid-wicket and mid-on, is that you're going to unfortunately be a one-trick pony here. Can't really afford to straight too straight, and it takes out that short ball option that you mentioned sort of earlier.
And what we saw yesterday from the Titans, no one really bowled the short ball. They've got nobody in their team that they feel have the ability to bowl a ball with a little bit of heat around about the shoulder height. So they stuck to their guns about bowling full deliveries, and you can, as a batsman, also set yourself for it. You saw how aggressive the Western Province bowlers were yesterday. Oh dear. Well, I don't know where you start. Let's start with the no ball. Over steps again. Let's start with the ball down the leg side. No fine leg. 4 runs and a free hit coming.
Yeah, not the best execution of his skill on this occasion. So number one, not bowling to his field, and then I think most importantly, as we mentioned in the beginning of the overs, overstepping again and giving Christian Kind another free hit.
Yeah, this is the 3rd day that these boys are on the field. Obviously 1 or 2 will sit out, but we'll still be tallying on the bodies, going to bed, waking up, going through the warm-up routines. Well, the other thing is here, Dom, they can't change the field. So the men catching there behind, I don't know what they're there for, probably just to see and watch what happens with this free hit.
Yeah, they're more spectators for this particular delivery.
Christian Kind deciding now, listen, let me just charge him here.
Yeah, unfortunately on this occasion, he's actually given himself a bit too much room. Sort of preempting that he's going to try and possibly bowl it in and around off stump, and he's actually gone it slightly wide on this occasion, so missed opportunity there for Kind. And Eugene, another one to the extra column there. This is quite the lengthy over so far.
Well, let's have a look. Yeah, I know at the end of this over, let's have a look and see at that scorecard if we could. If our producer could get that up and just show us the amount of extras thus far, because it is tallying up. In the air, over the man, probably had a 4th slip. Was past him, no hands to it, through for 1. And already, Dom, we've had 5 wides in the space of 7.4 overs. And that is a big count, near almost an extra over already.
Yeah, 5 wides and the 2 no balls thus far, so 1 and over.
As well, yeah. Forgot about the no balls, yeah.
As we see Aiden Dodd taking guard here for the first time. Another left-hander, and as you mentioned, hails from Grey College. And both of these men from Grey College, so I'm sure these two have some sort of chemistry. I'm sure they've batted together over the last couple of years together.
Know every blade of grass on this pitch, I tell you. Fine leg is now in place, moved wide. So that means long off is back in the ring for Dodd to face up.
Yeah, and a bit of aggression on this occasion. He's dug in slightly shorter. Fended off to gully from Dodd.
The issue I think that the Titans going to have, and we saw this yesterday, bowling their overs in time. And this is only the 8th over, and we're already near 40 minutes into this innings. So if you equate that, that's 5 minutes per over. And you don't want to be sort of rushing yourself when the heat is on. You want to give yourself that time to think about things. I think he's fortunate to get away with that one. However, the umpire's kind to him there. 45 for 1. And I think that is what that conversation's about. Just the time. There we have it. Sander Venter, 1 for 21. Darius Maritz, 4 for 24. 5.25 and 6 runs to the over. But it is the extras column there. 2 no balls and 5 wides. They've already bowled an extra over, and I think that's good umpiring. Just informing the captain, listen, you're already behind the rate here.
Yeah, and they'll obviously be putting themselves under quite a bit of pressure to make up the time when the spinners come on. I always find it a bit unfair for the spinners that they've got to make the time up.
Man, I can't agree with you more. And even now, I mean, it's taken an age just to get the first ball bowled. Kind outside his crease. Driven down the ground. They're trying to run hard. It'll just be 1. Yeah, Dom and myself, we promise we're not going to talk much about the field placement. We're just going to tell the folks at home where the field is. So for this, on this occasion, no third man, no fine leg. There's 2 slips of gully. There's 4 men saving 1 on the offside. There's 2 men saving 1 on the on. So bowling to a 7-2 offside field with no one out.
The captain clearly backing his skills here, and hopefully he'll execute as best he can to the new man. Yeah, good intent shown from Dodd so far. Slightly overpitched on that occasion and driven beautifully. Some good body language that I've sort of picked up off screen from him so far.
They just feel at home. They look at home here. I saw them warming up. There were smiles going around. They didn't look like a team that lost 2 on the bounce. But that was a half volley. I'm already concerned here for the Titans in terms of time. The reason why I say that, we've already had 4 minutes of this over already, and there's still 3 balls to go. And I know I'm harping on it. The reason why is it plays such an integral part, especially at the back end of the innings, where the captain just want to have clear thoughts. He has to have the clarity of mind, where he wants to field, what the bowler wants to do. Beautiful, beautiful delivery outside that off stump. And you don't want to be rushed. I mean, you probably found yourself in that position a few times.
More than a few times. Unfortunately, at the Wanderers, we tend to be seam heavy in our 4-day game, so generally the spinners sort of only coming into the attack for the first time around the 40th or 50th over, so we on many occasions find ourselves 12 to 15 minutes down by the time our spinner comes into the attack.
That's a better length from Venter. Better length.
I do feel though at our sort of level, we are not shy to make it known if there is a glaringly obvious issue like time. So our analyst has, on more than one occasion, taken recce of how slow or how quick our seamers have bowled. So they are aware, and yeah, we've sort of put it out in the air to make them more aware of it.
Just the one off the over. Good over bowled by Fenter. 46 for 1. And it's funny that you mention it about, spinners can get through the overs a little bit quicker now. There's a spinner at our club there at Claremont. I'm not sure if he's listening, but Josh Breert, he takes forever to set his field. And then he tries to run through the over, and then he also stops for 1 ball or 2 balls, and then he goes back and then looks at his field. But he's done really well since his time coming into that Western Province team. As we're now going to have a change. It's going to be Johan Pretorius. Bowled nicely yesterday. Despite all the carnage that was happening here, he kept his line and length. He had a little bit of nibble, which was away from the right-hander. So he's coming around the wicket here. So he's going to try and just cram him up and bowl into the left hand. And the way the field's set, Dom, looks like that might be the plan.
Yeah, just off screen, we've seen a fine leg being put in place and a deep square leg who's about 10 to 15 behind square. So definitely looking like he is going to look to bowl on the straighter side.
Looks like they might want to move the side screen as well. If they do that, one of our cameramen might find himself in trouble. He's got the best view in the house. Look at that.
And again, from this rugby end, it looks like there is a bit of extra bounce. Johan Pretorius is not the tallest man in the Titans bowling attack, but standing up off a length there with this new ball.
Swanee, the groundsman, he has said that this was the better pitch, and it looked it. Even when it came here on day 1, it looked like an absolute belter of a wicket, and it had 2 more days to set in. Tom, I don't know from you, and I'm just thinking here and thinking out loud. Again, they're going without the third man. Wouldn't they be best bringing fine leg up? Because they've got protection of the deep square on the onside, and then they've got somebody on the offside. If it does get past that man, that solidly slip, which again we haven't seen any catches go there this week.
Yeah, it's been sort of the tale of the week. Teams have sort of carried slips for the vast majority of the first power play, and we haven't seen any dismissals sort of taken in the slip region.
Oh, it's a late call. That was a late call from Kind to Dodd. No harm done.
Yeah, I definitely think, as you mentioned, I do see a case for bringing that fine leg up, because from this angle, for the ball to go too fine leg, it has to be a rank ball going down the leg side. So the ball most likely not on this angle shouldn't be going there if you're hitting your straps.
And if you're bowling that line and length. And the thing I look at is the pace that Pretorius is bowling here. It's not outright quick, so it's not necessarily going to go down to fine leg where that fielder is. But if you can get it like this, there's the bounce again, fella. Try and hit that.
Yeah, very well bowled from Johan Pretorius.
I guess I can ask you, because Johan Pretorius is another one, and there's plenty of them. Bowls right-handed, bats left. Like something like you.
Yeah, something like myself.
Care to share? How did this come about? Surely you must have tried to bat right-handed at some stage.
Yeah, I did. So I'm right-handed dominant. So I sort of tried it out, but didn't feel natural. And I suppose the strange thing for myself actually growing up was when I played in the garden at my grand's house, I actually had a wall that blocked me on my left-hand side. So if I was batting left-handed, hitting a cover drive, I'd hit it into the wall. So it was actually the complete opposite. So yeah, a bit of a weird one as I am right-handed. So can't really explain it, to be honest.
No, I just don't understand it. Astral Prince is another one that's like that.
Another one is actually Bjorn Fortuin. So
Bjorn
bowls
Fortuin.
left arm spin, bats right-handed, but
he
is
throws.
throws right-handed and is right-hand dominant. So also a bit of a
Just too
puzzling one.
Too much going on there. That's the power play done and dusted. 47 for 1. And we're going to turn to spin.
Yeah, I for one am very happy to see spin on this early. I think everybody that sort of played on this field so far, they've only opted for spin after about the 15th to the 16th over. So really good to see the Titans getting spin into the attack nice and early.
And just a last word on that. Do you putt? Do you play golf left-handed?
I play golf right-handed, but I putt left-handed.
Astral Prince all over again. Same. Plays golf right-handed, putts left.
Dieter Bocho Schauke into the attack. Right arm off spinner.
The dots are piling up for Aiden Dodd, but not for Christian Khan as he lofts that majestically straight over the top. Papers it is, and that brings up the 50 for Free State.
Yeah, great shot of intent. Dances down the wicket, slightly overpitched, and gives it the full treatment straight into the side screen. Interestingly enough, after that delivery, now they are sending the long off back. So pressure immediately on Khaya.
Again, we're talking about the field set after the power play. It has been the story of this week so far, and we're only in day 3. And Dom, it's not often you see a field like this. And the reason why I'm saying that is only 3 men on the onside, and they are all in front of square. Mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and long on.
Yeah, very interesting field set, and sort of, if he gets it too straight, he's going to be under massive pressure because it's almost like a free hit for the left-handers.
It's not even that. I mean, any ball he can just paddle around the corner. No risk to it at all. Misfield by the captain. They're going to come through for 2. Excellent running from Dodd. Eleven gone. 53 without 53 for 1, I should say. Aiden Dodd, he's still to get off the mark. But if he can stay there with Christian Khan just to get him through this, 16-year-old Aiden Dodd. So maybe this is the first of maybe possibly 2 Majola weeks for him. So they're going to try and apply a lot of pressure here on Dodd. So Ringfield. Just getting his line wrong there, and eventually Aiden Dodd gets off the mark off the 11th delivery. You can see the difference. I know Aubrey spoke about Fenter's action. There you can see the difference from Pretorius, and it is basically that they deliver the ball when that front foot lands. They're going to come through for another single. Safe as houses. Oh, and a little bit of a hip. Just holding his hip area there is Christian Kano. He's back.
Yeah, his lower back. Again, 5 days of cricket in a row, so day 3 today, and might be the bed, or just might be a bit of stiffness from the previous 2 days. Beautifully side on and a nicely braced front leg from Vian Pretorius.
And that, I like it. I could never do that with his left arm. And they're going to come through again for another single. That left arm really driving through, and then it just trying to generate that pace. It sort of comes back over the top. Khaya Matini, he was great at that. But I know you were talking about actions and so forth, about Fenta, and talking about bowling off the wrong feet, and it's basically bowling the delivery before that front foot actually lands. And you can see here with Pretorius, the front foot lands, and that generates a little bit more pace. Why? Because you actually get a very stronger base.
Yeah, and your hips get the opportunity to drive nicely. The hips are, for those of you that don't know, generate a lot of power in the body.
Yeah, 100%. There's always these fellas, this height, that always get a lovely braced leg and they come over it nicely. I mean, when I started watching cricket, I obviously watched people like Alan Donald, who everybody wanted to copy his action. Like lightning, as he was referred to. Tell you what, he still looks in good shape whenever you boys come down to the Cape there, and we get a chance to talk to the coaches. And great to see him part of your coaching staff.
Yeah, he's in really good shape. Staying nice and fit for his golf. A man well obsessed with golf.
And you also have Garner Kruger there as well. And then John T. Rhodes. What a man.
I think you're missing one there too, Hashim Amla.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like, I didn't want to go through the list, Dom. I thought, listen, let me just be sparingly on you as over 12 comes to an end. Another tidy over from Vian Pretorius.
Yeah, I will say this. We are very, very fortunate up in the Highveld. Our CEO, John O'Leaf-Wright, has actually done a phenomenal job to, number one, recruit really well with our coaching staff and just give us almost whatever we need to perform at a high level.
Yeah, now I'm just, whenever I look at it and whenever I see the Lions, I'm in awe of the amount of experience that you guys have off the field that can sort of relate to you guys on the field and allowing you guys just to play. And I think that's great. And I mean, he's done a lot of work there as your CEO, and it's good to see for the domestic game. Chauke to continue. He's going to bowl to the young Dodd. And I think he's should just try and get the strike, but you can see what the Titans are trying to do. Starve him from any singles.
Go.
Well, you can't starve any singles there. That is drifted. Save your legs, fellas. That's gone for 4. Save your legs.
Yeah, again, as I mentioned last over, as soon as the ball's drifting down the leg side, you just need to get any bat on it, and this field is absolute blitz, so easy pickings for boundary. Interestingly enough, just before that delivery was bowled, one of the fielders that were at cover moved over to, I would say, more of a square leg, sort of just behind the umpire or just next to the umpire.
Yeah, still an option for the lap around the corner. We haven't seen any prodigious turn as yet. What we have seen is these two batters opting to play that off the back foot and just punch it through the offside. Comes through for another single. That leaves Christian Kind with 3 balls in this over. He's on 39. Still struggling with that back there. And I have to keep an eye on that. Drinks are about 10 minutes away. Unlike the Lions, when you're on comms, nothing really happens, Dom, when the Titans are playing and you here. Just the 1 wicket so far from you.
This one slapped up the ground. Bit of a misfield. But no damage done, only the single. Yeah, I got a bit of stick from the Lions under 19 coach Nawab Ahmed. He said whenever I'm in comms, everything's sort of going wrong for them.
Well, after this delivery, it will be the local hero, Aubrey Swanepoel, that's going to come in and see how he can take matters forward here for Free State. As Dom is going to go and have a break. 62 for one of the 13. Good start this for the Free State boys. As I said, lost the first 2 days. Lost the first 2 days, and they definitely don't look aside like they have. Very good morning to you, Aubrey.
Good morning, Eugene. Nice to be on comms with you. Nice to see the Free State boys finding themselves at 62 for the loss of only 1 wicket. I'm sure day 1 and 2, at the first drinks break, they were more or less 3 down, 4 down. So it's nice to see there's a bit more stability from the top half of the batting order.
I think they batted really nicely. They batted really maturely. Christian Kind has gone about his business. 40 or 49. They lost 1 wicket. Aiden Dodds is finding his feet here a little bit, and this all bodes well. And it just looks a day that says to me it's going to be a high-scoring day.
Yeah, I think Christian Kind's played really well here, finding himself 40 or 50 balls, and that's a bit of foundation laid there from the young boy. Strike rates up in the high 80s there, so that's quite ideal for a top order batter, opening batter for Free State, as we've seen them not really getting the big scores this week. And so it will be very important that someone like Christian Kind bats majority of the overs for them, and he can then boss the game in the middle if you can. But the frustrating thing for Free State here is it keeps pinching at the lower back of him. Hopefully at the next drinks break they can have a monitor at the back.
Excellent bit of fielding. Excellent bit of fielding there at mid-wicket. That's our man, Semenya. Bowled nicely yesterday, but then I thought they just needed somebody to bowl at the back, and they threw the ball to him, and I thought just with the way he bowls, I thought it was easy pickings for Western Province. This is a nicely constructed over here for the Titans. Trying to keep Christian Kind quiet. Now they send the sweeper. Oh, lessons are learned here, Aubrey.
Yeah, day 1 and day 2 we've seen teams not preferring that sweeper. They're rather taking... And we've seen teams get punished on ball 5 and ball 6 where the boundary would come just because not having the sweepers. But this is a great line and length that Pretorius is running. It just hits off stump, back of a length, and it's been quite difficult for Dodd and Christian Kind to just keep the scoreboard rotate. The one thing I want to ask you, Eugene, is we've seen cricket now for 2 days at this venue, and the one thing the teams tend to have is over 12, 13 and 14, they still have that slip there, and we haven't seen anything really go to slip this week.
No, we haven't. And just speaking to Dom there, I think they could best serve just sending that man to third man, which is not in place there. It's just seen Christian Kind just hobble his way over as he tried to get into the make his ground there at the non-strikers end. Yeah, it's something that, as I said to Dom when I came on, I'm not going to sort of hop on too much about it because I'll just say how they are doing things out there. What an over. Just a single from Vian Pretorius. He's now bowled 3 overs for 5 runs. Keeping it nice and tight here for the Titans. 63 for 1 after 14.
Yeah, he's brought the run rate down there nicely for the Titans. Free State was batting at mid-5, 5.5s there. And since he's come into the attack, there's been a decrease in the run rate. Has dropped to just under 4.3s there, which means he's running and hitting a good length.
There's the mace, which we hold after winning that Test Championship there in England in Lords against Australia. And what a feat that was by our Proteas. And a few of the crowd that's come in to support the locals here.
Yeah, I think weather permitting, it was going to be a good day to come and watch cricket. So we have the local guys here. Free State taking on the Titans as Christian Kine hits that one into the cover sweeper there. But it's a great day for Free State to come and support their boys. I think they will need every support they can find to find their way back into this competition.
I think the drinks break can't come too soon for Christian Kine. Struggling just to really get through the shot there. He's just got his hands through at that time and then amble across for that single. Again, that preferred punch off the back foot.
Yeah, and you can see there was just a change in field there now to Dodd. Cover sweepers come back up there now. If you can see, they only have 2 guys outside here, so still looking to put the pressure on the Free State batters as Dot's struggling to just find a bit of rhythm here.
Yeah, he knows as well. His partner's not able to run as quickly as he can at this stage. So if he's going to be a single, it's going to be when he hits the ball hard in a gap or if he punches it down the ground for 1. So, I think the Titans have read this smartly. I think we've been maybe overcritical at times about fields and the teams and their fields. They said, I think this is good from the Titans today.
Yeah, one thing I can say is that the Titans won the over there, and that's why we've seen a field change there. 5 guys outside the ring, and allows Aiden Dodd just to hit that one down the ground for 1. Where that guy would have been up, that could have maybe been 4, but good cricket awareness from the Titans and the leadership group on the field, spreading the field after they won the over there and only conceding 1 run.
No, this is good. As I said, probably have been overcritical about how teams have gone about the field setting, but this is much better from the captains under Fenton and the Titans.
As Chaka finishes over there we have great fielding, and I must say, Eugene, just watching schoolboy cricket for 2 days, the amount of times they hit the stumps direct here has been unbelievable.
Yeah, they do hit the stumps a lot. So, looks like we're going to have 1 more over. 15 gone. 65 for 1. That was an exceptional bit of fielding there at mid-wicket. And you can just see, normally Christian Khan would still run on that one. And he's just struggling. And I think he just want to bide his time here. This partnership worth 28. And I think for Aiden Dodd, it's important not to give it away. He's faced 21 balls. The longer he bats, he can get those dot balls back. That's why we always see it.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's familiar of playing at this field. He's a Grey boy, and I'm sure the coaches at Grey has probably spoken to him that if he takes it deep, I'm sure he's capable of catching up there to that strike rate where it's below 50 now. And a couple of good shots there, and he finds himself having to run a ball nearly, and so he just needs to buy his time, recalculate that drinks, and then look to play well in the middle.
This fella here, Pretorius, has just run up around the wicket to these left-handers, hit the line and length. It's a tricky one, this, for the batsman, because yes, they want to sort of line him up. They know where it's going to go more often, but they also know there's a drinks break. Or so we hope they know there's a drinks break, so you don't want to give it away. I know a few coaches that if you get out at drinks, they would really not talk to you for a few overs.
Yeah,
got to be mindful.
I think as a coach, you would know about it. Danger periods is about just 2 overs before drinks, and the 2 overs after drinks is normally danger periods for the batting team. So I think it's important that the Free State boys just know about those danger periods and look to just absorb the pressure that the Titans boys are giving them at the moment. So Christian Kind, he's been he's faced majority of the balls here. So it's important that he goes over and have a good chat there with young Aiden Dodd and just find them way that they don't lose any wickets to the drinks break.
Nicely played on. There's that vacant third man. That's going to be 4. That's easy pickings for any left-hander, for any batsman. If there's no third man, just use the pace, open the face, and down it roll for 4.
Yeah, coach's nightmare. We've been asking for the third man fielder to be placed there with carrying that slip you've mentioned in the previous over. But probably the first bad ball we've seen there from young Pretorius, giving Aiden Dodd a bit of worth and a free scoring shot there, just leaning on that one and getting a boundary for him there.
I don't think even it was a bad ball. I just think the batter was just good at that, I think. So I'm going to give kudos to the batter. He's back on that foolish length. A lot of chat out there. A lot of chat. Seen the sweeper out, and I mean, to me, it just looks like there was a lot of chat about this.
Yeah, I'm sure that the coaches has spoken about this to their captains, and I'm sure they have a leadership group on the field, and that's why they emphasize that the last 2 balls rather protect the boundary, and that's good cricket awareness, I think, and you can always then find your way winning that over where you would normally see overs go for 5 or 6 runs and over. This one's now at 4 runs. They conceded this over, which is a good cricket awareness, and that will actually help them move in their game from schoolboy cricket to tertiary cricket and just cricket awareness.
1 ball to go to the drinks break. 69 for 1. This is a dot ball. I think Titans will still be very happy with their first session here.
I just remember speaking to you on day 1 with the Lions as we have a drinks break there, and Free State boys are 69 for 1 of the 16 overs. I remember speaking to you about young Seister when he approached his innings. All he did was he just came in and he showed good intent. And I think that's what Free State need now, just to get their run rate and momentum back on their side, as we've seen a decrease in their run rate achieved there during the last 6 overs. We just need someone to have a chat to the Free State boys and come out and show a bit intent, drop and run. They don't need to just hit every ball for a boundary. Just drop and run and put the fielding team under pressure and build momentum into their innings.
Yeah, and we're going to take a short break now at drinks. Join us in a few moments where we'll resume this innings of Free State. Well, drinks have come and gone, and just had a little bit of a look and see how things were going. So when that first wicket fell at the end of the 7th over, Volstead were 37 for 1. They're now 69 for 1, so 32 runs scored in the next 9 overs. Just shows how that scoring rate has dropped. And that is something that Volstead just need to be mindful of. Yes, they want to have wickets in hand, but they also got to get the scoreboard moving in a positive direction.
Yeah, if you just look at that, Eugene, the 4 overs and the 3 overs from Chaka and Pretorius only conceded one went for 14 and the other one went for, I think, 7. So that's just showing the pressure that the two bowlers are putting on the Free State batters. And it's going to be important that the Free State guys play well in the next half of the innings. As we've gone now in 16 overs bowled, Free State, I think, going to be facing a lot of spin from the one side. And we haven't seen Free State really looking to put the Chaka under pressure. He's bowled wicket to wicket, and he's only went for the one boundary that Dodd got to sweep him, just beating short 45, and it's gone for 4 there. As Chuck comes on there to Christian Kine, and we have a dot again.
Wonder what they're going to do. Wonder how they're going to approach this. It's something that they have to be aware. They just need to keep it going. Glad to see Christian Kine still out there. Still not moving as freely as you would have liked. But they know the importance of keeping that fella out there.
Yeah, I think as we can see, 70 runs scored there from Free State, and he scored bulk of that runs as he has 43 of 58 balls. But Chuck's bowled really well there, having 3.2, 0 for 15, and it just showed the pressure that the two bowlers are building here. And normally as a coach or as a captain, you want pressure from both sides, and you can definitely see it's been applied from both sides.
Chaka as well doing his bit. Busy with his 4th over. Dodd really needs to just get the scoreboard moving in a positive direction.
Yeah, as you've seen the cover sweeper come in there for Dodd again, as he hits that one down the ground for 1. I still feel they can still look to run a bit better, even though we've seen Christian Kine hold on to his back a bit. I still feel that the running has just been not as good as we've seen the first 2 days.
These day 3, maybe a little bit of fatigue, as I said earlier.
Definitely day 3 fatigue. But like Dom mentioned earlier, it's the moving day, and it's, I think, the most important day of the week, I think, for Free State, as they haven't played their best cricket in the first 2 days. So we need, as we mentioned, that them to get a competitive score and look to put teams under pressure.
Yeah, just looking at the table. Let's see this delivery first. Yeah, it's probably difficult for them to get into the prize semi-final, so to speak. However, they want to get a good victory because there is still the promotion relegation battle that you don't want to be involved with.
And yeah, we're speaking of school cricket, Eugene. It's the promotion relegation. It's at the domestic level as well, and we've seen our teams feel under pressure with playing those promotion relegation games.
17 gone, 72 for 1. Kine, he's on 44. Aiden Dodd, he is on 13. Partnership worth 35. Vihan Pretorius is going to continue.
Yeah, I would definitely not want the captain to be taking the ball out of my hand. If I was Vihan Pretorius, he's bowled a serious spell here for the Titans, as we've seen slip drops to that vacant third man, which is what we've been asking for.
Yeah, umpire not happy that the fielder was still moving, gesturing to him. Still being very miserly here. He's His mode of attack has been very, very good. Pretorius, busy with his 5th over. As just a reminder that these boys, seaming-wise, if you're a seamer, you can only bowl spells of 6 overs.
Yeah, he's definitely taken his opportunity here to restrict Free State from scoring freely. He's bowled 4.1, only conceding 9 runs. As we've seen Christian Kine loft that one onto the mid-off region there. Great fielding there from the young boy, preventing a boundary.
Fielding has been good as well from the Titans. Better than yesterday. However, I'm always curious after the first hour and a half how the fielding goes and are the energy still high. It's all about energy. It's all about attitude. How you can keep that for the duration of your 50 overs. It's all good and well for the first 20 overs. People bustling around, but fatigue does set in.
Yeah, the good thing is we're still here in the stump, Mike Stump, oohs and ahs. As we've seen, a big shout there to Aiden Dodd, as we'll be watching the umpire here to see if it's leg byes or if he got some bat onto it. And there's definitely no sign from the umpire. Inside Ed might have saved him there, Eugene.
Well, a double teapot was out there from Pretorius. He thought he had his man. Asking the question as well. Full delivery.
From up here where we are, Eugene, that looks quite closer than what we thought in the beginning there.
Well, the umpire gave it as run, so we won't call on the snicko they're using in Australia for this one.
As Aiden hits that one to the cover and misfield there at extra cover, conceding 1 run there. And he was just praising the fielding there, and we've had that commentator's curse again.
Okay, you can jot me down for that one. Let's see who has the most commentator's curse throughout this day between the 3 of us. If you want to go there, I'm on 1 for now. You okay with that?
But according to Dom, he only has a commentating curse when the Lions are playing.
Just wait and see. Again, full delivery, squeeze onto the onside. Very easy. You just need to lead the Dom in a direction. Just guide him. Just Dom, say something nice. Say something nice, Dom.
Yeah, I remember yesterday. Ruben Van Sale was on 90 there, and Dom was on there, and then we had the run out as well. Dom was like, that could have been his 100, and then we had the run out there. So it's going to be interesting to see Dom now that you mentioned between the 3 of us, who has those commentating problems.
It wouldn't be a problem. I mean, we've got no effect on what happens out there. Over number 18 comes to an end. 7-8 for 1. We've got nothing. They can't even hear us.
Yeah, very true, very true. As you see, Christian Kine moves on to 46 of 62 balls, as he is the most important anchor in this Free State team now, as they need him to bat. As we mentioned, both of us, that we need him to bat bulk of the overs, as he's 46 from 62 with Aiden Dodd on 17 of 33. As we've seen Free State just ambling along after drinks. The run rate has picked up a bit after drinks now, as their partnership moves to 41.
Well, made a note earlier. 800 so far this week. When they scored those 15 tons in 2016, I'm led to believe that it was the driest summer here in Bloem, which means that the wickets were probably flat as anything. People were hitting the ball all around. So after 2 days, 8 tons, I think that's 15. Oh, he's managed to just take out the lob wedge and chip it over mid-wicket. It's just a single.
Yeah, it just looks like after drinks they've had a chat with Aiden Dodd, looking just to get a kickstart to his innings, as he has 17 of 33 now. Coaches probably want him just to pick up that strike rate a little bit and play more of a supporting role of Christian Kine, which find himself trying to do that on over extra cover. As we've seen a bit of spin first time for the morning here, Eugene.
Yeah, that was fairly wide. Just threw the hands at it and then just grabs his back yet again. Maybe just a little bit of spasm in that. But this was really tossed up. Great work behind the stumps there from Van Zyl. Well, that foot is anchored. Anchored. It's in the air.
No!
Long off just couldn't get there.
Yeah, it just looks like Sharky's just slowed his pace a bit now to both batters. And that's why we've seen a bit more spin that in his first 4 overs. He's turned down the pace and giving the ball a bit more air, inviting the drive. As we've seen, Christian Khaya nearly played a false shot there. We just need Aiden Dot to maybe look to hit the ball, beat the sweepers, and find a bit more emphasis to this innings, because he's just looking to survive and not really look to score here, and that's maybe just going to put a little pressure on Christian Khaya. We just need him to really try hit the ball off the to beat the sweepers.
Yeah, that's what he needs. Just a few scores happening around this week as well. Western Province playing Boland. Bit of a derby there. Boland 97 for 4 currently against Western Province. The Dolphins versus the Lions, 59 for 1. Dolphins batting first there against the Lions. Very important game, that one. Eastern Province in a bit of trouble, 66 for 4 against the Tuskers. That's a very important game. And then the invitation side, who has been doing oh so well over the last 2 days, find themselves 75 for 4 against Northwest. That's a top of the table clash in that pool. Eastern Cape 82 for 2 against the Popo Impalas. And the Eastern Storms are 75 for 3 versus the Garden Route Badgers. And then Mpumalanga 69 for 3. Well, where's your loyalties there? Mpumalanga playing Northern Cape.
My loyalty probably it's going to be 50-50 there, because it's hard to decide on that one now. But heart's ease going Northern Cape way. But where I'm playing my cricket at the moment is at the Rhinos. So I have to go 50-50 there, Eugene. You can't put me under pressure this early in the morning.
People are listening to you, Aubrey. He's well and truly on that fence. Well and truly. I think you deserve 3 commentators' curses there for that one.
I'm supporting Free State here today. Yeah, as we see Pretorius coming on, still doing a job here from the rugby side in. Just keeping it simple. Off stump line. As we've seen another dot ball there.
Well, I think Mr. Hendricks is sharpening his tools for you, so when he's going to come on at the end of this over and ask you maybe the exact same one. So I'm just preparing yourself, Aubrey. Get your ducks in a row there. Get them lined up.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that Christian Khaya looks for the boundary and get himself to that famous landmark here. He's 3 runs away.
Field spread. Well, there's definitely been a chat here because we haven't seen this over the last 2 days. So Fine comes up, sweep on the offside, long off in place as well. And then they're going to come through for a single. That's good cricket from batters, and I think that's still good from the Titans.
Yeah, I hope that the back spasms is a bit eased out of Christian Khaya's lower back there, as we've seen him moving a bit freely than what he was just before drinks. But coming to the point of Aiden Dodd there having 18 of 37, that's almost 50% strike rate there, and 20 overs gone. So I think just like we've been asking from up here, is just that he looks to just find a way to tuck the ball into the pockets and run hard.
You can't be unhappy about that as a bowler. I know he's just been steered down to third man, but he looks so unhappy that he conceded that single. But for me, he shouldn't be unhappy with that at all. Hey, he's busy. This will probably be his final over. This will be his final ball of his spell. He's bowled nicely. He's brought a lot of control here for Zander Venter and the Titans.
Yeah, he's done really a great job. I think captain couldn't have asked for a better job in the middle period here. Only going at 4 runs and over here, which is ideal there as he ends that over there with another dot, loads of dots there. As we having a change in commentary, we'll see Dom Hendricks joining me, and we'll say thanks to Eugene. Welcome back, Dom. Hope you had a good coffee drink.
Yeah, I did. I just actually want to ask you, how strong is that fence that you're currently sitting on?
I have to say, Dom, that fence was built by the Great Wall of China. Yeah, as we see, young Chucky comes on for his 6th over, 0 for 19. As Aiden Dodd hits that one over extra cover. Will it go all the way? It's a great cricket shot there for the 6 as Aiden Dodd have his first maximum of the day. That's what we needed here. We've been asking him just to change his tempo, but as he lofted that one over extra cover for 6, Dom.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Aiden Dodd. That also brings up the 50-run partnership between these two. These two have batted really, really well together. It's a great shot. I mean, inherently no risk there, as the whole offside fills up, and there's not a great deal of turn on offer today.
Yeah, that's the first shot that Aiden really looks to show a bit more intent. We just need him there to anchor the innings a little bit more. I mean, it's a play more support role as Christian Kyne's moved on to 48. We've seen him now look to hit that first ball for 6. And it's just putting on your coaching hat here, Dom. You'd actually just want him, once you've got that 6, to find himself on the non-striker again, and then they can find a way to rotate more. Because the rotating game hasn't been that great between the two of them.
Yeah, we see a slight change in the field here, so long off going back. So this might give him that opportunity to get off strike a bit more often.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it's the one down the ground for 1. As Christian Kyne finds himself 48 from 69 balls. And he's played a great role here for Free State boys, as he scored bulk of their runs here. He's faced majority of the overs as well. So Free State coaching staff needs him to just take this game a bit deeper, as you want him probably to bat another 20 to 30 as he hits that one down the ground. Hard running from the two of them, and only 1 run.
Yeah, and that brings to a close the 21st over. Takes the score to 90 for the loss of 1. And what I actually wanted to say is I'm quite surprised the way these two have played the off spinner. I mean, it hasn't really spun a great deal, and they haven't really sort of got down the wicket, even if it is just to knock the ball up the ground. Because what it does is it actually allows the batters to sort of change the length up from the spinner. So playing him from the crease means that they're just sort of playing from the same position all the time. So possibly something for them to think about going forward.
Yeah, we haven't looked. They haven't also looked to sweep him. Everything has looked to be down the ground. They haven't looked to play the paddle, late cut here and there, and just manipulate the field. I think it was just looking. They could only score one or two ways, which is down the ground, which is not a bad ploy to have. But I just think making your game move from strength to strength is finding a way to manipulate the field.
Yeah, we have a change from the rugby end. We have Kimogetswe Semenya, who's into the attack, opting to go right arm around the wicket to Christian Kyne. And he did a pretty decent job yesterday from the Unisi end. He had the keeper up and sort of bowled wicket to wicket.
Once again, he's only have one guy out on the leg side, and that's fine leg. Everybody up on leg side means probably going to look to bowl a bit wider than what we've had from Pretorius in the last 4 or 5 overs. With Pretorius came and he had most of his fielders on the leg side and looked to hit on off stump. Just most of his fielders are on the off side. As we've seen, Christian Kine looked to punch that one on the back foot. Couldn't beat the fielder straight to cover.
Yeah, everything with this field sort of suggesting that he is going to be bowling outside off stump. We've got a long off for cover sweeper and a third man in place on the offside, so going to be full, going to be slightly outside off stump.
As Christian Kine has a big wolf straight to mid on there as he finds himself on 49.
Now that takes him to 50. Yeah, that brings up 50 for Christian Kine. Very well played innings so far today.
Yeah, that's the first 50 in the Free State team this week, Dom. And he's find himself there in for 21 overs now. The most important thing is once you get to that landmark, is not to give it up now. We've seen 800s already this week. I'm sure for himself and then for the team's sake, he would want to continue his way on here to try to triple figures.
Yeah, absolutely. I think big thing is for the next sort of 10 to 15 balls, just carry on as you were, and then you can look to sort of possibly change gears again if you need to. The worst thing that could happen now is get to 50 and get out. It's not what the team needs at this point, so still got plenty of work to do with 28 overs still to be bowled.
As we see a play and miss there from Christian Kine. Just feels like the last couple of balls he's tried to overheat the ball, and where he started his innings it was just like manipulating the field and hitting in his scoring zones, where now it's just maybe overheating the ball. As we see a field change as fine leg comes up and deep and long off goes back there.
That dot ball brings to a close the 22nd over. Scored 92.
We need sweeper.
Yeah, as we've seen in the previous over, Christian Kine bringing up that 50 there. Well played 50 for the young boy. As we see Dot in the previous over looked to hit the first ball, and the first ball, this one, is straight to the bowler.
Yeah, what I'd love to see him do here is again run down the wicket, because they haven't really used their feet a hell of a lot, and create a single for himself.
As the bowler drops that one a bit short, batter feels like he missed out on that one. But oohs and ahs there if you hear in the stump mic. Felt like he could have put that one away.
And just off shot there, as you can see, long off actually going back now on this occasion. So 3 dot balls so far this over. Make that 4. Great over so far from Shauke.
Yeah, like I mentioned, they just didn't find a way to find a option of rotating. Everything was just like exactly like that shot, Dom, down the ground, where if he looks to maybe like paddle that, he'll get 2, or if you mention like run down the wicket and manipulate the field, that's what we think makes him move his strike rate from where it's at the moment. He can just find a bit more emphasis into his innings.
Great over from Titebogo Shauke. Only going for the single in that over. So pressure back onto the Free State batters here. Score 93 for the loss of 1 after 23 overs.
Yeah, I remember when I think in the first 10 overs the strike rate, the run rate achieved was about 5 plus, and we've just seen the last 13 overs that the run rate has dropped to like 4.2, 4.1, and that means the Titans boys are built really well and stuck to their plans, didn't look to overthink, and you could see that the run rate dropping because of clear plans from the bowlers and the captain.
Yeah, I've got to give the Titans credit. They've kept it. Their plans have been simple, clear, and concise. So, really happy for the Titans. They've executed it really well, and as you mentioned, brought that rate down.
As Semenya comes to dot, it's a down the ground, no run. It would just be interesting to see the dot balls bowled today already, Dom, because I think the dot counts will be quite high. There've been a couple of boundaries, and but I think they've just had that boundaries, and then they don't have that dot, the ones and twos between that. It'll either just be a boundary or a dot.
Yeah, I agree. The dot ball count would be quite high. These two not really striking in the high 80s or 90s. They sort of going in the 70s, 60s and 70s. So dot ball count is quite high, and just begs the question: could they maybe try to impose themselves a bit more, like use their feet, not necessarily run down the wicket recklessly?
Yeah, just from outside commentary here, Eugene's just give us some information that there's been quite 90 plus dots already, and that is a very high stat that you have, Dom.
Yeah, generally in 50 over games, to give you some insight into professional cricket, you're looking at about 150 dot balls, so half the innings sort of dot balls, and I think a big KPI generally is between overs 11 and 40, who can win the dot ball count, so who can bowl the most. And as a batting side, as we see this one flicked high, has it gone all the way? No, it's just plugged into the outfield, just chipped it for 2. So first time is straight, and my apologies, Aiden Dodd has looked to take him on. Again, just the 2 men in the ring on the leg side with a fine leg back. But we do see a change in the field now, finally coming up, and the captain sending himself down to long on. Yeah, as I was saying, as a batting side, you want to sort of face as little dot balls as possible. As we see this one driven through the offside, just for the single. And just going on what I was saying, it's sometimes what you need to do to sort of decrease that dot ball count is just maybe change your guard a bit, maybe look to bat a bit deeper, the odd ball, maybe come down the wicket, just depending on how it's playing. And it looks like the wicket is playing pretty well, so you don't really feel threatened that Semenya is going to bounce you. So I would be thinking to maybe possibly just walk at him here, even if you set nice and early.
As Christian Khaya needs that one down the ground for only 1 run, as Madoff of long on and long off his back. But it's good observation there from you, man. I think it's good masterclass there. It's just inside, as our opening batter would think, how to rotate and how to just find yourself at the non-striker, Dom. And you've played enough one-day games around there, and it's good observation that you're saying you are thinking about walking down the wicket and just tucking it in there, or batting deep in your crease, changing your length, and maybe allows the batter just to play more freely if you're looking to think outside the box a bit more.
Yeah, and I think that the most noticeable thing from both of these two is that much like they've played the spinner, they've sort of just played him from the crease. So how are you going to change the length that the bowler is going to bowl if you're going to be batting from the same, or you're making contact with the ball at the same place every single time? So with it not turning, I would think that either they should be running down the wicket, or like you mentioned, possibly sweeping and reverse sweeping, because that does change the length that a bowler tends to bowl.
Yeah, as we've seen, Chow comes up for his 8th over as Christian Kine splits the extra cover.
Dive in vain on the fence over there, and it brings up another boundary to the Free State boys, and that takes their score to 100, coming up in the 24th over. Just the loss of 1 wicket so far. Again, that gap at extra cover is quite big, so if he misses out, if the bowler gets it slightly wrong, should be relatively easy pickings for the left-handers.
Yeah, just as Chowks drops that one a bit short, Christian Kine rocks up back on the back foot and he chips it over mid-wicket and he finds it back-to-back boundaries. Good intent now here from the Free State boys as their score moves on to 105 for the loss of 1 after 24.2. But it's just good manipulating of the field there, Dom. I was just not happy with them kept looking to hit the ball down the ground, and now they're looking to at least find a bit more pockets.
Yeah, this one slightly short again and pulled down the ground. They come back for 2, so it's quite a bit of work for Long On to do. Yeah, and I'm actually quite surprised that Shauke has actually bowled slightly short of this over. He's been really, really good at bowling that slightly fuller length so far today. So maybe just a bit of fatigue setting in. Again, this is the 3rd day, so...
Yeah, he's bowled a long spell here. 7.3 overs on the trot. Takes a big effort from the young boy. As he's just looked to fire those one into there and the batters are running hard. Couldn't get that second run. But a good over for Free State this far as they find themselves having 11 of 4 balls, which is probably one of the highest overs in the game besides the one we've seen earlier there where Christian Kine hit the 6 and the 4 back-to-back. And that over went for 11 and this one's finding himself on 11 as well. As Aiden Dot hit that one down the ground. A good over for Free State here, Dom. As we see, there's just been a bit more emphasis between the two batters.
Yeah, great over so far. This partnership growing quite nicely, sitting currently at 72. So ticking along nicely. Free State would want us to get into the hundreds, and that would put some pressure back on the Titans because, again, as we've seen it all week thus far, it's quite a difficult surface to sort of take wickets on. You sort of have to try and build pressure by creating dots and then forcing a sort of bad shot out of the batters more than some of the other surfaces where there's been a bit more assistance. I mean, like we mentioned earlier, the game against Free State against Boland, there were 17 wickets falling in the space of 40 odd overs, so it's been a good surface again.
Yeah, one thing we can say about the wicket at where we're commentating, Dom, is that there's been a couple of fifers around in the tournament, but nothing has been at this venue. Just show that the wicket has always favoured the batters.
Yeah, this is as a batter, you'd want to play on these every single day if you could.
As Dot goes down the ground, and Lucky couldn't beat mid on there, so good quick movement there left and prevent the run. But I must say the wicket at the Grey Oval has been really good. I think scores is quite high. They won yesterday. You see 300, and Free State are finding themselves now 109 for 1 off as we find the halfway mark.
Scampered through for a quick single, but made his ground quite comfortably. As we see a misfield by the keeper, but no damage done. Yeah, Free State are nicely poised here, halfway through the innings, currently on 110. So my question to you would be, if you were in this position, what is sort of looking like a par score, and what do you think a competitive score would be on the surface?
Yeah, I think just thinking how the wicket's played, I think the next 25 Free State's going to have to get their run rate up a bit higher than what we've seen at 4. As we see Christian Kine goes down the ground, 1-2 bounces to the fielder. But as you mentioned, Dom, I think Free State are looking to get to that 250 plus mark, which I feel is maybe going to be par on the wicket. If they get to 270 plus, will be a very competitive score. But is it as may, I think Free State are still going to need that someone in the top 3, top 4 going to have to bat really well and really deep for them. Oh, as we've seen, a late cut there from Aiden Dodd, but great fielding by backward point, preventing definitely a boundary there, Dom.
Yeah, great piece of work for the man at backward point. Had a bit of ground to cover to his right. Yeah, I think 250 would be par, but with 9 men in the shed still to come, if this partnership can grow and bat for another 10 overs, this one's driven up the ground just for a single. Yeah, if this partnership can bat for another 10 overs, sort of get them to that 35 over mark, it's giving the rest of the men coming in a good license to come in and attack, especially that latter end. We saw yesterday, the last 10 overs, that Western Province batters coming in, they were sort of poised nicely. They were only 2 or 3 down, if I'm not mistaken, and boys came in and batted with good intent. So
as Christian Kine goes down the ground again, just one run, but you can definitely see, Dom, Christian Kine, since he's got to that 50 of his, he's definitely looked to pick up the boundary counts in his innings there, looking for the big shots. Every last ball or first ball, he's definitely looking for that boundary option.
yeah, and we see the 2 batters taking a quick drink. I think also maybe a bit of fatigue from him, so he's trying to show some intent. Obviously the execution hasn't been quite right to get the boundary, but definitely showing some intent to try and up the ante a bit here.
As we see in a change from the Unisi end, as we see the captain back into the attack, Zander Venter bowled really well with the new ball there. Picked up the only wicket thus far. He got the ball just to nip back for the right-handers, and we'll see if he can get anything in his second spell.
Yeah, no. Relatively simple field set here, so again, much like in the power play, got the offside stacked, so 3rd man on the boundary, cover sweeper, long off, and then 4 men in the ring on the leg side, so mid on, mid wicket, square leg, just in front, and a 45. So interestingly enough, holding 6 men with the team Free State that is being 1 down, could make better use of that extra man.
Yeah, definitely clear plans here from Captain Venter. Definitely looking to bowl for fifth stump line here, with everybody on the offside out there. Just how long do you think before the batter looks to get inside the line and clip him or hit him on the leg side here, Dom?
Well, I tell you what, if I saw this field and I was batting at the moment, I'd definitely be batting on off stump and walking into the channel. As we see him batting outside his crease at the moment, sort of try to suck him into bowling straight. So yeah, I'd definitely be, without a shadow of a doubt, you could possibly even see all 3 of my stumps. I'd try and suck him in, and if not, walk into the channel, and as soon as he gets it slightly straight, it's going to be run. So that's definitely one way of sort of trying to make the bowler think. And as I say that, he's pushed long on back.
Yeah, he's definitely bowled the same strategy he had with the new ball, just keeping it outside off, everybody out on the offside. As he drops that one a bit short, Christian Kine hits that one to the guy moving back there. Only 1 run. as Free State moves on to 114 for 1 after 26.3. Two guys in now, Christian Kine and Aiden Dodd. Partnership building nicely for them. We just need the run rate to pick up a little more as they find themselves at 4.3 with a partnership at 77.
And a slightly different field for Dodd. Long on coming up, fine leg going back. It's full on this occasion. Punched up the ground for no run.
If you were the coach here, Dom, at the next pause or interval that allows him to have a drink again, what's the message you giving the batters there?
So just before I answer that question, we see square leg being taken out and a second slip being put in place. So the first thing I would say is there's still another 20 minutes to drink, so that's about another 5 overs. That takes us to about 31. I think definitely looking to bat with a bit more intent and just being a bit more proactive. So get that intensity nice and high and looking to score. I'm not saying being reckless, but it's the 27th over and there's not much lateral movement, and Aiden Dodge just let one go the previous delivery.
As Aiden hits that one down the ground, there was about 3 overs, 3.2 overs to the 30 over mark, or let's call it 3 overs, Dom. And normally they say at 30 overs you can double your score, and in doubling the score they'll find themselves just over probably 240 there, roughly. As we mentioned in comms, that we feel that maybe they must look to get to 270 or plus there. As we've seen yesterday, 312 was competitive, but Northerns were in halfway through the game there still. So where do you think Free State has to maybe just draw the plug and fire on all cylinders, look for maximum runs there? Do you bat it do you call it at 40, or do you bat it normal like this a bit earlier? You call that plug at like 36, 35, or do they calculate their drinks?
So I think definitely these two would want to bat to drinks, but just upping their tempo a bit for starters. As we see this one left alone outside off stump. I mean, there's not much on offer, so Width as a left-hander with that previous delivery should be hitting that to one of the sweepers at least. I think that's a great starting point. And then hopefully they still maybe get a few more runs being scored in the sort of the 30s, around the 30 over mark, so maybe going at 5s and then going into that last 10 if you're still 1 down. If not, even if you're 2 or 3 down, you
see some straying a bit on the legs there.
Yeah, like if you're 2 or 3 down going into the last 10, technically you could almost lose a wicket every 2 overs and you still wouldn't be bowled out. So you could play with a bit more risk going into that last 10. So I think just for starters again, these two just seem like they've just settled into tempo and just batting at sort of the same pace at the moment, both of them. So just a bit more intensity from both of them.
As you see, Christian Khaya needs that one down the ground for 1. And I must mention that the Titans boys has really bowled really well, I think. We haven't given them the amount of credit we have as we should. I think they bowled 27.3 and they've controlled the run rate nicely. The extra counts were a bit high in the first half of the 27 overs, but they've pulled it back nicely, and I don't think we've had like wides or extras in the last, wides or no balls in the last 12, 15 overs, which is very good. As you see, Aiden try muscling down that one down the ground, straight to the fielder.
Yeah, they have bowled beautifully. Definitely a noticeable difference compared to yesterday, where their plans have been really good and they've executed really well today. Again, this game or the sport is a game about executing skill. So good plan shown, and just off screen here, long off going back for the last two balls of the delivery. The last two deliveries of the over. Make that long on too. So good thinking from them, trying to just protect this over.
Yeah, the one thing I can say about Venter today is he wasn't scared to change the field. We've seen it happen there. Sweepers were going in, and when they felt they had a bit of pressure on Free State, they would squeeze. And when they felt they need to save the over, the fielders was released, and that's a good sign and a good leadership quality to have.
Yeah, maybe a tactical change too, possibly from their coaches overnight. This one's punched up the ground and not quite carrying too long on. But that brings to close the 28th over. Free State 118 for the loss of 1. And with the completed over, that brings a change in comms. And back into the attack is Mr. Eugene Molian.
Oh, good day, everybody. Good day, Mr. Hendricks. Crowd has come in, found a good spot just to sit in the shade because it is quite warm today. But this game, fairly interestingly poised. There's the hierarchy, Anton Ferreira. Everybody just listening to him. He's always got a word. Yogi.
Always got a story to tell. Some incredibly funny ones we've heard over the last couple of days, haven't we, Eugene?
Yeah, it just keeps going on and on. Talking about his career and the amount of overs and, in fact, the amount of balls that Yogi bowled in his career. 79 wickets in the English county season of, I think it was 84. Just talking about that and how proud he was, being just second behind, I think it was Hadley, who amassed 1,000 runs and took 100 wickets.
Yeah, he said he amassed 79 runs and about 780 runs, I think, in that season. So
yeah, 777.
they scamper through for a single on this occasion. Slightly straighter from Venter. And I'm going to ask you the same question I did Aubrey. What do you think a par score is on this surface, and what do you think a winning total is?
Oof. Well, let's go with par. I think anything above 250. 250, 260, I think is par. From what we've seen, day one it was 254. Day two, even in 47 overs, it was 311. But
Looks to hit this one slightly too square. Gets a big inside edge, but luckily for him, not hitting the stumps. 45 coming around to defend it.
so, if you ask me where I think Free State will be happy with, I think they'll be happy around that 270, 275 mark. I think they will be. From what we've seen here is, with one wicket down, you can see the ease these players are playing at. Yeah, they might just want to try and rotate the strike a little bit more. This partnership with 82, it's flourishing a little bit better.
As we see him walk down the wicket, but only punching this up the ground for 1. I'm really happy to see, actually, I spoke about that a couple of overs ago, the batter's actually using the crease a little bit more. So on that occasion, walking down the wicket, trying to make the ball slightly fuller. I think that's what they've sort of lacked in the last 10 overs.
Yeah, they just want to inject a little bit of urgency now into their play. So, for me, if you look back, okay, if you think that the team wants to get to 270,
Big shout. But the umpire not giving that out.
have we seen an LBW this 3 days?
Good question. I think there was possibly one. Was there one?
I'm actually literally trying to wreck my brain here. But anyway, just back
We digress.
we are. But just back to the point of 270. So you reckon that's about 150 away. So maybe it will be give and take another 145 per se at the end of the 30th over. So as a batsman, you feel that you should go at the last 20 overs. You need 150. That's 7.5
yeah.
to the over with 9 wickets in hand. That should be achievable on a ground where we've seen the balls just raced across this outfield. We've also seen the batters comfortably clearing the boundaries here as well.
Yeah, we saw Ruben van Zyl yesterday doing that really, really well in their second innings, the Titans.
So that's where I would go for. And if there's nothing that suggests to me that Free State shouldn't be able to do that because they've got 9 wickets in hand. They're in a brilliant position. And those are just my thoughts on where they should go. And if they do that, how they can probably get there.
So let's just do the quick calculation here. 150 to get. If you're saying that's sort of a competitive total. 21 overs. How many are you giving yourself in the last 10?
Oh,
There's a no ball called. And that is for 4 men in the ring. So again, another free hit. But this occasion, one of the fields is just sleeping on the boundary.
And the man from fine leg comes in. So, yeah, so let's say they go, even if they go at sixes, that leaves us 90 to get in the last 10, 9 and over. With wickets in hand, I mean, we've also seen teams accelerate even more than that. But the point I'm trying to make is we're sitting here, and those are the type of small targets.
As a full toss is bowled and beautifully lapped. A couple of bounces and into the fence. Maybe that free hit was just actually what Free State needed to get them going again, as they haven't hit a boundary in quite a few overs.
Yeah, and it's the youngster this time just decided, listen, I think he sort of hedged his bets that it's going to be a full delivery and just worked that on the leg side. So for me, it's important to look at the smaller targets to build to that final total. So many times I feel youngsters look at the big total too much, focus on that, and then they don't know how to get there. I'm more of the process of getting somewhere.
I think that's a good point you mentioned there. This game is a skill game, and it's about executing a skill. But again, there is a process, and like you mentioned there in terms of batting, how much are you going to get in the last 10? So, okay, if we're going to get 70 or 80, punched up the ground in the air just for a single. So if you're going to get, let's say 80, call it 80 in the last 10, means by the time you get to the 40th over, the start of the 40th over, you then want to be on about 190. So still a bit of work to do for them here, which means...
Yeah, and with that point that you make there, Dom, they've nearly scored 10 runs in this over already, which means now we're looking at 140. And so for those where it will go up and down, it will keep fluctuating, it will keep going up. And these 8 runs came with no real risk, so to speak.
Yeah, I think we're, 10 minutes away from a drinks break, so I think we might see them just take a bit of stock at drinks and then maybe come out with a plan, as we've mentioned now. This is just us two thinking on the side of the field, how they would be thinking.
Well, Tom, here's the other sort of span in the works. Titans were in the field for the duration of the 47 overs yesterday, for the duration of the 311 runs scored by Western Province. Today, it looks like they're going to be out there for the duration of the 50 overs. In the heat, in the sun, again on their feet, again chasing a score. And I know you alluded to it off air that maybe a little bit surprised as to maybe the Titans wanting to bowl again here and maybe setting their targets as he makes his ground. That to me is also going to play a part. That he's day 3, spoke about it. And you can't be heavily reliant on the man keeping wicket there. He had a good day out. Somebody else has to come to the party, but it's going to be a target they're going to have to chase.
This is airborne. Chance in the deep. And it sails over long offset for another maximum. Christian Kine hitting that beautifully for 6.
As I said, these youngsters, they can just stand and hit through the line. It just needs to go over the rope. It did that and the picket fences. This partnership forever growing. And there, that small target has come down that we spoke about just literally few balls away. Earlier, we were talking about it. Now they're looking at what? It's under 140. So that's how these totals can go up and down. And normally, as they say, you double the scores. It's around about the 270.
About on par, like as you mentioned, for that competitive total, that winning score.
Sorry, my
We
fault.
do see a change from the Unisi end.
No.
Mohamed Rasool into the attack. He bowled some off spin yesterday. And he actually found himself under siege yesterday when he came in. Unfortunately, bowling a front foot no ball off his second ball yesterday. So put himself under more pressure. So a slightly different scenario today for him to bowl in.
He only bowled that one over. So he needs to do a job here.
Yeah, interestingly, not much turn today, as there hasn't been for this week so far. And somehow he finds himself with a slip in place.
Dom, is it because they're not trying to do it? Is it because they're looking to maybe just get it in an area and then they forget about actually tweaking the ball, giving the ball a little bit of a rip, putting energy on the ball is what we constantly talk about spinners.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. And spinning the ball is an art itself. I mean, if you look at some of the spinners that go around the country, some of the best spinners in our country, the likes of Keshav Maharaj, Senior Mutusami, even Dane Pitt, and even as you saw in the Test series, Simon Harmer, they put some real energy on the ball.
Watch my man here, number 10. Watch Rico van der Walt here. That's better. The ball before, he just had the old hands on the knees, which suggests to me even he's not thinking the ball's going to come to him. My question is, why is he there? There he is. Hands on knees. Let's see if it goes off the knees.
It does. It's punched off the back foot down the ground for a single.
Well, he knows the ball's not coming to him. I can tell you that now, Dom.
I almost get the feeling that it's like the slip should just be there for the sake of being there. Decent over from Rasool. Only going for the 1.
That's chalk and cheese from yesterday. Just bowled the 6 balls, not the 7. Just conceding 1 and not the 15, I think it was yesterday. Well done, youngster.
And we see a change from the rugby end of the ground. Majola is into the attack.
And I think they actually good with the overs now. They sort of made up for that initial first hour.
Yeah, by my calculations, by the end of this one, they should be about 2 overs behind, so making up a bit of time.
Yeah, you still want to give yourself that time for that last push. But this partnership forever growing. This youngster's finding his feet. Just heard he's going to grade 10. He had grade, so he's got an opportunity to have 3 of these weeks in his career.
Yeah, we see this one tucked into the leg side and they just scamper through for a single. That bringing up the 100 partnership between these two.
Well, magnificent. Well done between them. But it's important just in terms of dot, try and get those dot balls back. Narrow that gap between balls faced and runs scored.
I do feel that with two left-handers in the leg spinner, Majola bowling at the moment, it's a better matchup for them. So we might find that these two getting off strike more regularly as opposed to the off-spinner.
Maybe you'll see them use their feet as well. Hit the ball downtown.
Yeah, it is a short boundary straight. It's only about 40, 45 meters possibly. Big shout. Given not out. Interestingly enough, going the opposite way, going for the reverse sweep.
I didn't mention that because I didn't even think he would think about that, because this is not the ideal shot.
Oh, that is a good looking shout. Pitching in line. The only thing I can think of is maybe just a touch too high. Oh, and he's bowled him. It's gone back to a ball that's just skid on. And that brings to a close this partnership.
Christian Khan cannot believe that. And again, trying to play this off the back foot. No real pace on it. And the ball not bouncing like he wanted. You can see the disappointment as he's trudging off this ground. But that breaks this magnificent second wicket partnership. And it is Majola that could have easily got a wicket the previous ball. My co-commentator said it might have gone over. I'm not falling for that chestnut. However, Christian Kine, good knock. You've put your team in a very good position. Now it's just case in point. Can they just build on it?
Yeah, that wicket falls with Free State finding themselves 132. My apologies, 139. And it looks like we're going to have a quick drinks break. So join us in a couple of minutes where we will resume after this drinks break. Welcome back to the Johan Volstead Oval. Between this clash between Free State and the Titans under 19 boys at the Khaya Majola Cricket Week. Drinks just finishing up, where we find Free State 139 for the loss of 2. They just lost their second wicket before drinks. And these pictures are brought to you by Pitch Vision, where all matches at the Cricket South Africa Youth Weeks are currently being streamed using Pitch Vision Pro, a professional 4K streaming service designed for schools and club cricket. It delivers crystal clear coverage with a simple one-cable setup, built-in commentary support, and seamless sponsor integration. Pitch Vision Pro is trusted across school and club cricket in South Africa and fully integrates with the CSA scoring app, allowing scores and live action to work seamlessly together, keeping players, coaches, and supporters connected wherever they are. For any inquiries or orders, contact orders@pitchvision.com. Pitch Vision Pro, ready to stream like a pro. So with me in the commentary box is Eugene Molian.
Yeah, and I think the Titans struck there. They needed to do that.
Yeah, Majola striking in his first over. Oh! We have a big appeal. Hands in his shirt, Majola, as he deemed that one to look really good. It's given a leg by. And it looked a great shout to the new man.
Whoa, what a delivery.
Googly first up. He didn't pick it.
No, he didn't. Might flick the pad, but I think there was the first chance of height. Really, we've seen that was maybe too high. So good decision on that occasion by the umpire.
And the new man at the crease is Khaya Botha, right-handed bat, as he takes guard now to Rasool. It's driven up the ground and they scamper through for a single. So during that drinks break, hopefully Free State have had an opportunity to take stock of where they're at. And sort of come up with a plan of how they want to get to a nice competitive total here.
Well, they need to start again with a partnership first and foremost. Dodna has a very important role to play.
Yeah, Free State will need him to sort of steer this ship towards the end of their innings. He needs to take this nice and deep for them. Full toss down the leg side, signal wide, and chase in vain as it goes for 4. So 5 free runs to Free State from Rasool.
Yeah, after bowling a nice over, his first one, this one down the leg side, that's a little bit of a gift. My man is still in that slip there. He's still there. Rico van der Walt.
And a big reverse sweep. A shout for a stumping. Given not out.
Well, maybe that's the only way he's going to get the ball to Rico van der Walt. Again, not the option. He needs to understand the importance of him batting through. Hit the ball down the ground. Give your partner time to assess it, to find a way, just to get himself into this innings.
And as you say, that he's just beautifully driven this one up the ground. Brings to a close the 33rd. Free State 147 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, the worst thing that can happen here is that red bus coming in twofold. Bang, bang, as we say in cricketing terms. I mean, what a day. What a day it is here, Dom. I'm enjoying today.
Yeah, beautiful day. Not too much wind. We've actually struggled with the wind the last few days.
100%.
Beautiful, well, partly cloudy, so keeping the temperature down. And you can see the blue skies peeking through the clouds.
I'll take this any day. Any day.
Majola to continue to dod from the rugby end. He's given himself a bit of room. But no run.
Is that not the longest single ever?
Yeah, very long single there. What I've liked from Majola so far is he hasn't been shy to toss the ball up. The leg spinner giving it a bit of air, so trying to tempt him into playing a big shot. And he obliges. It's going long, and it's hit over cow corner for 6. Great shot from Aiden Dodd, and that takes him to 50.
What a way to bring up your 50. Oh, and the fella just landed very uncomfortably there at the deep mid-wicket boundary. Decided to pick this up, the youngster, and just clears that man and just landed awkwardly, I think. Just making contact with the ground. That also brought up the 150 for Free State.
I think we'll, as he's holding his back there, I think there'll be a couple of sore backs from the young fellas. This is day 3 after all. And with that shot, interestingly enough, Majoela's gone and put in a first slip. He goes big again, and this time just going for 4. Up the ante here, Dodd, after drinks.
He's flicked the switch, hasn't he? He's flicked the switch here. And decided, listen, he wants to take it on. I sort of saying, hit the ball down the ground for 1. I'll show you. Hit a 6, hit a 4. Just don't throw it away now. You got 10 in the over.
Great response from Majoela. Bowling it a little bit flatter and slightly short on this occasion. I think this is his matchup, and I think that's why the switch has flipped. Ooh, well bowled. Very well bowled.
Finish that over well. Just 10. That's 6 and the 4.
Score currently sitting at 157 for 2. And that brings to close the 34th. This partnership already on 21. So 16 overs to go, Eugene. 270, not looking too far away now. Only 113. So great intent shown after the drinks break so far.
If you can move that sort of target up as you go on, that shows a positive for me. So that will always, you can always sort of look at those target scores and decide how you want to sort of go to it. Around the wicket to the right-hander.
Short. Pulled into the leg side. Some work to do. Yeah, some great fielding in the deep. They've only managed to get through for a single.
Tom, for me, you can't just throw it up like that. There's literally nothing on this delivery. There's no pace. Van der Waal still indicating to him, toss it up. You have to have something on it.
Short again and cut into the offside. Yeah. Big thing is you've got to learn to spin the ball. So got to put energy on it if you want to get energy out.
I mean, you're a left-hander. If an off-spinner's tossing it up like Bruce's doing here, I mean, you're so quick on your feet. You've got so many options.
Yeah, there are a couple of shots that are coming to my mind. I think first and foremost, the lowest risk shot for me would be actually the reverse sweep, just to get rid of that slip. And then I'd be thinking possibly over extra cover. Maybe even down the ground, sort of long on is quite wide. Or long off rather is quite wide, so hitting the side screen. Again, there's never a fielder positioned straight behind the umpire, so a lot of space and real estate over there. Yeah, again, slightly short and Porter quickly onto this one.
Yeah, there's so many options. Now, I'm also told that Dodd is a good hockey player, so we can understand now why he's also going to that reverse sweep.
Yeah, I'd actually just love to see him waltz down the wicket because, again, the ball's not turning, so don't see why he shouldn't try to get to the pitch of it.
That ends over number 35. 159 for 2. Tom's going to take a deserved break. And back in on the mic will be all Swanepoel. And just get his views on tossing it up like Rasul is tossing it up here as an off-spinner. Just no energy on the ball. However, some might say he's still doing a job.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. I think the Eugene, as you're mentioning, is doing a job. I think Free State's probably looking to get that run rate up to 5s, and he's bowling actually a good 2 overs there. I think he's bowled for Northern, so he's fighting back well here. As we've seen, the leg spinner put under pressure by the left-hander in the previous over. It's going to be interesting to see what tactic he has against the left-hander, but he starts his over against Porter.
Just losing his shape there. Dom and myself were talking about pass scores, and I sort of said 270. That was at a time where they probably needed another 150. They were at 29 overs bowled. They needed another 150 to get there, and we worked it out probably at about 7 to the over. And at the time as well, the question was asked, how much would you think you want to score off the last 10? And we said 9 and over with wickets in hand. That should be the given. But those targets sort of, you can increase that a little bit. If you look at where they are now, 110 runs to get. And this is a good over. Let's just call it at 14 overs.
Yeah.
That should be off 86 balls. That's what that is. And always revert. And that is pulled away.
Good movement by the guy on the wicket fence there. But like you mentioned, Eugene, I think on our stint with myself and Dom, we also said that if they find themselves at 250, it might be a good score, but I think it might be subpar. Where if they get themselves to 270, 280, as you mentioned, it will be very competitive. The good thing for Free State is they have one in-batsman, that's Aiden Dodd. He's faced 96 balls as he looks to go down the ground there, and it's a great cricket shot, and that brings up another maximum for Aiden Dodd there. Hitting him down the ground. Nice and clean. Head down. And full swing there, Eugene.
The trick here is the base. Strong base. Boom. Good hands. Good backswing as we talk about. And he cleared that a long way. Simple as he liked from the left-hander.
Oh, I'd like to see that again. Was there bat involved there? But great effort from first slip.
Not sure if he caught it. Not sure if he caught it, however. Kept saying why we need slipping, especially the man that's in. He certainly saved a run. The googly, no, missed that by a mile, but he's bowled a very good googly.
We've seen him bowl the googly twice now, and to Botha's first ball, and we've seen him bowl it now, the end ball there to Dodd. I think that's a better option to the left-hander to bowl the ball across the left-hander, as we've seen. A half a shout there, might be pitching just outside leg.
Well, that's the only thing that saved him. That is the only thing that saved him. Not a big turner, or if any. No, pitched outside leg, quite comfortably. Good shot by the umpire.
Just looks like Rasul. Everything's coming out the hand across the right-handers. But like we mentioned as I came on commentary, this is probably what Northerns are looking for. Just for him to win them overs in the middle here, as they find them last four overs of the power play. So he's doing quite a good job there. Only going for 11 in his 3.4 overs.
Yeah, and that start with 3 dots here.
Yeah, the most important thing for Botha is, as we've seen Dodd looking to put them under pressure. We've seen a great sweep there, but straight to the deep square. The most important thing, I think, from Botha is just to get Dodd on strike there. We've seen Dodd look to accelerate his innings now, and the communication between the two of them should be important, that they find that 6-7 run overs into the latter of the innings now.
That's much better from Rasul on that occasion. Looked like that had something on it. Good delivery. That's only one of this 37th over. Don't be doing anything silly here.
The one thing I can say from Northerns that they did well was they haven't let that run rate run away from them. They've controlled it there at 4.2. Volstead didn't have that. Even though they didn't lose wickets, they only lost 2 wickets. They couldn't accelerate that rates of knots. It's always been there 4.2, 4.3, and then they're fighting their way back to get it to 4.1, which means that they're in control of their bowling innings here, as we've seen the guys' bowling figures there. Only 2 wickets falling for Volstead thus far.
And the impressive one there is Vian Pretorius going for under 3s. He's 6 overs, just conceding 17 runs. And look at Majola. He's picked up that wicket. He's gone for 20. Rasul's bowled 4 overs for 12. So they're putting something nice together. As with the captain, who's shown that he has got that ability to keep things tight as well for his team here. 1 for 26 of 7. Majola's going to continue, and I think this is the right call. What's also the right call is that they've cut out the extras, the men from the Titans, and that's good.
Drops it short as Botha pulls that one out of the oval. Some cars might be in danger over there. What a great cricket shot there.
I tell you what, that just missed the Titans bus. That's parked up there. Short delivery. Oh, and he packs a punch, and that has gone all the way for horns. Everybody on that side of the ground just watching that sail over their heads.
What a great cricket shot there. Good pick up there, and that's gone out of the oval here. Volstead will be hoping that Botha and Dodd can continue here, as we've seen the change in momentum into their innings. We've seen Botha looking to put the bowlers under pressure.
Whew. That ball sailed out of this ground.
Volstead will be hoping that Botha can spin 5 to 6 overs at the crease with the capability we've seen of the last ball.
Oh, he's coming hard at the bowler here. Bowler's under pressure. 6 of the first 2 deliveries.
Yeah, he's definitely looking to put the leg spinner under pressure here. As he floated up, hits it straight to extra cover. 2 dots there is very good comeback here from the young leg spinner.
Just need some protection here. I think he needs some protection somewhere. No sweep on the off. It was a good comeback. Let me tell you, Majola, this is an interesting comeback. And very good comeback. 3 dots following that 6 first ball.
Let's hope he closes up this over as he goes. Good Yorker there. Get Dot on strike there. Only going for 7 off the first ball, going for 6. Is a great comeback from the young leg spinner.
Oh, that's good. He's not shying away. You don't want people shying away.
He's definitely still has. I think we mentioned this on day one. Cricket South Africa is struggling to find good leg spinner, and this boy has shown the capability of still flighting it up and giving the ball as he pitches that one up to Aiden Dodd. Just hits it down the ground for 1. As we come to the end of the 38th over, Free State finding himself 176 for 2.
And just look, I'm going to go back to the conversation that we had about pass scores, etc. Look at where they are now, 176. We mentioned about 275, 280, so to speak. If it was 280, they now got 2 overs still to go to that final 10 overs. And they're going to be, and what we said first, they still need just 100 runs to get to that. So 100 runs, so you work it out of 72 deliveries. That is how you try and work it out, and you can gauge that. And you can always come back and apply yourself, especially if you have wickets in hand like they have. So I think that pass score is going to keep fluctuating, I think.
Yes, Rasul to Dodd first ball here. Drops it short and Dodd cuts it to the cover sweeper there for 1. Yeah, but the good thing for Free State, I think, Eugene, is that they have a Dodd in there, and we've seen the capability of Botha that this oval might be too small for him if he makes good contact with it. So, and he looks to just put the bowlers under pressure, especially the spin bowlers.
Smoke down the ground. Man from St Andrews.
Yeah, he definitely gives it a full swing at making contact with the ball, which I think Free State is hoping he can just make a couple of more good swings and good contact and hit it over the ropes again for them, as they need to put on a good defendable score as we see Aiden Dodd brings out the reverse for the 4th time. Still no luck for him.
Hasn't quite worked out for him, that shot. Thought that's the hockey player's favourite shot, the reverse stick, isn't it?
Yeah, I think modern day cricketers, we've seen the guys go into the subcontinent to use it as a one option when South Africa went to India.
Come on, Dare.
Or in Pakistan, sorry.
Come on, Dare.
Yeah, it's not just in one-day cricket, test match cricket. The boys are playing it, boom. Keep the game moving forward.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting for Botha here. I think he's definitely looking for the boundary option here.
Surprised he hasn't used his feet to the off spinner. Sort of just batting from the crease.
As Rasul drops that one short, Botha pulls it straight to deep square, only 1. It's going to be important that Free State has these 2 in the latter end of the next power play. We need. I'm sure Aiden Dodd's just thinking about getting his strike rate over that halfway mark where it is there, trying to get it to 70 plus there. As we've seen him just tucking that one into the short cover for 1.
Botha was literally sitting on his bat there. If we can have a look again from the camera just going down the pitch, you'll see that better. That's 39 gone, 181 now for 2. And this is the mark where we felt like 90 runs off the last 10. Now they've still got an over to go to get that. And that's what I mean, how you can get yourself. Just before that, you saw Botha literally, you had to put on the afterburners.
Yeah, I think he was hoping there's no 1 because he's licking his lips here, hoping the leg spinner's on, but we'll see a change in bowling from the main rugby field in.
Yeah, Semenya's back. Now, this, as I said yesterday as well, the timings of this, we also need to think about, because we know Semenya is just going to be bowling at full, so he's going to try to bowl that good line and length outside that off stump, maybe a little bit straighter. However, the batter can set himself. And I think he cannot bowl yet. So he has to wait the same amount of time or overs that he's bowled. They've got to work that out. So if he's bowled 5 overs, so let's say that's 5 and the other bowls, that's 10 overs. He has to wait a full 10 overs before he can come back on. So you can't just come on after having a break for 2-3 overs.
Nowadays, being an umpire, you have to have your maths and everything qualified here, because it's not just giving the correct decisions, monitoring time, how many overs the boys have bowled, how many overs of spin has been bowled in the game already. But is that as may, as we've seen, the guy with the best economic this innings will have Pretorius coming from the main rugby field. Then he's bowled a lovely early spell.
Yeah, this could only be 2 overs potentially. He might be one that they're looking to bowl at the back end of the innings. Round the wicket to Dodd, 68. He's on. Oh, beautiful. That is just absolutely beautiful. Full ball outside the off stump. No third man. Down on the boundary. Guided down for 4.
Now that's what you call a hockey shot, Eugene. Nice deflection into the lower pockets of the goalie's lower left there, deflecting goal. What a great deflection there. Just opening the face and let the pace of the bowler run for the 4. And the team, like I mentioned a couple of overs ago, Aiden's innings is going to be vital that strike rate keeps climbing as he finds himself 72 of 109. And if Free State puts on a competitive score, they need him to bat bulk of the overs, I feel.
Well, they're putting themselves in some position here for a final onslaught. What? Eugene, you said 270, 275? Well, it should be more than that. I say should be because of the position they find themselves in.
Yeah, the last over of power play, then the fielding restriction will allow them to have one more outside. But we've seen that even if the teams have the guys under pressure, they always tend to have the 5 in the ring. We've even seen 6 in the latter end. So it doesn't matter field changing and stuff, as we've seen field change here to Porter with a deep mid wicket and a square legs up.
That's well bowled. That's well bowled. Yorker delivery.
They definitely feel that if Khaya Botha is looking to put the bowlers under pressure, if you just see at the fields they're setting, for even Dodd's faced most of the innings, they've had 6 in, and for Botha they've only had, as he goes down the ground, great cricket shot, and that's 4 runs for Khaya Botha.
This fella packs a punch. Stands there and just let his bat flow. See the stance, sets himself for that, gets the ball he wanted. 1 bounce papers.
The good thing of Khaya is definitely looking to hit down the ground more than try all those fancy laps and stuff. He's definitely looking to hit down the ground.
How's the running? Just be one. They know they don't need to take a risk now. With some good batting here, if they get a boundary and over, well, 300 can be on the cards here.
Yeah, I think with 191 often after 39.5, that means 110 in the last 10 is definitely gettable. 2 in batters.
Well, I've just seen the ball fly to all parts here. And why not? I think, as I said, that target score is moving a little bit more north. And that is something that we did allude, I think all 3 of us, that what you can achieve here in the last 10. Would Free State, no, you know these boys, would and their coach AJ, would he be saying, listen here, a minimum of 90, 100 runs in the last 10?
If you're just watching both batters there on our monitor, we've just seen them keep looking to the dugout. I'm sure there's a bit more instructions coming from AJ, but I definitely feel that Free State are looking to get to that 280 mark now, where, as we've seen, the run rate jump from 4.4 to about 4.8, 4.9. I'm sure we can see that partnership has grown to 55 as well there. So it must be a greater not. We see Rasul still continues from the Unisi end to Botha here.
Oh my goodness gracious me. That has gone out the grounds, gone for horns. Oh, new balls, please.
Yeah, definitely a great shot there from F.K. Botha, down on one knee. Hitting it out of the ground. I'm sure there'll be balls there.
Well, will be a little bit of a break. We can gather our thoughts here because, yeah, as I said, I feel 270, 275 was par. I think they should really, Aubrey, with even just sensible batting, get past that.
Yeah, we've seen here the capability of F.K. Botha. He's put it out of the oval twice now. Massive slog sweep, picking up one of the leg spinner. Now he's favouring the off spinner as well. So Volstead will definitely need him to bat bulk of this overs, I feel.
Well, if he's in there for the next even 4 overs, 5 overs, he'll make some damage here.
The one thing I can say, he's batted at 100 strike rate. He's the only Volstead guy that's come in there and today and looked to like dominate. Even though we've seen Dodd bat well and we've seen the opener bat well, he's the only guy that's really looking to get that strike rate at 100 plus.
Well, if I'm Dodd, I'll just say, listen, I'll give you one. You go ahead, fella. Yeah, Dodd has also had the opportunities to score boundaries, but it should be a lot less risk from his side of. He just makes sure he's there at over 48. This fella, number 7, on his back, Mr. Botha. Where's he gonna go? He's just looking on side here. He's just looking out right. Which tree? That one over there.
We've seen him now put 2 out. I'm sure he's just looking to make half a contact, and this field might be too small for him. As we see a change in angle in wrist, as he drops that one a bit short, cuts it to the cover sweeper. Could only be one. There was definitely a message that went on as that ball went out now. So we'll see how Aiden Dodd and F.K. Botha plays the innings on here as the rate jumps to 4.9 now.
4 in the ring, including a slip. Hit onto that onside. Oh, the spin actually helped the fielder there. It spun back towards him. So just the one.
Yeah, this 40 overs gone and that slip has been in there for majority of it there, Eugene. I don't think we've seen a slip catch yet in 3 days on this venue. But slip has been in there for bulk of it. As Russell, more like a seamer ball there. Just tucked it into the square leg there.
Yeah, 200 comes up. 200 for 2. Well, the foundation's laid, the platform's laid. Now it's just a chance to just keep putting on the building bricks towards that mammoth total here.
Yeah, we spoke about like what the Volstead guys are looking to get there, and we've seen the first over of the last 10. As we see Aiden Dodd guide that one just down to the vacant, with slip still being in there. Easy shot there for Aiden Dodd, and that is well-deserved 4 there for the young boy.
Beautifully played. Just beautifully played. And just see the pace of this outfield. The ends where I said, your target score, just keep looking north. Keep looking north.
Yeah, I just remember listening to you and Dom where you were saying 9s. The first over in the last 10 is already at 13 there. So it could be an interesting last 10 here for Volstead. As we see Slip just walking back slowly.
Well, they've moved Slip back, trying to save one. And he's taken a catch, guided all the way there. And a good innings from Aiden Dodd comes to an end. 78 of 111 balls faced. It's a good knock by the 16-year-old.
Yeah, great dive from the guy, just moved out of slip. But we'll get a round of applause there for Aiden Dodd. 78 of 110 balls. Good innings there from the young boy.
Yeah, finally sense prevails. That fielder was pushed back there because the previous delivery, Dodd played a lovely shot down there. You can see him still walking back. Then all of a sudden, oh, ball's coming my way. Takes a good catch, Rico van der Walt. Now, is it going to be like the 5th of November here? Is it going to be Guy Fawkes now? Are we going to see shots? All these Free State players are going to light up this Johan Volstead oval.
Yeah. Wonder if young Porter will still have the same intent he had while he was batting with Aiden Dodd there. I'm sure he is going to look to just build a better partnership before we see firecrackers again.
Ooh, Mr. Porter, no chance. He's going to keep going. He's going to keep hitting this ball hard. As you can see, there's no knuckling down, just nudging around, wait for my partner to get in. No chance.
He's muscled that one down the ground there.
Moasa. He's the new man, and what you should do, fella, is just get off strike as quickly as you possibly can and give the strike back to Porter. Or do you have a shot in you to get a boundary, keep the momentum going Free State's way?
Yeah, it's going to be important from Moasa's end here not to get some dots, just to keep rotating as the leg spinner goes full there. Like I mentioned to you day one, Eugene, you just want the new guy to come in and show a bit more intent. That looks so lackadaisy, and that's why the dots there. As he tucks out one to a vacant short 45 leg side. Could be on here. Good running, could give them 3. Only 2 there.
Yeah, all the men saving one. He's on the offside here. And not the best of balls from Majola. He's bowled nicely, though. He's stuck to his guns. Yeah, tad bit expensive. But I like how he's stuck to it. Pierce the gap. Thread the needle. 2 more runs it is.
Yeah. I remember chatting with Dom earlier. That gap between the 2 extra cover and short extra cover has been exploited twice or thrice today, and it's cost them runs.
Well, it was like synchronized diving there by the fielders.
Good dot there for the young boy. But one thing that's been well here for Free State is the rate jumped quickly just from Porter putting the bowlers under pressure.
Yeah, good over. 5 from it for the Titans. 209 for 3. It's the important thing now, Aubrey, is the momentum. And in this game, momentum is such a key thing. The reason why I'm saying that, because whichever team takes momentum with them off this field at the break, it certainly will be with them when they come onto this field, whether it's with the bat or with the ball.
Yeah, we see change of bowling from the Unisi end. Semenya, I think, might be taking over that side. As we see a bowling change from the one side, we have a change in commentary as well, as Dom joins me back. But just making sure who the new bowler is. Oh, it's Chaka. He's bowled 8 overs. He'll be looking to finish his 2. Oh, but there's a change again.
Yeah, a bit of confusion here from the 2 bowlers, but it's Semenya that's back into the attack. On this occasion, keeper coming up.
It's going to be interesting to see now how Free State's going to bowl the innings. That 10 runs we spoke about that they're looking in the last 10 with the loss of Dot the previous over. They're going to need FG here to bat a bit show maturity and leadership here, and take the last 8 overs deep for him.
Oh, that's a great shot up the ground. Umpire trying to take some evasive action, and it hits him on the shin and only scampered through for a single. I'm pretty sure that if the umpire didn't get hit there, that was going for 4. Long on's quite wide. But as you see there from Botha, there's only sort of one way he's looking to play, showing some good intent.
Yeah, as Free State moves to 210 for 3 with 8 overs in the bank. We've definitely seen the capability of FG as Bokang just hits into the mid-wicket, but good running between the two batters as they scamper through for 2.
Yeah, it looks like there's some momentum on Free State side at the moment. I mean, a couple of misfields on that occasion, another one. So Titans, or Free State rather, clawing their way back with the momentum. I think the Titans had it for quite a while. And with that, we've actually seen a change in the field. So deep mid-wicket going back on the leg side. No one saving one in front of square on the leg side, just the man behind square.
Good movement there from the keeper, moving quickly to his left, preventing a quick run. The one thing that the Titans are doing well here, they're starving Botha from strike. I think in the last 10 balls, he's only faced 2 balls down.
Yeah, and it's a good tactic to try and bowl as many as you can to the new man, because Botha's batted beautifully so far for his 29.
Communication is key here. Free State don't want to have a run out between in the middle there. They need Botha there, so communication is vital. We've seen the amount of run outs we've had in this competition thus far.
Yeah, communicating well, these two. Slight change to the field. Johan Pretorius had finally coming into the circle, and the captain going back at long off.
Oh, good fielding there by the young lad at square leg, preventing one.
Yeah, he had a bit of work to do, so I'm quite surprised that Botha didn't get through easily for a single there. It was hit 2 to 3 meters to his right. Great piece of work from him.
Interesting field here, Dom. He's bowled everything on just into the hips of the right-hander, Bokang, and with both guys up there, as that one goes to the guys in short 45 there for 1. But as it comes to the end of that over, sixth overs done. Chaka only going for 4 runs that over, Dom.
Yeah, great over from Semenya. Just going for the 4. Couple of dot balls, so fighting his way back in. Score currently standing at 213 for 3. 7 overs to go. And the leg spinner to continue from the rugby end of the ground.
Yeah, but once again, Dom, it's the start of a new over, and Botha's again not on strike. So it's surely frustrated for him as Mohas tries to cut that one nearly straight to the fielder.
This is driven over extra cover, some work to do in the deep. Bit of a misfield from Pretorius, and they scamper through for 2. Oh, possibly 3 here. Another misfield from the man backing up. But some tidy work from deep square leg.
Yeah, good cricket shot there from Bokang. Just over extra cover. But good speed there from Pretorius on the long off boundary to cut it off only to 2.
Short and pulled up the ground for a single. And most importantly, Mr. Boerta's back on strike, so let's see what he can do. He's definitely fancying spin today, fancying especially the leg spinner, so let's see how the leg spinner responds. Gets inside the line and he pulls this one and beautifully struck for 6. He's hit that a good 20 to 30 meters behind square and he's comfortably cleared the rope.
One thing he did there, Dom, he got quickly inside the line. As he watches, he gets quickly inside, down on one knee, and he puts it over the deep square ropes with ease.
Yeah, great piece of batting. Again, sort of preempting where he's going to be bowling that one. And very quickly got inside the line and hit that over square leg.
As Free State moves on to double Nelson for the loss of 3. Good cricket shot there from the previous ball.
Yeah, and he's making his intentions clear here. Anything sort of pitched up is looking to go big. On that occasion, just missed out and hitting it straight back to the bowler.
As that over comes to end, 2 dot balls there. Free State are 2 for 3 after 44. So that is 6 overs left there, Dom. What do you think should be subpar for Free State?
Yeah, look, 36. Oh, my apologies. 36 balls to go, so 6 overs to go. So you add 36 to the score there, and he's sitting at 258. And that's just low risk cricket, so possibly a boundary and over, and that score quickly goes up to 280. So definitely be looking around that mark.
One thing Chakas did, as soon as he moved that square leg up from the previous over, the balls kept finding him there and preventing that easy one that Free State needs.
Yeah, great piece of bowling from Semenya here. He's sort of going full and relatively straight, so the man Moasa has actually found square leg quite often.
We can see that Moasa is just trying to get the one. And I feel that because Free State's only 3 wickets down, he's still got to make a play. I think trying to hit the ball is better than just trying to place it.
Yeah, correct. He's looking to get off strike, but you've still got to play good cricket shots and show your intent. As he guides this one down to third man for a single. And again, most importantly, bringing Boerta back on strike.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be the key for Free State to getting in and around that 280, 290 mark and possibly even getting to 300. I think he's got to try and face at least 15 to 20 of the next deliveries or the remaining deliveries left in this innings.
Halfway through his over here, Semenya only going for 1 run as he comes into Boerta. Oh, great Yorker there. Great fielding of his own bowling. Only one run in this overs thus far, Dom.
Yes, had a relatively simple plan. Just trying to go full as possible, and trying to sort of hit the keeper's glove. So, great execution so far from Semenya.
One thing I've seen from Semenya, he hasn't left the stumps. Everything has been on the stumps as Boerta cuts that one just past point for 1 run. 1 ball left this over, only going for 2. 44th over, only going for 2 runs as Free State find themselves 2-2-2 for 4. 2-2-4 for 3.
Yeah, great over so far from Semenya. Can he close it off? A dot or even a single. Does it off well. And a dot it is. So great piece of bowling from Semenya. Brings to a close the 45th over. Free State 2-2-4 for 3.
Yeah, Dom, 5 overs to go. I'm sure the opening bowlers will be coming back into the attack. Or do the leg spin and go 1 more over?
I for one would probably have gone with a seamer here because Porter looks very comfortable against the leg spinner. He's been moving around his crease and definitely a matchup for him. He fancies himself against the leg spinner.
Yeah, this is an over to watch, I think, in the Free State innings if they want to get to that 280 mark.
First ball is short. It's pulled into the leg side. And the man in the deep, he shells it. And he drops it for 6. Looked at a relatively simple chance. And he's put this one down.
Oh, that's not great fielding there from the young boy. Moved well to his left. Did all the hard yards just to put it over the ropes for the 6 of the first ball. How costly could that be?
And it looks like the umpires are just deliberating whether that's hit the man in the deep on the head, because you need to do a head injury assessment. It looks like they've deemed it okay, so straight under pressure here, the leg spinner. 6 off the first ball, dot of the second.
Yeah, Free State's found a way to get the boundary, but then there's been 3 or 4 dots. As Botha hits that into the deep extra cover. Good running between the two batters. 2 runs as Free State moves on. 2-3-2 for 3. First 3 balls there giving 8 runs. Trying hard to push it to 10 runs and over in the last 5 overs.
Short again and pulled into the deep. And that is a 1 bounce 4. Great piece of batting from Botha here. It's really taking Majola, putting him to the sword. It's really fancying this matchup.
Yeah, he's moved quickly here. He's 48 of 36 balls. Great innings here from young Botha as he just picks up that one easy over the vacant mid-wicket area.
Tossed up and chipped over the bowler's head for a single.
Yeah, he's definitely found a like to the leg spinner. Bulk of his runs has come from the leg spinner as he moved to 49 of 39 balls. Free State find themselves at 2-3-7 for 3 with 1 ball left in the Nova.
Short and only cut to extra cover. And again, great over from Free State. 13 coming of it. After 46, Free State 237 for 3. So 24 balls left. Definitely looking at 270 here. Just need one big over and it gets them in and around that 270, and if they can maybe get 1 or 2 more, takes them closer to 300.
The good thing here for Free State is we find Botha on strike as Semenya comes on for, I think, his 8th over.
It's full. It's hit into the deep. Long on running around. Owen has dropped it, but he's managed to keep it in play. Lots of work to do for the man in the deep there, so great effort. And that takes Botha to 50. It's 50 coming off 40 deliveries. A great knock he's played thus far.
Yeah, he's definitely brought emphasis to this Free State innings, much needed for them as they founded themselves batting at 4.8, as we see that long off boundary rider does all the hard years just to cross it, and we've seen Botha hit that one straight to cover and runs well.
And Botha, I think looking at how he's sort of played the first ball that he faced from Semenya, looked a bit disappointed, like he inside halved it, so I think he was definitely thinking 6 there.
Yeah, 2 balls gone, and we need Bokang here to get him on strike. Will be key as he leading edge there over backward point, running hard. Botha doesn't want turn down the second run. Probably feels like licking his lips here to the bowler's end here. Semenya has bowled 6.3, naught for 35. But Botha is looking to fire here for Free State.
Yeah, we can expect fireworks from Botha here, as he's done so far. Looks like a slow ball. Just taking the pace of that, and it's cut to the man at the cover sweeper. Just for the single.
Yeah, he's played really well here. Find himself 53 or 42 balls only. He's shown that the field's been too small for him. When he's made good contact with him, they've gone for just not 6. It's been out of the park, and that's a great cricket brain there from the boy, as he just hits that 1 for 1 in the previous ball. As we've seen a great diving here from Pretorius at backward short 45 there to prevent the boundary.
Yeah, great piece of work from VM Pretorius there. Semenya straying down the leg side. And Bokang Mohasa has done well to get bat on that, but much like a goalkeeper in a football game, he's dived nicely and kept the one to just a single.
Can he finish this over? As he goes onto the leg side, it's going to be a good chase here.
And they just scamper through for 2. Some work in the deep again from VM Pretorius. Brings to a close the 47th over. Free State 245 for 3. So just 18 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, if we add 18, just 18 runs to that there, Dom, that gives them just over 260 there. I still think they need to find a way to get to 270 plus.
Yeah, and all that takes is, it's just going to take at least 1 boundary every over, and you're challenging a higher score if you can manage to hit more than a single boundary in the remaining deliveries or in the remaining overs. As we see a change from the rugby end. Maritz back into the attack. Darius Maritz coming back into the attack for possibly the last 2 from this end. It's just taking a bit of time to set his field. Currently men on the boundary are a long off, long on, a deep square leg, and a cover sweeper and a fine leg. And he goes straight onto the pads. Mohasa can only find it, the fine leg man, for a single.
The good thing from Mohas there, he's got the in batter in there. And we've seen him taking the likings to the spinner. It's going to be fascinating to see what he's going to do to the opening bowlers, because he hasn't really faced like the opening bowlers. And we know Semenya bowled Seema, but it wasn't as quick as the opening bowlers were. So we've seen him take a like to the spin. Let's see how we go up against the opening bowlers.
And he's bowled us beautifully on a good length, and Botha only able to defend it. Sort of the way he's played that has almost caught him a bit by surprise that it's bounced a touch. He is a lot taller than the other seamers that have bowled so far from this end, so yeah, good to see there is still bouncing this wicket with his ball being as old as it is. Yeah, a big heave at this one, and he's managed to just edge it to the keeper. Big appeal, and as we see here, umpire's given him out. Yeah, it's just lost his shape badly there. It's almost like he was expecting that one to be on the stumps, and Maritz gone wide of the stumps. But a great knock nonetheless. He's 55. Coming off 44 balls and adding some good impetus for the Free State team.
Yeah, he's given them something to defend there in the second half, as Free State finds himself 246 for 3 as the end for 4. Sorry, for 4 as we see the end of Botha there for 55 of 44 balls. He's changed that 230, 220 mark, and he's given them now a competitive score with 246 for 4, and there's about 15 balls remaining in their innings.
Yeah, and the new man to the crease is the right-handed Lebogang Mahlomi.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the two newish batsmen at the crease. Although Bokang has faced 21 balls already, the key is to find a way just to keep ticking the scoreboard. I've seen a massive drive from the new batter. No luck there. Good over here from Maritz thus far. We've only given 1 run away.
Yeah, very good over so far. And as we see him running back to his mark, I think they are a bit under time pressure, as Eugene and I spoke about earlier. Cutting it close to finish before 1 o'clock. It's full and straight, but the umpire deeming it not out. It looked to be going down the leg side.
Definitely going down there, Dom, I think. But the good thing for Titans is it's another dot ball. As we watch the highlight again, that's definitely going just down leg there. But they've string a couple of dots here, and that's great from the Titans bowlers.
And another dot to finish the over. Just left alone on this occasion by Mahlomi. Brings to a close the 48th over.
Yeah, what a great 48th over there, Dom. Only the most important thing, I think, was the wicket he picked up in that over. And there's the only going for 1 run.
Yeah, he got the big man. The man that's brought some impetus to this Free State batting innings. F.K. Botha. So 12 deliveries to go.
As we see the captain back into the attack, where Zander Venter, he's bowled well early on for the Titans, as we see a couple of field changing. That's why break in play there. But I must say the Titans guys have stayed nice and calm here. You haven't seen a lot of ifs and buts on the field, and I'm surely they are happy with what score that Free State have thus far.
Yeah, we were discussing it earlier. They're sort of around the par score mark, 250. As he bowls length and it's carved into the offside, and a great catch taken by the man at backward point, running around to his right. It's a great catch from Tsapang Laka. Had some work to do as this was going sort of in the vacant space at cover. And
yeah, couldn't continue on with his innings. He's only found himself to get that 14 runs, as he's been the in batter, and his wicket has gone as well. But a great catch there from the young boy, moving quickly from backward point to cover those yards, and Venter picks up his first wicket for the day. We just find Free State idling on here at 246 for 5 now, as another wicket fell, and they just feel like they've been stagnant in this last 2 or 3 overs. Couldn't get that much emphasis they needed on the last 4 overs.
yeah, and with the wicket falling there, it brings to the crease the captain, Henry de Wet, left-hander, hailing from Grey College, so he's well acclimated to these conditions.
Yeah, the most important thing I think here for the 2 guys at the crease now is just to make good contact with the ball and get that score over that 250, because just good play mentally in the Titans' head that they have to get to 250.
The vet drives us up the ground, but only for a single. But I think most importantly, getting off strike first ball. They need bat and ball at this late stage in the innings.
Yeah, we've just seen the last 2 or 3 overs. There's always been that 2 or 3 dots that the Titans boys are hunting for. You know, it's like gold for them at the back end here, getting the wickets, getting the dot balls, trying to curb them from getting to 250, 260, which they're fighting hard to get to 250 now.
Again, a great piece of work at backward point from Tsepang Laka. Only allowing the batters to get through for a single.
Yeah, we've seen him move quickly to his left now. He's moved quickly to his right. Definitely diving, putting his body on the line for the team, yeah. But the good thing for Free State here, they move on now to 248 for 5 with 9 balls remaining.
Yeah, the captain rushing back there. Bowling a wide down the leg side, and they are slightly behind with time, so galloping back to his mark.
Yeah, but one thing the Titans boys did really well, I think, in the second half of the second power play was the amount of extras they've conceded, and even now here in the back end, they've only, I think, if my general knowledge, they probably maximum 5 or even less wides in the since the first 10.
Yeah, and with that single up the ground from the captain, it brings Free State's 250 up, coming in the 49th over, so 8 deliveries to go.
Yeah, I remember commentating, I think it was as he hits it down the ground for 1. I remember commentating with you, like I think it was like the first we spoke about par scores, and we said 250 might be a good score, but it might be just par. 250 might be just par, where we felt like 270 could be very competitive.
Yeah, 250 does look par. 270, I think anything above 270 would be quite a challenge. There has been quite a bit of bounce in the surface for the seamers. Full and straight on this occasion, and into the leg side, to the vacant leg side, both men on the boundary, and they just scamper through for a leg by.
Yeah, and that's the end of Fenter. He's got 2 wickets for 31 runs in his 8 over as Free State moves on to 251 after 49 overs. 1 over left as we see the last over to be bowled here by Maritz. He's bowled a tidy over in his previous one, as he's been picking up the vital wicket of Porter in his previous over, as he's bowling the final over here from the main rugby field end.
Yeah, 6 deliveries to go, and they're just tinkering with the field. There was a man at fine leg who was just a bit asleep, so only 3 out the ring, now 4. As the captain, the vet, on strike. Full wide and, interestingly enough, left alone.
That's not ideal there from the captain to be leaving balls in the 49th over.
Yeah, definitely needs to find bat and ball here. They need every run that they can get. Full and driven up the ground, but only for a single.
Yeah, fine. Boundaries hasn't been easy here for the new guys coming into the crease. I think the last boundary was struck by Botha, so new guys haven't found it easy coming into the wicket. That 2 wickets of Dot and Botha has definitely decreased the run rate achieved here in the back end.
Yeah, they've just lost a bit of momentum here. But got a score on the board. As he goes short here and play and miss. So, most importantly, another dot ball. Another dot ball in this last 5 overs.
Yeah,
This last 10 rather.
not been great with the amount of dots they've had in the last 5 overs, I think. That's why they're finding themselves at 252 for 5. Titans boys has bowled really well, picked up wickets, and that's why Free State couldn't find that momentum they were looking to have in the back end.
Yeah, this is full and wide and it's guided behind backward point. Chases on. Can they retrieve it? Yes, they can. They run through for 3.
Yeah, 3 vital runs for Free State as they move on to 2-5-3, 2-5 for 5 with 2 balls remaining. Captain's on strike. He needs to put at least one of them out of the park, I feel, just to get to 260.
Yeah, 1 would be great. 2 would be even better for Free State. So let's see what he can do here. He shapes up to Maritz. As he goes long. Is it long enough? Yes, it is. Just hit to our left here for a massive 6. Taking them to 260. 1 delivery to go.
Yeah, that's what I asked for there from you, Dom. At least one of them have to go out the park, and that's good contact there from the captain. Heads down, hits it down the ground, just past us to our left. But once again, if you look at that, good positions, heads down, full contact, and showing the maker's name.
Last delivery. Full and it's driven up the ground. But only for a single. And that brings to a close Free State's innings. 261 they've set for the loss of 5. Definitely a score on the board. Going to take a bit of decent bowling to defend this. But I think, like you said this morning, first time they've batted their 50. So score on the board and work for the bowlers to do now.
Yeah, I think they fought really hard here to get to 261. I think the most important thing for Free State is that what you mentioned now is runs on the board. And their bowlers bowled really well with some of the guys picking up 4 wickets yesterday playing at the Mangaung Oval. So it's going to be interesting to see the chase. The one thing I think the wicket has shown us yesterday, it's got better as the day progressed. We've seen the likes of Ruben Badwal got 100 yesterday. So I think the second half of this game is going to be quite fascinating.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing the Titans try to chase this down. Ruben van Zyl, the chief destroyer yesterday, so he'll be opening the batting, so keen to see what he can do. But for you viewers out there, just a quick summary of the day so far. Free State won the toss here at the Johan Volstead Oval at Grey College. They chose to bat first, posting 261 for 5 in their 50. Aiden Dodd, the high scorer, 78 of 111. Christian Kind also opened the batting beautifully and put on 76 in his 96 balls that he faced. Efia Botha gave some great impetus into their innings, 55 or 45, hitting some big sixes. And as we see on the bowling card, Zander Venter, the captain, 2 for 31 in his 8. And nicely assisted by Rasool, 1 for 30. And Maritz, 1 for 35, bowling a great second last over Maritz. So we're going to take a short break for the luncheon interval. It's going to be an hour, so we'll be back on air at 2 o'clock for the resumption of this game between Free State and the Titans at the Khaya Majola Cricket Week on day 3. So join us in just under an hour. We will resume this game.
Welcome back after the lunch break, where Free State batting first got 261 for 5. Maybe losing the way a tad bit in the latter stages of that batting innings of theirs, but all thanks due to Aiden Dodd, who batted magnificently for 78. Only 16 years old. And then Christian Kine, 76 of 96. Porter was hitting the ball to all parts. Looked really good for his 55. But now it is the men from Free State with ball in hand. Is going to see if they can restrict the men from Titans. Very important game this for the Titans to see if they can get to that all-important semi-final. My name is Eugene Molian. With me, Dominic Hendricks. Dom, what's your thoughts on that? I'm sure you and Aubrey spoke about it, but tad bit short there from the Free Staters?
Yeah, definitely. I think they left a few out there. They were looking well set to score in excess of 270 going into that last 10. So, yeah, I think they'd be a little bit disappointed, but again, we can only really judge a wicket until both teams have batted on it.
Oh, that man there, he might have something to say about it. Ruben van Zyl, 110 yesterday against Western Province, and he was in magnificent form with bat in hand. And he's going to be facing up to Otto Kraus, a man that took 4 for 22 yesterday. And a lot's been said about this new ball attack from the Free Staters, and hopefully, if you're a Free State supporter, they can make some inroads into the Titans. But we know what to expect from Ruben van Zyl.
Yeah, Eugene, we saw yesterday he was very aggressive. If I'm not mistaken, the first ball of the innings went for a boundary against Province. So he's going to be looking to play shots, and a very confident young man after his 100 yesterday.
2 slips. 3 men on the offside, saving 1. Mid-wicket and mid-on. They're also in the ring. Third man, fine leg. Here's the first ball of this run chase. Very much a round arm sort of delivery there. And maybe the ball just going on with the arm. I'll definitely just look at that for the first couple of overs and see how he progresses. Like most things, every cricketer starts again on naught. So Ruben van Zyl just need to watch it here again. They're playing on a different pitch than what he scores 110 on. But early indication here is that Free Staters want to bowl a foolish length here.
Yeah, Otto Kraus not shy and trying to pitch the ball up here. Maybe a touch on the full side to start, so just needs to find his length. But we did see in that first innings, with this new ball, there was quite a bit of bounce from this rugby end of the ground, so hopefully if we can find that.
What I will say, Dom, with your batter's hat on, as it always is, because you out there in the middle, facing up the new ball, you can set yourself for bowling like this. Even though it's a new rock, you know you can hit it over the top. Not a lot of risk there.
Yeah, totally agree. He has been slightly full. And we saw yesterday from Ruben van Zyl, wasn't shy to go aerial.
Wish I could tell you what happened there. Tough here, second innings. Just wish these two men with their rivalry shirt, one from the blue side, one from the red side, they just need to sort themselves out here today.
Eugene, of course, referring to our 2 producers.
Oh, another inside edge. That ball's racing away. The dive is in. Oh.
To me, it looked like his body was over the boundary there. So that should be 4.
Even the foot. Yeah, even the foot. That's well done. Well done. Well spotted. I'm sure we can have another look. It's just when he picks this ball up. If you have a look when the fielder comes round, the initial dive tried to stop it. Okay, there he stops it. There he pushes it back with the hand, so that could also be deemed a 4. So I think all in all, the right decision. That's the end of the first over, 6 off it. And this is going to bring me a question, Dominic, because what we also always see as well, especially, I mean, how many times haven't we seen it? A guy gets 100 on one day, the very next day, or even in 4-day cricket, one innings you score 100, the next innings it's a low number. And how difficult is it to really get your mind to say to yourself, listen, you just got to start again, you got to start again. And sometimes it doesn't just happen that you hit the ball off the middle.
Yeah, it is one of the challenges of playing multi-day cricket. Of course, this is 5 days of cricket for these young men, so maybe not attuned to playing so many days in a row. And I think the biggest thing is mentally you've got to be up for it, and just make sure that you do take stock that, again, like you said at the start of that over, it is a new day, and everybody does start again on naught, so got to find a game plan for the conditions that are in front of him. And it almost looks like Mr. Ruben van Zyl carrying on, or trying to carry on where he left off yesterday.
First ball for Laka to face. And it is some spin. Last time we saw spin opening was Western Province. Opening with spin. Andrew. Man from St. Andrews with ball in hand. Now this is going to be an interesting challenge. Ruben van Zyl doesn't like dots. Doesn't like being bogged down.
And he loves hitting spinners through the offside. We saw it yesterday. Not shy to give himself room and free up that offside. So predominantly leg side field set here for Mr. van Zyl.
Well, they just, as you said, they strengthen that offside. There's 5 men on the offside. There's no man behind square on the leg. Well, as we say that, now they've moved in the field again.
And as I mentioned, giving himself a bit of room and trying to access the offside.
Fuse is lit, yeah. Fuse is lit very early. Might be a short fuse. Down the ground. Said it was a short fuse. Gone all the way for horns.
Yeah, Ruben van Zyl having a look at the first one. And on this occasion, dancing down the wicket and taking no prisoners. Hitting his second ball off Andrew for 6.
He's very positive fella, Ruben van Zyl. Tries to go so fine, but that fella is very, very fine here. And I thought for once he's probably in the wrong position. However, I think maybe the next time a ball goes down that direction might be swept hard. There's your shot over extra. Glorious shot. Oh, it's another 6. Said how he likes to hit through the offside. Well, he's hit this over the offside.
Yeah, beautiful use of his feet. Just giving himself a bit of room to free those arms up. And much like we saw yesterday, he's a very strong player through the offside.
Well, second over's come to an end. 19 without loss. Ruben van Zyl into his work. 18 of 10. Laka just faced the one ball. Got off strike as well for that one.
And Ruben van Zyl really imposing himself here, much like he did yesterday. Came out with a real positive intent and looking to, carry on where he left off yesterday. Just giving himself one sight in that previous over from the spinner.
coming around the wicket here to the left-hander. Oh, that's naughty from the keeper. That is naughty. The reason why I say that is because it's going to bring Van Zyl back on strike. Just his positioning where the keeper is. Because he's bowling around the wicket, I think he's too far to the offside there as the keeper. Just off the pad.
Yeah, as you mentioned, keeper's a little bit offset to the offside and a little bit lazy with his feet there, so we'll have a look now if he sets up slightly better.
Yeah, he's around the wicket and he's so far on that offside.
Oh no, another no ball. It's been one every single inning so far from our viewing.
Yeah, it's just been so many. But even there, you can see him taking the ball. He's moving to his right, and it shouldn't be the case. That's straight. So from the hand, good length, it should just go straight to the keeper. However, I think he's just a little bit too much on the offside. Free hit. How was that?
Stifled the field. I think the fielder forgot it was a no ball, a free hit rather. But I do agree with you, Eugene. The keeper could set up a bit more to his right. So you're covering one side. You're not having to do as much work as he is now to both sides. Unfortunately, got only... Yeah, he's moving a lot to his right at the moment. So I'd like to see him start off sort of where that last ball finished. And generally, the outside edge is in place. So you want to be doing most of your work to your left-hand side.
Yeah, and he's got his first slip in his pocket. And it's just set for a nick. But what happens if it goes the other way? You've got a whole lot of work to do. And it's all these things that we pick up, especially in a week like this. There it is. You can see them. And look at where first slip is. His first slip is literally in the pocket of the keeper.
And unfortunately, with him setting up so wide, if I could say it, it's forcing first slip to come a bit tighter. So you're covering actually a lot less ground. So
the thing that I'm concerned about, I should say, it's shot for no run. That over comes to an end, is it? Yeah, that's a third over that's completed. The concern I have is the angle where he's delivered the ball from goes to the batsman. Now, if it's a little bit closer, the keeper's going to follow that ball. So he's going to take a step to his right. Now an edge comes. Now he's got to change direction to go. That is what I'm saying. So if he starts, he can just, if it's an edge, then he can simply go to his left. But with him standing where it is, I mean, he's going to follow that ball more towards the barriers, and then if it gets an edge, then he's got to change direction, and that's something that hopefully somebody will point out to him. Can't be a viewing issue because he's bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. You got the perfect view. The old reverse, quicker ball from Andrew there.
yeah, and a change in angle from him. You saw in the previous over, his angle of attack was over the wicket to Ruben van Zyl. So opting for a round, maybe trying to tuck him up for room.
That's off the pad. That's going to be runs. Just got to see what it says. Oh, it's actually off the bat. He's not going to leave us wondering here, Mr. Van Zyl.
Yeah, slight top edge there from the sweep. And again, another boundary.
Oh, there his favourite and fancied area to score. 4 more back-to-back boundaries. Worrying times here for Free State.
Yeah, this partnership quickly to 30. Again, giving himself room, showing his hand, and the bowler not really following him, giving him some width, and he happily obliges.
Well, you might say catch it, but that's going to be somebody catching it and throwing the ball back, because that's gone for 1 bounce 4 yet again. This over has gone 0, 4, 4.
Yeah, the bowler's under immense pressure here. 12 of the last 3. Again, I'd actually like to see him back over the wicket. With the around the wicket angle, it's sort of actually playing into his hands a lot better here, with giving Mr. Ruben van Zyl some width. As you've seen so far, he loves his width.
Goes for the reverse again. And once again, Dom, I have to concur. Around the wicket, you just have to give a little bit. Just have to be slightly outside that off stump for him to free his arms up. And even at times, he gives himself that width. Oh, the old full toss is also a good delivery. What an over. What an over. 13 from that one. 35 without loss. This is what we saw yesterday.
Yeah. Again against spin. Took no prisoners yesterday with the spinners on. And off to a fast start here. He's already 31 off 18 deliveries. So some thinking for the Free State captain to do. Bit of a change possibly from that end in terms of attack. And a change in the field here. We see one of the slips being discarded and pushed into the cover. So 4 men on the offside. Saving one.
Yeah, those were the shots that was played in the previous over. Aerial! Well, you can understand why the field is a little bit deep, because Ruben van Zyl's on strike. He's really hard with those hands, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And looks like that one's just stood up again. So Autocross finding a good length and yeah, getting a bit of bounce with this new ball. We saw that this morning. I think that's sort of where he needs to stay.
Well, not there, not on the legs. That's bread and butter for any top order batter.
Yeah, on this occasion, drifting into the pads, half volley, pitching on leg stump, and any top order batter with their salt is going to put that away.
Oh no, oh no, not the length. That's hard, that's flat, that's horns. 6 more.
Yeah, some thinking to do here for the Free State team. Missed short on this occasion, and Ruben van Zyl accepts that with pleasure and hits that into the stands. Otto Kraus under pressure now.
Hip height is not where you want it. As a bowler, as a batter, oh dear, every day of the week, including Sundays. What's the response? Already 10 of the first half of this over. Oh, the old-fashioned leave. And that even gets, that gets the biggest round of applause from his mates.
Clearly a case of expect the unexpected here. But well bowled from Otto Kraus. Found his length again. A bit of shape away.
Well, Field hasn't changed. That is why I'm concerned about. You just keep knocking your head against the same hawk over and over and over again. That's good cricket. That is very, very good cricket. I wonder what old Mr. Ferreira's thinking about this. I mean, I'm watching him sitting there and he's fidgeting, he's muttering away.
Yeah, I believe you walked into him having a bit of a rant with that last 30 minutes of the Free State innings.
You know, when I leave you boys just for 30 minutes, I want just one nice peace and quiet and chill time. Because sit next to Mr. Ferreira. It's a lesson. Just off the hip again, and Mr. Hendricks, I have to concur. Free State have a lot to think about here. They are severely under the pump. 47 without loss after 5 overs. There's still 5 overs left of the power play. And if these two are going at the rate they are going now, it's going to be maybe an absolute walk in the park for the men from the Titans. Change of bowling. Muhasa from Trio High School coming into the attack. And immediately he's going to go around the wicket here.
Yeah, and maybe something for the Free State gentlemen to think about. Young Tsapang Laka has only faced 8 deliveries out of the possible 30 so far, so maybe try to keep him on strike as best they can. And I think the big thing is, obviously, bowling to someone as destructive as Ruben van Zyl, is how are you going to get him off strike? So what is your one option to him? I think that's what they need to be thinking.
With people or bowlers like this with less pace, and I'm saying that with all due respect to all the medium pacers, you can afford to have your third man and you maybe even find again, even if somebody's coming harder. You just need to think a little bit outside the box. Slip has gone out. Yeah, no issue. Now we see that man coming in, so they're going to give him protection on the leg side. And the man running there, that's Christian Khan. He doesn't look overly well running there. I have to admit that.
Moving rather gingerly to the fence. Maybe not the best place for him to stand if he's got a bit of a niggle.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, Laka can afford to do that and can afford to have a look. They're so far ahead of the rate at the minute.
Yeah, Bokang Moasaf bowling beautifully here to Tsapang Laka. 3 dots so far this over.
Well, even if they bowl a maiden, I mean, Titans will be happy with that. Hit the ground.
Yeah, just off mic, we're hearing a lot of the Titans team just throwing some words of encouragement to Tsapang Laka.
Yeah, I can hear that as well. The thing I'm just thinking that could sometimes put extra pressure on the batter when you hear your mates or someone just shouting some advice to you, and as it is maybe just a helping word of advice, but that can sometimes put so much pressure on you. What he should be thinking is, that's a good delivery. What he should be thinking is, listen, if he bowls a maiden, bowls a maiden. We're still very much ahead here. The worst thing he can do, and that's a very good over bowl by Mahasa. Maiden over.
And the score stays at 47 without loss after 6.
Ruben van Zyl, 42 of 23 deliveries. Now, fine leg is up. They've got a deep square. Third man is still down. I would like to see that guy up because what Ruben loves to do is hit the ball downtown. Depends on the length as what Otto Kraus is going to bowl here. If he bowls that length, that line, that's very good.
Yeah, that's exactly where he needs to stay to Ruben van Zyl.
Just my point on the keeper. Just had a little bit of a look to see where he was, and he was at the ideal place for the bowler coming when he comes over the wicket to the right-hander. I just don't see the same when he's coming around.
Yeah, and a bit of deliberation with the field here. There were 2 slips to the left-hander initially, now doing away with one of them, so solitary slip standing at about second.
But Laka also needs to come to the party. I know I said maybe just 2 seconds ago, yeah, he shouldn't mind this, but he's going to be putting pressure on himself here. That's 7 dot balls to him. And if I was on the field, I would make him known about that. Heard that was your role. Oh, that should be a couple. I'm going to start calling that the Dom shot. Just off the hip. Beautifully played. Left-hander specialty. That brings up the 50.
Yeah, good balance shown from Tsapang Laka there. Loads of space on the leg side, so tucked it beautifully behind square for 2. And as Eugene mentioned, 50 up. It's only the 7th over, halfway through the 7th.
Same please, just for 1. Now, over to you. Mr. Van Zyl, you got 2 balls.
We'll give the Free State side some credit. They haven't dropped their heads. They're nice and loud.
Show us the sound. When that ball meets Willow. Cut away for 4. Moves to 47.
Yeah, short, wide. And happily hitting that over cover for 4.
Width on offer. Width on offer. Free the arms.
I actually feel like saying they're actually better off bringing that third man up and just putting a cover sweeper back because he's literally hit it to 2 places so far. It's been cover and deep square leg.
Well, that's in the air. That's gone a long way. That's gone for horns. And Ruben van Zyl has gone to another 50.
Yeah, great inning so far from the young man. It's 53, coming off only 26 balls, so striking at 200. The question is, does he know that we're playing a 50-over game? Because he's batting like it's a T20 game.
My, oh my, this fella has come up and lit this ground up. 23 balls for 53 runs. And so far, Volstead have had no answer. The only man that's happy is Mohasa's got a bowl here to Laka again. Oh, now he's hit that over point. And he's sort of ambling for the first one. They're going to come back for two with an offer there.
Yeah, it looks like he's taken notes from his fellow opening partner. When there's worth an offer, not really much danger, so free the arms and don't be scared to hit it aerial.
Rate required is 4.6. If Ruben van Zyle's got anything to do with it for the next sort of 10, 15 overs. Beautiful shot down the ground, just well stopped. If Van Zyle's in here for 10 or 15 overs, tell you what, we will be in for some excitement.
That we will, but just before the Free State men had their lunch, I overheard their coach saying, even if they get off to a flyer, let's not drop our heads. Even if they're 100 after 10 or 15 overs, they must keep at it, because he was sort of saying to me, when I had a chat with him just before the close of the innings, and he was sort of saying that their strength lies in their middle overs. From what I saw during the warm-up, they had a left-arm spinner and two wrist spinners, two right-arm leg spinners. So I think that's going to be sort of their trump card, trying to get out of this power play with as little damage as possible and possibly looking to strike when the spinners come on.
And also we saw the Titans go yesterday. Sort of club past the man at mid-wicket. That ball is racing away. Ah, save your legs, 4 more.
Yeah, juicy full toss, and Tsapang Laka clubs that through mid-wicket for a boundary.
What we saw yesterday from the Titans side is no one was able to stay with Ruben van Zyl. The minute Laka's doing a great job. Well, no single there. Ruben just saying, listen, sorry, mate, you were right. And that's good understanding between those two. Six of that over. 67 without loss.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned in that, just towards the end of that over, it's been a bit of a story for the Titans. They're sort of middle to lower order. Just everybody getting in, getting to 20, maybe even 30, but no one really kicking on, and that's exactly what Ruben van Zyl will need. Just a partner to bat with him, and Tsapang Laka playing a good hand so far.
Yeah, so third man still down there, Dom. Square leg on the bound is still out.
Very well bowled from Kraus. And we spoke about this, I think, in length a couple of days ago. Just, especially in the T20 game, you sort of put your fielders in the power play where the ball's most likely to go, or if there's a trend that's picked up. And on this occasion, we've seen Ruben van Zyl hit cover very well, and even deep square. So something to think about for Free State.
Up, up and over. More horns. 6 more. You could revert. I know your margin of error is probably not that big. You could revert if you want to go full. Then set your field accordingly.
Yeah, overpitched again. And unlike the previous delivery, which was pretty much a sighter for him, he's gone over the top. Some great batting from Ruben van Zyl. I mean, he's taking no prisoners here whatsoever.
What a day. What a difference a day makes here in terms of Otto Kraus. Well, he's made his ground quite comfortably. Yesterday, 10 overs, 4 for 22. Today, think that was his 40th run conceded, and he's just busy with his 5th over. And this is what cricket, that's cricket. One day you on cloud 9, and the next day, well, things just not going for you.
Yeah, it is the nature of the beast. Bit of a roller coaster ride. Sometimes your emotions could be one way one day, and possibly in the same day,
Yes.
another.
But your point is so good. Ah, that's good running from Ruben van Zyl, calling his man through. But your point is so good that you said Free State's got to find a way to stay in the game. Just stay in the game, because we all know that you can get a couple of wickets here, then all of a sudden that changes the whole complexion of it. And I made mention about it when I was on air there with Aubrey about you want to take the momentum into the halfway break. And I think the momentum was with the Titans in how they just simply restricted them from getting a big total. And now you can see how they've used that momentum in the batting innings. That's why I'm saying in this form of the game, or in any format of the game in terms of cricket, momentum is such a big, massive factor.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. The team that holds the momentum is generally the team that is doing well at the time, so they've done well to keep a hold of it, and they're going nicely here so far. Free State are going to have to fight their way and claw their way back into the game here. Just 7 balls left in this power play.
Smoked. Absolutely smoked. Through the offside. 4 runs. Ends the 9th over. Just freeing the arm, a hint to swing. But Ruben van Zyl just said, listen, I'll have some of that. And got his hands through the ball nicely there. He doesn't mind hitting the ball aerially. Free State under severe pump here. 9 overs gone. 79 without loss. And hopefully the man that has come on to comms now, Aubrey Swanepoel, can maybe bring some more fortune for the men from Free State.
Yeah, welcome, Eugene. It's been taking Free State to the cleaners here in the first 9 overs. Ruben van Zyl's batting really well. I think he's putting the bowlers really under pressure, offside and leg side. He's dominating here, and the bowler's going to have to think out of the box here how they're going to slow him down.
To me, it just seems, just looking from the outside in here, that they're just waiting for this 10 overs to go, and then they can spread the field accordingly. Sometimes you just got to be a little bit more creative inside that 10 overs and just do things outside the norm.
Yes, like I heard Dom say that their messages, like we overheard them at the change of innings, was about just stay in it until the middle periods. But the rate is going on here. Once the middle periods rock up, the game will be past their destination.
Well, they're heading up to 90 here. Had 2 runs, getting them up to 81. Still 4 balls to come, and then if Laka can manage to get a single here, then the danger is Ruben van Zyl. He's going to be on strike, and he's clicking at over 200.
Yeah, we've just seen Laka the last 2 overs looking to put the bowlers under pressure as well, as he lets that 1 run past. Bokang bowled well here. He's bowled 2 overs, naught for 8. The problem is that we spoke about partnership bowling in the Titans innings, and that's what they had, their partnership bowling, where both sides were not leaking, and at the moment it's not the same for Free State. One side has gone at almost 6-7 runs and over, and the other side's been, as Laka cuts that one straight to point, no run. So I just think Free State needs to find a way to slow the game down, and maybe, as we've seen they have in their archery, was some left arm spin. See if the likes of Ruben van Zyl can do the same what he's been doing to the off spin and the seamers.
Well, they've got Botha that also can bowl some spin. Captain himself as well. Oh, that's straight up in the air. Who wants it? Bowler wants it. Bowler takes it. And he has got the breakthrough, Masa. And that's the end of Laka for 14, and that breaks that 81-run partnership.
Yeah, you could have seen he was probably he's been the better bowlers for Free State in this first power play, and he's got a well deserved wicket there. I think a much needed break for the Free State boys, as Titans find themselves at 81 for 1 in the first power play.
He wasn't leaving that to anybody. He said, I'm having that. That breaks a very dangerous opening partnership, but what a platform set again here for the Titans. But this fella, Mahasa, he's kept his nerve. He's bowled nicely. He's bowled to a plan. He's bowled to his field. And that's a well-deserved wicket for the fella.
And the new guy to join Ruben van Zyl at the crease is Mohamed Rasool, the off spinner, coming in at number 3 today.
Some words being said out there. And there's Andrew just greeting Mr. Rasool. I think there must have been a few words early in the first innings. Well, it's just part of the battle, isn't it?
Yeah, you could have seen that must have been something in the first innings there, because as soon as he came to the wicket, came running there from point to give him a good welcome introduction to the crease. Cricket's always got to be played hard and fair, I think.
Yeah. I got no issues with that. As long as the line doesn't get overstepped.
Yeah, once you're over that ropes, you got to play cricket hard. But I'm sure when you come off the ropes, you will still be lifelong friends, and I'm sure you can vouch for that. You've made friends on the cricket field that you're still in contact with today.
100%. Well, power play done and dusted. 81 for 1. And that has certainly been a power play that belongs to the men from the Titans.
Yeah, that power play was definitely dominated from Ruben van Zyl, getting 64 of the 81 they have on the board. He's with Free State to all ends of the grey oval here today. He's dominated the bowling, as we see a change in bowling.
Nikhil Sukraj. Now this is going to be interesting. If it is what we have in front of us, it says that he's an unorthodox or wrist spinner. And I'll just see how he warms up for the first few balls and see. But obviously now the field can spread. Let's see where the 4 men are out. Definitely deep backward square. Definitely deep mid wicket. Those are the men we see so far. In fact, we also have a long on in place. So that's 3. And he's definitely a wrist spinner.
Definitely. Do you think that favourite position of yours will be in? We'll have that first slip again?
No. There's no chance. Not to Ruben. Maybe to Rasool, yes. Starts with a full toss. Ball's running away. It's another one that you just got to save your legs. Not the start for Sukraj.
Yeah, that's a freebie for the likes of Ruben van Zyl. We've seen him hit good balls out of the park. Just nice reverse sweep there, using the pace and all the way on the carpet for 4.
Sukraj runs in like you. He's been watching you run in, this fella.
Oh, that's a big shout from the Free State boys. We'll have to have a look at that one again. Definitely looked like a googly there.
Yeah, good decision there by the umpire. Just maybe going down the leg side.
Yeah, after the first ball being a full toss, he's brought it back nicely there. Just sliding into leg stump.
It looks like Ruben has played this game for a long, long time. If you can have a look at that appeal for leg before again, as soon as that bat hits his pad, he sort of moves it further down the leg side.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting the googly there, as it was only his second ball.
Maybe this is years ahead of him. But just after the ball strikes his bat, look at what he does. Oh, just gets it further down the leg side.
Well, I must say it must have helped him, because they did look a little bit straighter than what we thought. But he's still at the crease. He hit that one down the ground, and the first ball for Rasul to the leg spinner.
Well, after being hit for a four of the first ball, just guiding the full toss down to third man, he's come back nicely here, Sukraj. 86 for 1, just the 5 of that over. And it's going to be Mahasa to continue, and why not?
Yeah, we'll see if it's the same ploy that Ruben had yesterday. He dominated the power play, and then just outside the power play, he slowed down on his way to his 100. Do you think he'll play the same way he played yesterday, or will he just continue as the first 10 went?
Well, if he gets a ball with outside that off stump, we know he's going to try and hit it over extra. He even backs himself to hit the ball downtown as well. Seeing the field here now, team. They've got third man and finally coming into the ring. So the men that's out, sweep on the offside, long off, long on, and a man deep backward square. They need one more in the ring. So the deep backward square is coming into the ring. They're moving a man to deep mid wicket. Well, there is about 120-meter gap between those fielders out there. Big real estate.
I don't think he's looking anything leg side. If this ball's just pitch outside off, he's going over extra cover as he walks into him.
Well, he flicked that. He has flicked that. You bring him up. I'll show you. I'll hit it over there. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, he's just walked into the bowler's channel there, flicked it over square leg, and that's another 4 as Ruben van Zyl moves on.
Just ambled down. With just the stain. 73. Again through the offside. Protection out there just for 1. 5 of 2 deliveries. Now over to you, Mr. Rasul.
Good cricket there from the young boy, Ruben van Zyl. He's got the boundary of the first ball, and then finds himself on the non-striker the next ball. And that's a good maturity from the young boy there, just getting the 4 early, and overs already won for the Titans boys there. 5 of it. Run rate required is less than 5.
Less than 4.5. I mean, oh, that's a full toss by and Rasul just can't capitalize on that sort of body shape. Looked like even though he was going forward, he was leaning back and the ball was going aerially.
Yeah, it just looks like all the batters that we've seen out here today, it just looks like Ruben van Zyl's batting on a different wicket compared to what everybody's been out there today.
To me, I agree with you. And where that stems from is that word that we use constantly when we see batters come in, and that's intent. You got to have intent, looking for it. And I think you made mention about it, even leaving a ball. And you can't just go through the motion. That shot that we saw previous, I was just like, it was a nothing shot from a ball that could have been hit away and put away for 4.
Yeah, as Rasul tucks that one into the cover. Good running between the two of them. Look, myself and Dom spoke about this earlier, but how you, as a batter, set up your innings and manipulate the field. And we've seen Ruben van Zyl lead extra cover well, straight down the bowlers. But in this over, he's looked to just get inside the line, and then, because there was a vacant square leg, he's just popped it over square leg, and that's where he found his boundary. And that's manipulating the field.
Yeah, and this is good from him now. This is what I want to see. Hit those strong shots down the ground for 1. you're winning this over by an absolute country mile. That's 7 off the over. 4 off the first does always help.
Yeah, you can just see not a lot of communication between the Free State boys as they find themselves at the Titans finding themselves at 93 for 1 in the 12th over.
Despite all the carnage that's been happening, their over rate has been impeccable.
You definitely see them still jogging to their marks during overs, end of overs, and that's actually a good sign. So, like we seen on day one when the wickets came, there was a bit more camaraderie, if I may say, between the guys in there, and I think they're waiting for a mistake here from Ruben van Zyl. But the way he's been batting here is he's put the bad ball away and he's put the bowlers under pressure.
Sukraj to continue to that man, Van Zyl. Gives himself room, and as always, smashes that through extra cover all along the carpet for 4.
Yeah, we've seen him hit a couple of good shots over that extra cover on the ground, over extra cover. He's definitely looking to put the bowler under pressure, hitting inside out over the extra cover and short extra cover there.
Well, he's managed to hit the 4 off the first ball of the over yet again. Around the corner and the spin just eludes the fielder there. And everything that Ruben van Zyl is touching here turns to runs.
Yeah. Just the famous spin, watch the spin, doing the guy at short 45. I think not watching the ball. It's probably one of the things that let him down that ball.
Smoked. Sorry, smoked again. That's going to bring up the 100 for the Titans. Coming up in the 13th over. And they're definitely racing towards that target of 262.
Yeah, he's definitely taking a liking to the leg spinner. But I still think the ball spinning away from the right-hander. Still no sweeper boundary rider there. And we've seen how well Ruben plays over extra. And still having 3 on the leg side with the ball spinning away from the right-hander.
And this is the conversation that we sort of had with the likes of Anton Ferreira. And we said, we all love seeing wrist spinners in our game. But you also have to give them the protection. You know somewhere along the line they're going to drop it short. But you just have to try and protect them, give them a little bit of protection because they can be very dangerous. But what we've seen over the last 3 days or so, it hasn't been that at all. Giving bowlers or certain bowlers that protection that they need.
Yeah, you got to have the right field for the right bowler, I think. And I just think Free States must trade here as the ball spinning away from both right-handers. Rather have a square leg up and want him to sweep the leg spinner with a bounce he might get and have the sweeper out there. Just allows him to bowl with a bit more freely if he has that drag down. But I just think with not having a sweeper is also like, as we see in the previous over, 2 boundaries through that cover boundary area.
Well, this I will say about Mohammad Rasool. He is as laid back as ever. And there's nobody rushing him. Not saying that he needs to rush. He's just taking his time out there. It's Ruben van Zyl. He's on 86 or 44.
And we still have the Bokang from the same end. The Unisi in there. Nothing's changed. Just Ruben scores moved on to 86.
They need this fella out. Free State, they need him out.
Yeah,
He hangs around. He's dangerous.
he's definitely looking to put the bowlers under pressure first ball and definitely the last ball, which is a good tactic to have as a batter.
When is he going to walk down the pitch here?
We've seen him walk first ball of the previous over and he tucked it just past the vacant square leg, and that's where he found his boundary. And as we see, 2 guys out on the offside and 2 on the leg side, he's definitely going to look to hit anything that's into him over or down the ground.
Well, that's a well bowled delivery from Mohasa. Full straight. Can't get underneath that.
Just a tactic I've observed here. He's definitely looked to play the seamers with a bit more respect than the leg spinners. He's looked for the one, and if they've given him the bad ball, the seamers is put away. But when he faces the leg spinner or the off spinner, we've seen him look to put the spinners under severe pressure. As Rasul chipped that one over the bowler's head.
Yeah, he's not in any rush, Mohammed Rasul. Not saying that he has to be. I say sometimes your body language need to be something like, yeah, I'm going to get this. I'm going to go in. I'm going to grind out. He's just happy enough to just sit and watch at the minute.
Yeah. As we've seen that once that you were speaking about there, walks down the wicket, tries to hit it over extra cover. First time we've seen him play a cricket shot out of anger, trying to, that he misses.
I think it's the first time he's played a shot in anger then misses. Yeah, 100%. The play and miss.
We haven't heard a lot of those today from Ruben van Zyl bat.
Over the last 2 days. He's amassed over 200 runs already. Well, nearly 200 runs. Good work, good work. Another good compiled over here from Mohasa.
Yeah, we should be close to the drinks break now. Yeah, Free State's bowled 14 overs, which is actually quite good.
Very good.
Yeah, but the only problem here, the Titans score is 106 for 1 after 14 overs. All thanks to the bat of Ruben van Zyl, finding himself 87 not out.
Looks like we're going to have a change with ball in hand here from the rugby end. It's going to be seam. Just waiting to see what the number on his shirt's going to be. And that gives us a good indication. And you should always go with your gut, Mr. Swanepoel, because you pointed that man out, Laketa. And it looks like it is Laketa. Man that hails from St. Andrews, just down the road.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be the guy to get that much needed breakthrough that Free State needs. Change of bowling, the leg spinner was a bit pricey there.
Words of encouragement coming from Andrew. And then there's the captain, Henry de Vet. He also bowls some left arm deliveries.
Understand what I mentioned, that we've seen now, like Free State's innings, and the only guy that really bossed on this wicket and showed good intent was Mr. Van Zyl. The other guys are always finding themselves difficult to get the innings started, and their strike rates are always there, mid-60s, mid-50s, and he's come out here and he's batted at 200 here with just having good intent.
Good shot. It will just be one. Yeah, the previous ball bowl there too, Rasul, was give you an indication of what Aubrey was talking about. It was proper half volley and he just bunted it back. And if you show and come in with great intent, those balls will just be instinctively put away.
And we've seen the good balls. Ruben van Zyl just leaned on it, and it was either he hit it nicely over extra cover or all along the carpet, and much needed rewards he's got. That's why I'm finding himself 87 not out.
pulled. Oh, that's a chance. That is a chance. Great effort, though. That was a super effort. Diving away to his right.
The opening bowler.
That's Otto Kraus. Nearly pulled us off.
Just looks like it caught Ruben van Zyl. Surprised the short one there. Didn't expect it to. The short ball from the fast bowler Laketa.
Yeah, but sometimes those are the ones you need to stick in your hand just to bring your team back to life.
Yeah, definitely. That's the much needed wicket I think Volstead was hunting for, and that opportunity is gone. They've got to put it behind them and try to rebuild again, build pressure, and hope the rewards on their side. And we've seen once there was a bit of wickets in the day one how things changed in the middle period, and I think Volstead just needs to keep the energies up and need to encourage each other how they're going to get the next wicket.
I just need to see at Sova Laketa. Just the two from it. Good stuff. Dot ball ends over number 15. 108 for 1.
Yeah, I remember seeing yesterday Ruben van Zyl being out of a no ball there. Province have 3 guys in the power play, and he was out there for no ball. So the luck's definitely was on his side.
Well, this week you could say. His last 2 days, as I said, he's 2 runs away from scoring 200 runs across the 2 days. 110 yesterday, 88 now. 88 out of 108.
Finding himself on strike here again.
Oh, well bowled. Well bowled, well watched. And we saw a few balls just have that extra little bounce. Sometimes when you hit that surface a little bit better, a little bit harder, you get something out of this pitch.
Yeah, just something I've noticed from Bakang in the previous over. They bowled a lot of cutters and slower balls to Ruben van Zyl, which actually might be a good tactic to have here. Volstead are just building a little pressure here. The last 2 overs have created chance at mid-wicket there, and now Bokang's first 2 balls been really good to Ruben van Zyl.
And again, I'm going to talk about how you come to the crease here a little bit. And sometimes you can do all that work at the non-striker's end. And the reason why I say that, Orbs, is if you just look like running hard that first one, or maybe just a drop and run and that intention to get the single, that will keep Ruben van Zyl going. Now it feels like Ruben van Zyl is in the bubble of Rasul. That laid back, all of a sudden we see the balls going to the fielder.
Yeah, as you've seen there, he hit that one straight to extra cover. But as you mentioned there, that he's just coming to the crease and looked too relaxed. According to me, I just wanted him to have a bit more intent, showing the GM make there and hitting the ball down the ground, or hitting the sweepers as he has sweepers out, because Ruben van Zyl bossed the first 10. He's just hoping that Ruben van Zyl continues, and it might not be what the team needs now.
See, even then, run the first one hard, just show you. We all know it's probably going to be a single, but just have that intent about you to run the first one hard. And that's going to be a question I'm going to ask the big fella up there now. When I'm on my 30-minute break, I do a little bit of insight there, and I'll hopefully come back with some news for you.
Yeah, we'll definitely want to know what the big guy Yogi Bear has to think about just the guys applying themselves as they come into the crease. As we've seen there, it's been the story of Rasul there, and he's just had 3 runs of 13 balls there, which is probably not what the team needed now. We just needed someone to come in and show a bit more intent. But as the end of that over, we've had a change in commentary. We've had Dom joining me back in studio. So yeah, welcome back, Dom.
Thank you, Aubrey. Just had a bit of a stroll around the field. Half a stroll, I would say.
I must say, when you were here commentating the first half of the Titan innings, there was a lot more boundaries than what I've seen in the last 20 minutes. It's gone all dry.
Yeah.
So hopefully you bring the boundaries back.
Just have to wait and see. Yeah, it just looks like Mohamed Rasul, as you guys have been speaking about, just lacked a bit of intent. Looks like he's batting in first gear at the moment. So just needs to get up to speed with Ruben. He's batted beautifully so far for his 90.
Yeah.
Just show a bit more intent. I know your team's off to a flyer, but you don't want to dig your team into a hole, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. He's just not looked to like rotate the strike. He's happy just to, and it just looks like Free State's also happy to give Ruben van Zyl the first ball or second ball, that one, and they're happy to bowl to Rasul because he hasn't looked to put them under pressure yet.
Yeah, Free State doing really well, yeah, clawing their way back into this encounter. Dots is what it's going to take for them. Hopefully accumulate some dots and try to take a chance like that.
Yeah, we've seen them just applying that pressure, and that's what created that half a chance that they had at mid-wicket there, just by curbing Ruben van Zyl from hitting boundaries, and Rasul putting pressure on young Ruben van Zyl's shoulders there. But I think Free State couldn't ask for drinks to come on any sooner. I think they're looking just for something to have a chat about and rebuild how they're going to go on their innings about getting the 9 wickets they need on. As we see the first time a shot out of anger from Rasul, and that goes for 4 runs. What we've been asking for here, Dom.
Yeah, it looks like what this commentary box has been missing, because that's the first boundary in a long time. Rasul advances down the wicket on this occasion and hits it beautifully over wide mid-off for a boundary. He's first of the day.
And you see what we speak about dictating the field. He's hit that boundary, and now we're going to see a change in field again.
Yeah, finally coming up into the ring as well as third man. And the captain pushing back mid-on and mid-off, so into a long on and long off positions now.
Yeah, and you see that's what any batter wants. Mid-off and mid-on back, and then you can just easy hit those down the ground and rotate strike. You found the boundary and find yourself back on the non-striker side.
Yeah, and very good cricket from Mohamed Rasul there. Putting the man back by taking a calculated risk and giving himself an opportunity to just find an easy single. Definitely think the keeper could possibly think about getting up to the stumps here, just to keep these two in their crease.
Yeah, we've seen Ruben van Zyl walk down the wicket as he does here, and they drop the one short. It's a down to deep square for 1 as he moves on to 91 now.
Yeah, and that brings to a close the 17th over. The score is 116 for the loss of 1. That is the Titans batting in pursuit of 262. And this partnership is growing slowly. It's currently sitting at 35.
Yeah, definitely growing partnership as we see a change in bowling again from the Unisi end.
Yeah, brings into the attack Khaya. We saw how aggressive he was with the bat against the spin that was bowled from the Titans. And if I remember correctly, just watching him warm up, he bowled some leg spin. We all know that leg spinners have a knack for taking wickets, so could he be the change that the Free State team are looking for?
Yeah, I spoke to Eugene about this, about when we seen the first leg spinner. I just think they got to have the right field for Ruben van Zyl, as we've seen him like it outside off there, hitting over extra cover. As we've seen, they have the sweeper out there, and they have no short 45 on the leg side there, so will be interesting tactic. He dropped that one short, cuts it to the deep to the cover boundary, and there's a communication as a error there between the two batters, nearly creating a run out there.
Yeah, eventually no damage done. But Botha would want to start better than that. He's got his straps immediately, yeah. Short again. Cut into the offside just for a single. I do think this is a good field for Ruben van Zyl. I would possibly think maybe bringing one of the guys on the leg side up, so possibly the deep square, even the deep mid wicket, and pushing long on back, because he can hit down the ground pretty strongly. Don't mind him try to swipe across it.
Yeah, we haven't seen Ruben van Zyl sweep as he hits that one again on the back, cuts it just in front of cover there. Good fielding there from the cover boundary to prevent the boundary. Only one run. I haven't seen Ruben van Zyl sweep the spinners, so it would be a good tactic to bring deep square up, I feel, there, Dom.
Yeah, he's not shy to take it on. He played a few of them yesterday. Sort of power sweep in front of square, sort of a meter or two in front or possibly behind. So I don't think it's the worst option for the leg spinner. Better length from Botha on this occasion, but punched up the ground from Rasool.
Yeah, and that's good cricket from Rasool, just hitting it down the ground, keep the scoreboard rotating. It's a nice approach here from Khaya, but just loses his shape as he gets to the crease, drops that front shoulder. As you see, Ruben hits that one just past extra cover. Going to be a good chase. The ball wins, and that's 4 runs for Ruben van Zyl. Moves to 97.
Yeah, overpitched on this occasion, and the man in the deep is on the squarer side, so comfortable boundary in the end. Brings to a close the 17th. Score 124 for 1. And Ruben van Zyl is now 1 hit away from his second century. This would be back-to-back for him. He did score a beautiful century yesterday against Western Province.
Yeah, Dom. He's played really well for that 97. He's given them that one chance at mid-wicket that wasn't taken, but he's made Free State punish for that drop chance as he find himself 97 of 60 balls.
Slower ball on this occasion from Laketa. Punched up the ground from Rasool.
Yeah, it just feels for me like Free State's just going through the motions here and hoping for a fall shot from one of the Titans boys, which is not happening. And the Free State boys' shoulders are a bit low. There is a bit of encouragement still from the captain. I think that's the only guy that's really trying to encourage the boys. Other guys are going through the motion, and we want them just to stand up. They need just a bit of snuff here and create a chance here as Ruben walks down the wicket.
And I think they just desperately need to get to drinks. If I'm not mistaken, drinks should be after this over. Just to regather their thoughts. It's been a bit of an onslaught from the Titans, especially the man at the non-strikers in Ruben van Zyl. So get through this over with no damage done and just regather their thoughts. Another slow ball, but a no ball. Looks like he's overstepped. And that's going to be a free hit for Mohamed Rasool. Very, very naughty from Laketa. Bowling a slow ball and overstepping.
Yeah, I think there's not a day we've commentated, Dom, where we haven't seen a no ball from any team. I think every team we've commentated have been on air to this last 3 days as bowl a no ball as the no ball goes for a boundary, rubbing salt into the wound there.
Yeah, Rasul on this occasion just advances down the wicket. Laketa saw him coming and sort of threw it a bit wider, but he gets an outside edge and it just beats the keeper for 4. And that boundary bringing up the 50-run partnership between these two. This partnership looking threatening again, much like the first one. Titans have reached the halfway point in terms of the total. 131 needed.
Another slower ball as Rasul hits that one down the ground. That just looks too easy for me, Dom. I don't think it's looking to trouble the Titans batters with the field they have. So it just feels like floaty up there, and the wicket's too good for the batters to miss out on those balls.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more there, Aubrey. I do feel like the Free State team needs a bit of change in tactics from this rugby end. In this over so far, a run scored of every single delivery.
Yeah, as Ruben van Zyl, 98. Laketa to him, he walks down the ground and he hits it down the ground for 1. Good cricket awareness, yeah, as he moved to that famous 99 number.
Yeah, and I just think we should just make the viewers aware that at the ground there's only a scoreboard, so limited information for him, just the total, wickets fallen, the overs bowled and the target, so he's not really aware that he's on 99. He knows he's there or thereabouts. So good cricket from him so far.
Yeah, as Rasul tucks that one into the deep square boundary. Only one. As we have the end of the 19th over. The fielding team is going to have a much needed drinks break here as drinks comes onto the field.
Yeah, join us in a couple of moments after this drinks break. We will resume this clash between the Titans and Free State. Yeah, welcome back to the Johan Volstead Oval. We are at Grey Bloom for this clash between the Free State boys and the Titans boys. Titans in hot pursuit of 261 set earlier this morning from Free State, and looking really, really good here. 19 overs gone. Total already past the halfway point, 134 for 1. And some beautiful, beautiful batting from Ruben van Zyl so far. He currently sits at 99 not out of 62 deliveries. This footage, of course, brought to you by Pitch Vision. And this week, all matches at the Cricket South Africa Youth Weeks are streamed using Pitch Vision Pro, a professional 4K cricket streaming system designed for school and club cricket. It delivers crystal clear live coverage with a simple one-cable setup, built-in commentary support, and seamless sponsor integration. Pitch Vision Pro is trusted across school and club cricket in South Africa and fully integrates with the Cricket South Africa scoring app, allowing scores and live action to work seamlessly together, keeping players, coaches, and supporters connected wherever they are. For any queries or orders, contact orders@pitchvision.com. Pitch Vision Pro, ready to stream like a pro. And with me in the commentary box still is Aubrey Swanepoel. So Aubrey, the Titans are batting really, really well at the moment. So what do you think is next year for the Free State gentlemen?
Well, we've just seen the drinks break there, and we've seen the head coach come onto the field to chat to them. So I think that the Free State boys, they have about, I think, 5 or maybe let's call it 8 overs here. If they don't make inroads into the Titans batting lineup, they're going to find themselves wondering. And we've seen how easy Ruben van Zyl put the balls over the ropes and along the carpet there. So they're going to have to tactically think smartly here of curbing him from scoring and still creating chances.
Yeah, and we see FG Bota going to continue from the Unisi end of the ground to Rasul. Starts quite full. Yeah, I'm calling a change from the rugby end of the ground. They definitely need to try someone else from this end.
Yeah, I'm calling the captain to bowl. We've seen him in warm-ups bowl as well. As that looks too easy. It just floats it up there, leg spin. Don't look like a lot of energy on the ball, and it's just hit down the ground for one. We've seen Rasul just playing a nice cricket shot all along the carpet, and he finds himself on the non-striker side. But here's that moment where we're finding Ruben van Zyl on strike, finding him at 99. As he hits that one to past cover point, and it's a boundary. Back-to-back hundreds for Ruben van Zyl. That 100 comes off 63 balls.
Yeah, what a great knock from the young man. He goes back-to-back hundreds at the Khaya Majola Cricket Week. This 100 today coming off 63 deliveries. Yesterday's one coming off about 90 deliveries. And what a knock from the young man. He's hit so many boundaries today. Let me get it for you here. 13 fours and 5 sixes. Only facing 25 out of his 63 deliveries with dot balls. So striking 163. As he pulls this one into the leg side. So it's a great opportunity for him here to get a big one. I mean, this Free State attack is not looking overly threatening at the moment. So knuckle down. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, he's definitely made that 100 look easy there, Dom. He's come out there from ball one. He's put the bowlers under pressure. And the reward is there, 104 of 64 balls.
Yeah, and remarkably coming in before the 20th over, that 100.
Yeah, I think Free State boys knew he was the danger in the Titans team. And from ball one, he's just come out there and showed good authority. He's manipulated the field. He hits into his strong areas. As we watch a highlight there of how the young boy brings up his second 100 of the Khaya Majola Cricket Week in Bloemfontein.
Yeah, and what a knock from the young man. He's barring that first over where he sort of mistimed a couple. As soon as he hit one in the middle of the bat, he did not look back, effortlessly striking the ball, as I mentioned in the last over the boundary. And yeah, he's just batted so well today.
Yeah, but one thing I've seen he did well, that the Free State, I don't say the Free State guy didn't bat too well. As I say, when he came to the seamers, he kept walking at them. Even the spinners, he kept using his feet to them. And he showed him the off-spinner, his stumps. And in the power play, the off-spinner kept looking to hit the stumps, and it played into his strong zones where he hit over extra cover, those early boundaries. Got his innings started.
He was very proactive, wasn't shy to sort of use the crease, the depth of it. And great cricket again, just punching this one up the ground. Yeah, we sort of called for it in the commentary box when we saw that partnership growing earlier this morning from Dodd, where we were saying would love them to sort of run at the spinners, even just move around the crease a bit, because they were just sort of hitting the ball from the same place, the impact zones were in the same place, deeper, like relatively deep in the crease zone. No one really looking to sort of get at the Titans guys.
Yeah, as you see a slower ball hit down the ground from Russell. And I feel, like you said, you mentioned you need a bit of something different here from the Free State boys. Just going through the motion and expecting one of the Titans boys to make a fault. And you're always playing behind the 8 ball when you do that type of cricket.
Yeah, I would have thought that this would have been an over to change the bowling, because all due respect to Mr. Laketa, he's not looking threatening at all.
Oh, as you mentioned that, Dom, we've seen that one just keep a little lower than the previous ball. Another slower ball as Ruben van Zyl looks to punch that one on the back foot down the ground, and we've seen another play and miss from Ruben van Zyl.
Yeah, this one keeping a touch low. Did think though he could have been forward to that. It wasn't overly short, and Mr. Laketa is not the tallest man in the team, so coming from a low trajectory.
Yeah, but even if you just do something different, look how he waltzed down there and he pulls that one past short 45, and that's a boundary. You've been asking for the keeper to stand up and to just allow the bowler to bowl more at the stumps, and we wouldn't see the batter walking down the wicket as he does now.
Yeah, he walks into the channel there, drags it down, but of not great pace, so really difficult for him to sort of score a dot ball if Mr. Van Zyl is gonna bowl to him there. I think with the keeper up too, it's just gonna give him sort of a target to bowl at, where sort of just be aiming to hit it into the keeper's glove. So again, definitely something for Free State to think about here. Titans are nearing 150, and we coming to the close of the 21st over.
As that one straight to extra cover. As we come to the end of the 21st over, the Titans boys find themselves 146 for 1. If you just joined us, you missed an unbelievable show from Ruben van Zyl. 109 not out, and he's hit the ball to all parks here in Bloemfontein this afternoon, and he's achieved his second 100 at the Khaya Majola Cricket Week.
Yeah, and for those of you that are joining us for the first time, it is a back-to-back 100 for him here. He scored another beautiful 100 yesterday. This one today, though, a knock of high class, coming off only 60 deliveries, and he's hit 5 sixes so far with 15 boundaries, so striking it at 160.
Yeah, as if Botha comes in, floaty leg spinner, and Russell just hits that one down the ground.
Yeah, this partnership is again growing, sitting at 66 at the moment, and you feel that Free State have got to do something here to try and take a wicket. else this game is going to be over in no time. As he runs down to this one, it's full. It's hit over mid-on's head. Just waiting for the signal, if it went all the way or not. Yes, and it's gone all the way for 6. Another great hit from Ruben van Zyl, and that brings up the 150 for the Titans.
Yeah, I might be wrong here, but I think when he got to 50, we've seen him hit a couple of big shots and a couple of sixes. But I think in his second 50, if our stats could just help us here, we would know, like, he didn't hit any sixes in his second 50. I think that's his first 6 after 50 runs.
Yeah, change in the field after the last shot that Ruben van Zyl played. So deep square coming up and long on going back. So he's tried to lap that one, but he's hit it straight to the man that's come in from deep square. You get the sense that Botha is under pressure here. Oh no, and this one's bowled wide down the leg side. And it goes for a boundary, so 5 extra runs to the total for the Titans.
Yeah, this overs definitely put FG Botha under pressure. First ball, Rasul hit him down the ground, and then the massive 6. And now 5 wides. Overs definitely under pressure.
And this one just driven through the offside for a single, so the runs required coming down. Only 104 required still, and loads of time still to bat. But if I was in the Titans camp, I'm thinking try to get this done before the 40th. So the reason for that is there's a bonus point on the line, so an extra point, and could assist in them getting through to the next round.
Yeah, I'm sure once they get to the halfway stage, that calculations will be in their talks and messages, as Rasul hits that one to just past extra cover, and he's also continuing to put the leg spinner under pressure in that over, as it's a massive over.
Yeah, big over from the Titans there. 17 coming from, my apologies. And this one's driven beautifully past extra cover for another boundary. And yeah, it looks like Free State have a change from this end. They need something different here, because at this rate this game's going to be over in no time.
Yeah, you've been asking for a change from the rugby side end, and first time we're going to have a see in the new bowler, I think. Just waiting for the number.
It's number 13, Lutando Miameni. Right arm seamer.
As he goes on to the leg side, Ruben van Zyl just clips that one off his legs to deep square for 1.
Yeah, and a pretty standard field that he's got set over here for himself. He's got a deep square on the leg side, a fine leg in place, and then quite a square third man and a cover sweeper. So mid off, extra cover and point on the offside, saving 1. As he bowls a full toss here and just catches Mohamed Rasul a bit off guard there. Looks like he didn't expect that one.
Yeah, he does look a little bit quicker than the guys that came before him, the likes of Laketa and Bokang there. So maybe he'll find that edge that Free State needs someone to just light the spark here in their bowling lineup.
Yeah, he just needs to settle into his length here as quickly as possible. Find a good length to hit here to these two. Just like that. That's a great length that he's bowled. Looks like it rushed Rasul a bit there. Looks like he's a bit on the skiddy side. Quick through the crease and the ball just rushing the bat off the surface.
Yeah, just watch the bowlers run up. He goes straight and then he like goes wide and then he goes back into the crease there if you watch. As he goes short to Ruben van Zyl. Has a great fielding there from if Khaya Botha at deep square to prevent the boundary.
Yeah, great piece of work in the deep from Khaya Botha. The moment it hit his bat, it was flying to the fence. As we see again on the replay. Dug in, but only about waist high. So, yeah, great work in the deep. Definitely saved a boundary on that occasion.
The bowlers run-up's going to be an interesting topic between you and our fellow commentator as he runs in there and just hits that one to deep extra cover for one. Rasul there.
Driven, and he beats extra cover, and that's gone for another boundary for Ruben van Zyl. That brings to a close the 23rd over, and the score is currently 171 for the loss of just the single wicket. Just another 91 runs to win for the Titans. Yeah, just overpitched again on this occasion, and we've seen how good he's been through that extra cover region throughout this week. And with the closure of that over, it brings to a close Aubrey Swanepoel's stint, and back into the box is Eugene Molian.
Well, 122 for Ruben van Zyl out of a total of 171. Just shows the dominance. The dominance of the young man. Rasul is 26 of 36. But this seems to be an absolute doddle. Spin. Looks like the captain brought himself on here. Henry de Wet. Some left arm spin. Some interesting games happening around Bloemfontein today. Mr. Hendricks. Let's start with your boys, the Lions. The Manak brothers are leading the charge there for the Lions. 98 for 1, chasing 259 for victory against the Dolphins. Important game that. Western Province ball-on game is very finely poised. 130 now for 7. They need 54 more runs. Time is not a factor. Looks like Sheikh keeping things together there. One away from his 50.
Yeah, and the Eastern Province Tuskers game. Looks like the Tuskers were cruising. They were one down when I last checked before the stint, and currently 135 for the loss of 4 after the Eastern Province boys scored 182 all out. So some interesting games going around. And a big one, that province game.
Well, what it means, if Boland does manage to win that game, then all Titans need to do is win this game with the bonus point. Because the head-to-head will mean that the Titans would go through. Because they will be on the same allotment of points. So a lot at stake still here. That's why we call it moving day.
And for those of you that don't know how the permutations are currently working, so if all teams are on the same allocation of points, then the first mode would be on the number of wins, and then it will go on head-to-head. So from there it would go to net run rate, and then lastly bonus points. So yeah, lots happening around, and yeah, they are cruising their way to a bonus point. Another 16 overs they need to get this last 100 runs.
Oh, now still a no ball to a fella that's on 123. Well, you can loosen the shackles if you haven't done so yet, Ruben van Zyl. You can swing as hard as you want. Full kitchen sink. And I think he's just looking straight because mid-on and mid-off are in the ring. No need to look anywhere else.
Not at all, and it is quite a short boundary, as we mentioned a couple times, only about 40 meters.
Oh, a little bit of zip.
Yeah, well bowled. Very well bowled. I did say to Aubrey, it looks like he is quite quick off the surface, skiddy. And again, there's a bit of bounce. But I suppose the Free State attack haven't really exploited that extra bounce that there has been on offer today. We've seen it for the majority of the morning from this end.
Oh, go again, fella. Go again. Your team needs something. Maybe that's the spark they need. Just let the ball go.
Yeah, how about a rogue field? Bring third man up, put another guy out on the leg side and go bumper plans.
Oh, that's in the air. Oh, just short of the sweeper.
And he just never looked like he was interested in catching that one.
Well, this fella has come on here. He's running in. He's letting the ball fly. Yeah, why not? Outside the box. Put a few men back. A few chin music, as they say.
I mean, in this format, you are allowed 2 short ones for the over, so why not make full use of it? Right on cue.
There we go.
Not sure about that one being 1 for the over.
Is that one?
They've signaled 1 for the over.
No.
It hasn't bounced. No, that hasn't bounced a great deal. Well, nonetheless, he's still got another one that he's allowed to bowl.
He's still got 2 in the bank for me. It's in the air again. That one is carved over point. Through the comfort 2.
Yeah, I like what Lutando's doing over here. He's running in, he's hitting the surface hard, and yeah, he's not being shy to let the ball go and be quite aggressive. His lengths have been very aggressive this over, which I'm a massive fan of. It's just something that they've been lacking really. Someone to change the flow of this game for Free State.
Well, my question's going to be, why are we only seeing him in the 25th over? I know there's other permutations as well, but things were going so far awry for Free State that they could have brought him on a little bit earlier. And a ball that is a little bit harder might have been good in this fella's hands. Now they opened with spin. But from what I'm seeing here, Dom, I'm enjoying this little battle. Forget about the score for a bit. But he's really trying to lift the spirits here.
Yeah, great over from the young man. Just got a bit of something about him.
Well, that's not what I like. You should just focus on your batting and not worry about the umpire. Because he's now looking at the umpire because the ball was thrown and the ball bounced. And he's like looking at the umpire saying, oh, you're not going to warn him for that. Just focus on your own thing, which is batting. You're in a good position. There's no need from Rasul to go there and say, listen, having a word with the umpire. That's things I don't like.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, Eugene. Just stick to the batting. You guys are in a good position, so carry on doing your thing.
Well, catch that. Outside the grounds, gone for horns. And Ruben van Zyl, he's just continuing on his merry way. He's just in his own bubble. Just going to be a time to wait to get the ball. Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what your take on that is. I'm enjoying Ruben van Zyl's batting here, but that what I saw just there, that should not be in. I said yesterday about what I saw at the USAN. There was too many times I saw players going to umpires and questioning and telling them, listen, you must do this, you must do that. Umpires know their job.
Yeah, and that last blow from Ruben van Zyl brought up the 100-run partnership. So great partnership from these two.
We'll try and fix it. It's still Henry de Wet bowling here. Left arm spin. Now the sweep shot. That ball will keep spinning away from the man, but he's done well. Just for one. Maybe Rasul's not happy that the ball bounced about 5 times there. We don't know. Give another look.
Maybe he wants to get into umpiring.
Score just keeps moving in a positive direction for the Titans. They know the position they find themselves in. I'm sure one eye is on the game that's happening at Western Province. Yeah. Province still 7 down. Looks like the invitation side are heading to victory again there against Northwest in that top of the table pool game against Northwest.
And that's the end of the 25th over. Score is 181 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, this is a cakewalk. An absolute doddle for the Titans, this. And Free State have had no answer whatsoever. This fella, ball in hand, he's definitely livened things up here, but
Yeah, well bowled again. Bowling it hard back of a length into the wicket. Just steer down to third man for a single from Rasool. I think what I'd love to see here is just maybe a slight change in the field. So I spoke about that third man, but I'd actually love to see maybe mid-wicket just going around a touch and finding himself on the 30-yard circle as opposed to being in on the 1. Because that could be the opportunity that the Free State team need to get back into this encounter.
Yeah, as you made mention, just a little bit outside the box, out of the norm. You mentioned rogue field sometimes. They need something here. No. He just lost it at the crease there. You could see there, the whole body shape wasn't right. He's just maybe trying a tad, but too hard. They always talk about channel aggression.
Yeah, and you don't blame the fella.
No.
He's trying to make an impact in this game. But got to get back to basics here. Just finish his action nicely. That's what he's done beautifully so far in the spell. Just looks like he's done a bit more work with his upper body on that last delivery.
It's going to be another wide. And that one's just more round arm delivery. If you look from behind, he must just do what he's done before. Just pull down nice and hard. Don't go too past the 11 o'clock. You want to be between 11 and 12 on the clock. Our producer's got absolutely no Barney. Gone for the Yorker. He's in. He's very quick. The other thing to notice is as well, Ruben van Zyl has been on the field for all the overs. He kept for the 50, and now he's on the field for 26.2 overs as well.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be a tired man after today. But with him batting so well, I don't think he minds being tired.
Use of the feet, elegantly played through the offside for 1. Yeah, and throw in how many times he's gone down as a keeper, come up. He's earning his stripes today.
Yep, keepers are having to be at attention all the time. As you know, they've got to squat every single ball.
Oh, how's that for a pull? Short arm jab, pull for 4. Timing, impeccable.
Yeah, dug in short. Not actually getting above waist high, but with a man in such fine form, he's not going to miss out on that.
He was quickly to turn around there just to check. The umpire's got his arms wide again. I mean, that ball didn't have much bounce in it, but a man that's on 130 plus, he just watches that onto the bat. I mean, he can play anything. Oh. And even a man around 137 can get some unplayable deliveries like that. 27 gone, 197 for 1. Partnership, 116 runs. But this was some delivery.
Yeah, beautifully bowled again. Found that length and snipped back, catching the man on 100 off guard.
It's not always we see two producers that we have. One is a City supporter, one is a United supporter, working hand in hand.
Only place you'll see that is in Africa.
100%. Well, what are the chances? I'm going to throw something at you here, Dom. Oh, just not carrying to the short third man there. What are the chances Titans winning this game without Rasul getting to 50?
Well, if this man on strike has got anything to do with that, I think it's about a 10% chance of that possibly happening at the moment.
Well, that's well run. That's 200 up. So there's 62 runs still needed. Rasul needs 17 of those. Watch this space, folks.
Yeah, maybe a bit of fatigue setting in here from Van Zyl. Trying to deploy the reverse sweep with two men behind square on the offside. Yeah, that's better. He's done really well at hitting the ball up the ground today. So just keep on keeping on. I mean, it's got him to 130 already.
Yep.
And he hasn't... Oh, he played a couple earlier, but just keep on doing what you've been doing.
As far as we know, this has been the 10th century this week so far. And when I was up there at lunchtime and made mention that 15 of 2016 could be in danger, people told me, not so sure. Don't think it is. I'll be 5 away and there's still 2 days of cricket left.
Yeah, it's a good chance. There's a really good chance.
Well, we'll give you the updated scores. 202 for 1 after... Is it 28 overs? Top edge. That's going to race away for 4. Rasul now goes to 40.
And I think most importantly, just 10 runs away from that 50, Eugene.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe he's now just got the hurry up, the thing, oh, hold on, Van Zyl. Just pipe it down there a little bit. Give me a chance to also raise my bat here. That's the old keeper trick there where the ball takes the ball wide and then runs back in.
Yeah, just having a look at the scores here quickly. Province still 7 down, so just over 20 needed in the Western Cape Derby.
Yeah, and both Manak have passed 50 now. 131 for 1. We'll just ignore the score on your screen for now. Oh, there's a no ball. Oh, and you can't change the field.
So another free hit today, or for the week rather. There's been free hits aplenty on this oval so far, the Johan Volstead oval.
Driven square. Will be a couple again. $209 for one. As we're following the scoreboard on the ground at the minute. Busy with the 28th over. Pulled. Oh, hits the old shin.
How was that?
Christian Kind there. Was a catch opportunity, this.
He's done well to just make sure that that doesn't get past him.
Driven square again, and that's going to be the end of the over. Well, we make it 215 for the loss of one at the end of the 29th over. We have Van Zyl 144 and Rasul on 43. Late cut just for one. Brings Rasul back on strike. 43 is on. 7 away. Was that a chance? Was that a chance? Looks like it was.
Yeah, a bit of a tough one to take. Bottom edge. Free State. Staring down the barrel at the moment. Just another 44 required from the Titans.
Swept hard. Deep mid wicket. 4 more.
Yeah, and Van Zyl now just one away from bringing up 150. Some knock he's played today.
Was a chance. That was a chance. Some confusion about the scores all around here. Score currently makes it double Nelson for one.
Yeah, maybe still 5 away then. Sorry, we've just had a couple of technical difficulties here in the last couple of overs.
ends over number 30. 222 for 1. Dominic Hendricks is going to have a little break. He might not be back because where this game is going with Mr. Van Zyl batting here. Now, Mr. Swanepoel joins us, and it's all one-way traffic here. All going the Titans' way.
The last time I was on air with Dom, Titans were just going at sixes there, and once Ruben van Zyl got to that 100 mark, he's put on the afterburners. As we can see there, he's on 144 after 92 balls there. Yeah, we have a changing bowling from the main rugby oval end. As we see Bokang back into the attack.
Yeah, the man that picked up the wicket. He's back in to see if he can prize another one. Starts with a full ball. And that is his 150. What an innings this has been from Ruben van Zyl.
Yeah, he's definitely one for the future, I feel. He's dominated since he came into the crease. Played spin well, and he's played seam well. It's always a good sign of a good cricketer.
There's just been too many extras yet again.
Yeah, I think I was chatting to Dom about this earlier, Eugene. Do you think that the guys are not used to bowling with this ball? That's why the wide counts has been as high as it is, or how come the extra columns? Because if you look at every game in the first 2 days, Mr. Extras has been there in the scorecard.
Well, my view is this, is that I don't think there's enough cricket of 50 overs or more. There's a lot of T20s, a lot of the schools favouring to play T20 cricket. You see there's a lot of, you only have to bowl 4 overs. And then when you get to this here, we bowl 50 overs, we have to bowl 10 overs as a seamer. You've got to construct how you're going to go about it. Got to go 5, then 3, then 2, or however you're going to go about your business.
As Ruben comes down the wicket and he pulls out the sweep. And a vacant deep square there as he brings up yet another boundary.
Yeah, that was beautifully played. Just on bended knee, and now he's just showing us all his variety of shots here. Stroke making at his absolute best. Still trying to find what the initial score is here, whether it's on the app or on the scoreboard.
As he hits the boundary, the very next ball hits it down the ground for 1. Good cricket from Ruben. Yeah, we're still looking on all the apps to find out what the correct score is. As Rasul hits that one also down the ground. I must say we've spoke about Rasul coming in and his intensity was a bit low, but one thing he's done is anchored the crease nicely with Ruben.
Yeah, he has. He's done his job. Half for 1. Thought he might just need to show a little bit of intent and try and go with the likes of Van Zyl in terms of just intensity, not hitting boundaries as such. But he's done nicely. He's gone about his business quite well. And he's ably supported Ruben van Zyl here.
Yeah, he's played definitely a great support role to Ruben van Zyl. I think he just kept ticking the scoreboard and kept putting Ruben on sale, and Ruben put the bad ball away. And that's why they batted for a long period, keep batting at 6-7 runs and over, which has hurt Free State here this afternoon.
He's even put the good balls away. Doesn't matter where you bowl to Ruben van Zyl today. He's had all the answers. And they're heading to a bonus point victory here, which according to us will probably secure them that second place on the log.
Yeah, luckily we don't have to do all those calculations this afternoon.
Should have given it to you. Should have brought your calculator, Aubrey. Oh, that's in the air. That's going to be horns.
And that's another maximum for Ruben van Zyl. Gets on one knee, pulls out the slog sweep, and it goes easily 5 or 6 rows past the rope there.
$234 for one. He's now moved to 162. Rasul's on 43. $28 still needed for victory.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting just listening in the background to you and Dom speaking about Rasul getting to the half a century there, still needing a couple more, as Ruben's just played and missed at that one. He's definitely looking to bring out the slog sweep again.
But, look, maybe it doesn't mean that much. We don't know. But, I mean, what batter doesn't want to have that little landmark? And that's good cricket. That's what he's done so well. Over to you, Mr. Rasul. You need 7.
Yeah, 7 runs, and he's got to try in a way to find ticking off that 7 runs, because if he doesn't get that one, I think if Mr. Van Zyl keeps having the strike, that 50 is going to be a distance away from for him.
Well, he's going to keep the strike here now. He's on 44, as you can see. Target 262. Just 26 runs away. What a partnership this has been between these two men.
Yeah, for the Titans to get the bonus point which they much deserve there. They have about 8 overs to get 26 runs, which is well in sight for them.
And this is the reason why they elected to have, they didn't mind having a bowl first and a bat second, because they knew, as they said at the toss, that the wicket was going to get flatter and it was going to get a little bit easier to bat on. And they can just show, and they have shown us how that has been.
Yeah, as Mr. Rasul comes down the wicket, tries hitting it down the ground, inside edge there, straight to mid-wicket.
I think he's feeling it. I think he wants to get there, because he knows Ruben van Zyl, he just can flick the switch and hit the ball again to all parts in 1 over.
Yeah, this partnership has gone now well into the 150 mark now, which is taken all might out of Free State's armory, but we still see good fielding there.
Yeah, could have still gone through for a single there. Just don't want to take any risks. He's done all the hard yards Has Rasul, 44 of 65. Not the worst return, that.
Good running there between the batters. Scampered for another one. And that brings on that man again, Ruben van Zyl.
He's just gonna entertain now. He's just gonna come and entertain, because this game as a contest, I think, is gone.
Yeah, I think he's just going to show us all his flair shot there now, bringing out the reverse sweep as well for the seamer.
I hope Rasul's a good counter. This is the last ball of the over. Get one, young man. Oh, why don't go to your 50 with a 6? Oh, bit of aggression from Rasul, and he gets his 50.
What a great knock there from Rasul as he goes to 50 with the maximum. Good contact down the ground, walking in the bowler's channel, and puts that one over the ropes. As we come to the end of that over, Northerns are 244 after 33.
Well, he shows us now that he can have that bit of aggression about him. I must say it's a good knock. 51, 67 deliveries, supported his man Van Zyl very, very well.
Yeah, only 18 runs needed for victory here from the Titans.
Partnership of 163 between these two. First wicket fell at 81. And the tough week for the Free Staters continuing here again today.
As Ruben gives himself width, hits that to the vacant extra cover as they idle through for one. So I know you've been giving out scores around the Free State region about the Khaya Majola Cricket Week. As Rasul goes and it gets a nasty bounce. And that's 4 runs. Just a prediction from your side there. So, what do you think will be in the platinum playoffs tomorrow?
I was hoping you weren't going to ask me that question. Looks like it's going to be Western Province and the Titans from this group. They will finish first and second. Looks like the Lions in a very good position. Well, could be the battle of the Yukskay River tomorrow. Lions versus Titans.
And the second one?
Well, Ned, now you're really having me clutching at straws as they bring up their 250. You're testing me now.
You've been giving out scores all afternoon.
Yeah, but there's permutations. And I'll try and work this out for you, Mr. Swanepoel. No problem, sir. Well, if Eastern Province manages to get the next 3 wickets very quickly, it could be them that play Western Province. So what it looks like, it could either be Eastern Province or Dolphins versus Western Province. That's the bowling figures. So I'm one semi-final. The Battle of the Yerkskei.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to that. Lions played good cricket first 2 days as they're chasing against the Dolphins as well.
I know the other one half of the semi-final. I know Western Province are in it.
Yeah.
And they will be playing either Eastern Province or the Dolphins.
We see now that Eastern Province need 3 wickets. I think that's going to go down to the wire there. The Dolphins are struggling against the Lions. The Lions are about 130 for 2. 170 for 2. But yeah, like we mentioned earlier this morning about the moving day, it's going to be, anyway, whichever semi-final that is tomorrow is going to be fascinating cricket.
Well, if the Tuskers win, it's a 4-way tie. Oh, sorry, 3-way tie for second. My humblest apologies to the Tuskers. My humblest of apologies to the Tuskers, because then it comes down to net run rate. 3 teams on the same number of points, comes down to net run rate.
Yeah, I remember we spoke before the game started, and we tried doing all these calculations. And that's where we find ourselves now, trying to do all these calculations. But at our game there, Ruben van Zyl hits that one down the ground for 1 run.
The thing is, the net run rate of the Dolphins is not great. Eastern Province's net run rate is better. So, with that being said, if the Dolphins lose and the Tuskers win, it could still be, by the looks of it, Eastern Province going through based on net run rate.
But I think we need to take into calculation today's results.
And that's what I'm doing, because I think those games are going to be very tight. However, I am not going to make the same mistake as what I did on Monday. I'm leaving that to the powers that be. All I'm saying is one of Dolphins, Eastern Province, and Tuskers could be playing Western Province. That's guaranteed. I'd like to have my hand. I need to have a sure hand in front of me. Here's a chance. Taken. And finally, the men from Volstead have managed to get rid of Ruben van Zyl. But what an innings by the youngster. 166 runs of 113 deliveries. And he is going to get a standing ovation as he makes his way off this Johan Volstead oval here at Grey College. He's getting plenty of hugs, plenty of handshakes. But that has been some knock.
Yeah, that's one of the better knocks around we've seen this week. 166 of 113 balls. Guy can take off. Give him a round of applause for that innings there. That's what the team needed as they find themselves 253 for 2. But a round of applause should go for Ruben van Zyl, 166. What a great knock. Back-to-back hundreds at the Khaya Majola Cricket Week.
Slower delivery, trying to just muscle that over the boundary. But maybe fatigue has set in. And looks like the Tuskers are a mere 12 runs away for victory there.
Yeah, as we seen the end of Ruben van Zyl, we'll have young Pretorius to join Rasul at the crease.
Yeah, what a time to come in just to see his side home here from Pretorius. Well, How many overs are left in that game there at the Tuskers? 12. If they get that 12 fairly quickly, that will help the net run rate. Because it takes into consideration how many overs are left.
So you're saying there's 12 overs. That means if they score that in two overs, it's a bonus point.
No, it won't be a bonus point. They need that in one more over. I think they just want the victory. I think this is going to be interesting, folks, and hence why I'm looking forward to that build-up tomorrow, where all these permutations we'll have for you.
Yeah. With our game here, we see Northern's Titans needing 88 runs to win from 15 overs, but for that bonus point, they need it in 4.5.
Yeah, Titans started the day in third position, 1 point behind Poland. Gets off the mark. That is not Zander Venter. That's in the middle, I can assure you. That's over extra. That's going to be a boundary.
And now the Titans need only 3 runs to win.
Well, I hope the calculators are working correctly. Let me tell you. Because goes again through that offside. Work for the sweeper to do. And unfortunately can't stop the boundary. And here's that, the game. Again, a lot of confusion, but that's the game, folks. The Titans winning this one with the bonus point and secure their place in the Platinum semi-final. This was the shot, the winning moment for the Titans. And that man, Mohammed Rasool, getting that boundary and getting a not out. He's done well, the youngster. But all in all, I think the Titans really did well in this game, especially with Ruben van Zyl getting that massive 100. But I just feel, Aubrey, that Free State lost that momentum in the back end of their innings. And Titans capitalized on that momentum, and they went off on a rollicking start.
Yeah, I remember speaking this morning to Dom, where we spoke about 250 being 260 being par, and anything over 280 would have been competitive, but just even 280 would have been easier by the way Ruben van Zyl played today. But easy as may, congrats to the Titans, they played really well.
Yeah, and from this group, Pool A in the Platinum group, we know that Western Province will be sitting top. We now know that the Titans, they will be getting 9 points, so they will be in second place because Western Province were cruising. I think the last time I checked, just needed one more run for victory there. And Poland will finish third, and Free State, well, they've got 2 more days to see if they can get a victory here at the Khaya Majola Cricket Week in their hometown of Bloemfontein. But all the kudos needs to go to the Titans, and especially Ruben van Zyl. It's been simply magnificent from them. It's been a glorious day. I think the track also played well. It played very well, in fact. Nothing in that. And again, scores of in excess of 250 at this week. And just shows that this has been really a very, very good place to come and play as a batsman.
Yeah, I think the wicket was really good. We spoke to the creator this morning of the wickets, and he was actually adamant that the team batting first will get like 250 plus, and it showed today. And the wickets just got better. So the Northern boys summed up the wicket nicely, and they knew what they had to do to get to that playoff.
Yes, that they did. Well, we wait and see who is going to be the man of the match, and I think there's only one man that stands out head and shoulders above everybody. As that's the summary, Free State 261 for 5 of their 50 overs. Aiden Dodd getting 78, Christian Kine getting 76, Buerta getting a quick 55. Sander Venter bowled really nicely, 2 for 31. But then at the turn of the Titans, Ruben van Zyl, 166 of 113 deliveries. Mohamed Rasool, 67 of 74. They put on a mammoth partnership together, and there was just no answer. Moasa was the only one to pick up those 2 wickets. He bowled nicely as well. But all in all, the Titans with a bonus point victory here, winning this one by 8 wickets. As we wait and see who the man of the match is going to be, from myself, Eugene Molian, Aubrey Swanepoel, and Dominic Hendricks, we bid you a very good day and a good night. But firstly, how do you feel about scoring back-to-back hundreds first and foremost?
No, so it's an amazing achievement, and I'm just glad. I think we're in the semis, so I'm glad I could pull my team through. Obviously, I didn't pull us through yesterday, and so like I said, it's a massive achievement for me. And to do it at such a big week is just, it's amazing. So
I like how you go through the gears. You started out very nicely, hitting the ball in the power play. You spoke about that this morning. And then just in that middle phase, as you batted nicely, hitting the ball even for ones as well. Is that part of the parcel of what you're trying to work on, that middle phase of your game?
yes, so definitely. Our coach Almar Dori, he devolved my game. Not only as going hard in the beginning, but having to graft through the middle overs up until the end and trying to bat through. And I think that's my goal every game. And I just can thank my coach that gave me that skill to do that and give me all the shots I have.
Yeah, and that first day, you guys were struggling to get guys to kick on after 50. Now you got yourself with 200s. You got Rasool as well at past 50. I mean, that was a great partnership between the two of you.
No, it was amazing. Me and Rasool spoke this morning and said we just wanted to bat together because obviously we haven't played a lot with each other, so it was so nice batting with him and seeing him achieve a 50, and he was so happy. And I think we scored 150 partnership or 100 and something, and that was also just amazing. So.
Well, I don't want to go on record in saying this, but it looks like it's going to be the Yekske derby tomorrow. Could be Titans versus the Lions, potentially in a semi-final at the Khaya Majola. How does that sound to you? Is that more fitting of what this week is needing?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I know Lions have a great squad and a lot of big names, but I think we're just going to go and play our best and give our best and leave it all out there. And like we say, we just want to look back at this as a good memory and not a bad memory. So we're just going to give it our all, and we may be playing here again, So that's also nice. So.
Ruben, thanks for entertaining us. Well done, well played.
much, sir.
You are the man of the match.
Thank you very much. Sir.
That's Ruben van Zyl, the man of the match for this game between the Lions and Free State.